10:25 or thereabouts, Monday morning. So it was a Monday morning. There was an accident on the M32 this morning on the way here. Unfortunately, 3 vehicles involved. Looks like not anybody hurt, but yeah, just added to the reminder of the commute on a Monday, which you haven't had for 4-day cricket here in Bristol for quite some time. Good morning from Ian Randall. Good morning from Dan Whiting.
Good morning. I hope everyone at home is fine and bunked off work on a Monday morning to listen to us here live on the Gloucestershire stream.
Yeah, 3:33 for 6. Gloucestershire start today. They were very close to getting to the close last night. Only 4 down, and then 2 wickets late on. Graham van Beeren and Zafar Gohar just gave Derbyshire a little bit more of a say in things, you might think, but the nub of today is we've got an extended day because we're making up a little bit of the time that was lost yesterday, so it will be 104 overs. Lunch will be at 20 to 1 and tea will be at 3:30. That's the housekeeping out of the way. And Gloucestershire have got 27, no they haven't, they've got 27 overs to get 117 if they can to get maximum batting points. They've still got obviously Ollie Price on 125, and how far can he and the tail take this, I suppose, against a ball that is only 3 overs old?
Yeah, I think that's sort of the ideal scenario, isn't it? That's Gloucestershire's utopia. This morning is 450 off 110 with Ollie Price getting 200.
He's probably got to get a double 100 to make them achieve that.
And that's what I want to see him do as well, because he has achieved everything that he's probably wanted to achieve this season. But one thing he hasn't gone is really big, and you know, I might be a harsh taskmaster here by saying that, you know, he hasn't sort of gone big, but that's the one thing I'd really like to see him do. I interviewed him after play yesterday. He's a wonderful human being. He's so mature. I mean, I'm in my early 50s. He's far more mature than I am, Ian, Ollie Price, and he is. I just think he handles himself so well, and I'm proud of him. I think the whole club are proud of him. The fans are proud of him here. I'm sure his family, who are watching here in the stand, his parents were over in the stand over there. I'm sure they're extremely proud of him.
And the one question I thought you asked him, which drew the interesting answer, was the fact that he got scores last year where he'd got starts and not gone on, and he said he had to work out how to convert those starts into big scores, and he looks to have worked it out.
Well, he's a bright lad. I mean, he's bright. There's a difference between, you know, being educated and being cricketing bright, being cricketing streetwise. Ollie Price has got both. You know, he's obviously, you know, gone to Durham. He's got his certificates, and he's going to get a first or a 2-1 in dual languages. But I think what he's also got is cricketing intelligence as well. And I just think he's, you know, his family should be extremely proud of him.
So Derbyshire have got to take obviously 4 wickets before they get a chance to bat.
From the Bristol pavilion end,
Anuj Dal will, as you hear from Terry Blake, open from the pavilion end. This is Ollie Price's career best first-class score, by the way. His other hundreds had seen him perish by 125.
His first 100 in Bristol.
Yes.
He'd got them at Cheltenham, and he'd got them at Headingley and Sussex. Was it Sussex?
Well, this is only his third first-class 100, obviously.
Yeah, in one day he got, I know, Glamorgan, he perished at Sussex for 95. Glamorgan he got 100, didn't he? Or was it the other way round? I can't remember.
Well,
I think he got.
He's taken 200s off Derbyshire in 2 different formats.
Yeah.
So here is Dahl to open from the pavilion end. Say with this ball that's only 3 overs on, a little bit of swing there, or shape, perhaps more accurately.
Yeah, it was starting off like yesterday morning.
Ball of the day.
Starting off like yesterday morning with the conditions. The sky is a battleship grey, I think I described it as yesterday. And
lights, though, are not on.
Lights are not on.
It's not as gloomy as it was yesterday.
But I think it will help, the overheads will help the ball swing around a little bit.
The forecast is it will clear this cloud and it will get brighter later in the day. Price gets the first run, steered away, past Lewis Rees. That might go for 4 actually, down towards the boundary at third man. In fact, it will. And it's not the longest boundary down there, but still first boundary of the day. And the general discussion at the close yesterday was about Lewis de Blois finding it difficult to set fields to bowlers that would not be able to bowl one side of the wicket consistently enough.
Yeah, that's where I thought Derbyshire let themselves down yesterday.
Dahl, who did actually bowl one side of the wicket most of the time, better than anybody, and his figures suggested that. 16 overs, 3 for 42 at the close last night, as you can see with that early boundary for Ollie Price, now 3 for 46.
Yeah, I thought Dahl and Lewis Rees were Derbyshire's best bowlers yesterday.
2 slips and a short straight cover. That's the one that tries to go the other way. Just wobbled that a little bit into Ollie Price. So Ed Middleton's batting at 8 on his championship debut, and then below him Shaw, Goodman and Charlesworth. Middleton hasn't faced a ball yet. Price again comfortably steers that out to Rees, who's in the gully. I just got in the car last night in time to hear a clatter of New Zealand wickets in the game at Southampton in the ODI, which England won in the end pretty comfortably. I'm changing the field, just bringing Pat Brown in on the single, effectively at a squarish cover, and Dahl sees out the over with another defensive shot from Ollie Price. 129 he's got, but he's starting again this morning, but you have to feel that, I'm sure he would have been out and had a net first thing. He'll be seeing the ball pretty well, you'd have thought, Dan, even from this point. I've never batted for as long as Ollie Price batted yesterday, but I can't believe there isn't a little bit of carryover into this morning.
I think he's been saying it pretty well since early June. I spoke to Tom, actually, his brother, at Cheltenham, and Tom said that he's just in the form of his life, and this was after he'd only scored the 100. And I just thought that, okay, interesting. And then, obviously, what Tom was saying has been proved right. So, yes, Tom doth speak sense. Connor's going to start us off. And Middleton, 16 hours after walking to the crease for his first ball in first-class cricket, leaves that one alone.
He walked out last night with 1 over to go. He was at the non-striker's end, and Ollie Price clearly said, "Look, I'll take this. Don't worry." In fact, so much so he took a single off the last ball, so he kept the strike for this morning. So he didn't even have the nerves of facing the first ball of the day today.
Connors approaching the crease, a little bit of shape away from Middleton. Middleton was playing for Clist St George only a few years ago in the Devon League, so really wonderful story there. If Ollie Price's family are very proud, then Ed Middleton's family have got a very proud moment as well, watching him out there today. I met his mother actually after the New Zealand game here in the T20 a couple of weeks ago, and a very nice lady. She listens into the stream, so if you're listening in, you should be proud of Ed. That has just gone through there, a little shape the other way actually, just tailed back in a little bit there from Connors. If you want to drop us a line this morning, please do so to commentators at glossccc.co.uk. Let us know what you think about Ollie Price's form. Should he go on the England Lions tour? Should he I mean, is he that far away from England contention? That would be a big one, wouldn't it? That would be a big call. Connors, Middleton, defends that out to mid-off.
You would be the chief trumpeter.
I would be. Yeah, I mean, I'm a big fan of Ollie Price. Big fan. But, you know, I've also got to know him as an individual as well, and he's, yeah, I mean, I've not got a bad word to say about him here. So
he's very polite, Dan, isn't he?
He's a very polite lad. Very, very polite lad. So's Ed Middleton, actually. Ed Middleton's a really polite lad.
We had him on the stream at Cheltenham.
Ed
Middleton, yeah.
Yeah. I had him in the marquee, actually. I had him and Dominic Goodman. We'd been let down at the last minute by a guy called Teddy, someone from Sky Sports, Teddy Draper.
Ed Draper.
Yeah. And I asked Jack Longstaff from the office, and I asked Dominic Goodman and Ed Middleton if they could step in. And they did, and they both spoke really well. They both spoke with a really fascinating morning, actually. Connors comes in, Middleton drives. Dominic Goodman spoke about what fast bowlers should be eating and their nutrition. And, I mean, they need more than 3,000 calories a day when they're playing. They've obviously got a limited time frame to sort of fit that in as well. And it was fascinating hearing about what they have to eat to get through a season. And then Ed Middleton brought a ball, and we went through all the different, you know, leg spins, the standard leg spinner, the googly, the flipper, the slider, and the top spinner, and it was really interesting.
Just to be clear, Dan talks about Ollie Price going on a winter tour. The ECB website does not have any fixtures for the Lions for this winter. Yet. Dull. Driven down the ground by Ollie Price. He'll get one. Last deploy comes round from mid-on. It was powerful enough that it was got past the bowler, but not all that far beyond what would have been a 30-yard circle in a one-day game. Yeah, so just to say that, the impression I always get, rightly or wrongly, is that the England women's tours and the tours outside the senior men's team all seem to be arranged or announced at relatively short notice. So, as of today, the ECB under the England Lions section does not have any fixtures for this winter. Here is Dahl into Middleton. That was almost a Yorker, but Middleton didn't move much from his crease, so he just played it almost on the half volley. Clipped out into the onside. Two slips.
They've got to talk. I mean, the England Lions have to talk.
I'm sure they will.
Yeah.
But it's a question that they haven't yet sorted out where and when.
I mean, last year...
That's the point.
Last winter, they went to Australia before Christmas.
Middleton again. Stands very still at the crease, which is not a bad habit.
And then Sri Lanka in sort of February. So
yeah, so I'm sure that there may well be, time away. But as regular cricket watchers will know, basically everybody who isn't in after this ball, Dahl in, Middleton, it's turned round a little bit, it got a bit too far round for that, dribbles out on the offside. If you're involved in domestic cricket and you're not involved in the international scene at any stage, October is holiday.
Yeah.
That's basically end of term, and everybody heads off somewhere. Middleton again waits for Dahl, lets that go outside the off stump, just gets the front pad across.
Right, here we go, England Lions. So the ECB is not confirmed yet, but they are looking at going to India. which would be 3 4-day tests against India A, which would run concurrently with a full England test next January, February.
Right.
And I think there is no better place for one of the best players of spin in the country at the moment to showcase his talents.
Dahl again to Middleton. Oh, come off the thigh pad, out on the offside, taken by Matt Lamb, low down in the gully, but nothing off the bat here. But Middleton hasn't yet got his feet really moving very far.
We had a nice chat this morning with Mike Smith, didn't we? And then the two umpires, Jack Shantry and Tom Lungley.
Yeah. Interesting that Mike Smith said that in terms of the ball turning off the straight yesterday, and Mike obviously is match referee, watches every ball, he only made a note of 2 that turned off the straight.
Yeah, that's what Lungley said. He said it was turning from wide and not from the posh bit.
Yeah. And those 2 are both from Alex Thompson, by the way, not from Mark Watt, interestingly. Here's Connors.
To Price, who drives firmly. Mid-on comes across and cuts off the 4 down there to what is quite a short boundary down towards the Ashley Down road end.
Sprinkling of people in. I did have an encounter with a couple of supporters this morning. I said, "Are you going to the south of France end?" "Oh yes," they said, and I think that will be the area later, if it does get sunnier, which it's forecast to.
Oh, that's beaten Ollie Price outside the off stump. That moved, didn't it? We've got a new ball, remember? This ball is only 6 overs old, isn't it? So, remember, it's still a reasonably new cherry. The south of France end is the far end of the ground. It's the Ashley Down road end of the ground, no colloquially as the south of France end, due to it being a sun trap down there. Ironically, it is the opposite end of the ground from the nearby suburb of Montpellier, here in Bristol. Price just nudges that one into the offside. Sharp throw there from Dahl, but Price gets back. And the score is now up to 3-3-9.
Can I say that Anuj Dahl is Derbyshire's Ryan Higgins?
You can.
I think that's...
He can bat, he can bowl, he can field.
It's not an unfair comparison, I don't think.
It's a compliment, isn't it? I mean, Ryan Higgins is probably one of the best all-rounders in the country. He's led a ailing Middlesex side this season. He was brilliant here at Gloucestershire, and he's a real competitor. Connors here. Middleton drives. Can only find mid-on.
They've got 4 slips now. Kame, Madsen, Watt and Lamb.
Yep.
And they've got Lewis Rees in at a short mid-wicket on the catch as well. For Middleton. Still on naught, but he doesn't look flustered on naught, but his feet, as we've said, are a little bit firm at the moment.
Oh no, he's not quite. Oh, is he off the mark? No, there's a misfield, but they don't run off the misfield.
And that's probably understandable that this is I'm sure, a step up from wherever he may have played before. He may have faced 1 or 2 county frontline bowlers playing in the seconds, but this would be a consistently better standard.
We've got a special guest coming on this morning, Ian, haven't we?
Sorted out by one Mr. D. Whiting, if you will.
And Mr. I. Randall. Left alone by
So
Middleton.
it
That completes
was-
the over. 339 for 6. Ollie Price is on 131. Ed Middleton yet to score.
Yeah, it was my suggestion, but Dan put the bid in.
So who have we got coming on? Are we allowed to say, or should we make it a surprise for the viewer?
Well, he's obviously not playing in this game.
Yeah.
What else can we tell you? He's been here quite a long time.
Been in quite a long time, yeah. He's...
He made his first team debut at Cheltenham
Yeah.
in a limited overs game.
Yeah.
Here is Dahl. Ollie Price puts his hand straight up to indicate no run as he just steers that not very cleanly out into the onside.
Perfect breakfast involves perfectly scrambled eggs on 2 slices of sourdough toast with halloumi, bacon, smashed avocado and feta.
Oh,
There you go.
Dahl past umpire Lungley, and Price will steer that into the offside, into the left of Matt Lamb.
One other clue is he got his career best match figures on his birthday.
Ah, yes. Yeah, that'll probably give it away. I can tell you who that was against and where
So can I.
and where it was.
Yes, unfortunately.
It wasn't on this ground.
No. But it was a home Gloucestershire fixture.
Yeah, it was. Dahl to Middleton. Again, so he's judging even if his feet are not maybe moving very nimbly at the moment, he's judging where his off stump is pretty well, Ed Middleton. He's not played too much. Three steps in a gully for Dahl. And Middleton is away. Just nudged to the right of Alex Thompson, just by the square leg umpire. And he will feel a lot better.
Yeah, he'll
with
be relieved.
With one against his name.
He'll be relieved there. I'm pleased for him.
I have to say, I thought he bowled really well in that New Zealand T20 match.
I haven't seen enough of him to make a judgment.
No, I mean, I guess it's only, it's only a handful of overs on a pitch that was helping him a bit. But he showed he could spin it. That was the big thing, and spin it with some control as well.
Yeah, those who have seen him regularly in the second 11 rate him extremely highly. He's got hundreds in the second 11. He's gone and got a tenfer in a match in the second 11. He's, he can do both aspects of the game really well, and hopefully he's got a big future ahead of him.
Brookguest standing up. Ollie Price goes for the expansive cover drive. Doesn't get a touch through to the keeper. James Healy put a chart up and got a hold of a chart yesterday about Ollie Price's scoring shots, and in a sense it reflected what we were saying about Derbyshire's bowling allowing Gloucestershire to score all round the wicket, and indeed they did, and Ollie Price did too. Oh, and there's a caught and bowled chances there is, and Dahl has taken it, and Price is out for 132. That's a good reflex catch on the follow through. He didn't hit this very hard, but Dahl flung out a right hand and it stuck, and Ollie Price is out for 132, the bulk of which was made yesterday obviously, but it's a career best for him in a season where he has made huge strides with the bat. And he goes off having batted for just about 3¼ hours and hit 18 fours. But you would think that with his departure, maybe hopes of 450 are significantly reduced.
Well, this guy can bat. I had a little chat with him last night because I said I thought you'd come in as a night watchman for the number 8, Ed Middleton, Josh. He said it was actually mooted around the changing room,
So
but Ed Middleton didn't want it.
We weren't quite so silly when we suggested that.
No, we weren't. Ollie Price, what an innings. I thought the ball just stuck in the wicket, or in the pitch a little bit there. I thought it just stuck in the deck, in the surface, and didn't quite come on. And we've seen it nibble around a little bit more this morning, and that will give Gloucestershire hope. Gloucestershire have got the runs in the bank, but Ollie Price, yet again, you know, what a season he's had. If runs are the currency, Ollie Price is a millionaire.
And Dahl now has 4 for 49, as you can see, from 19 overs. 3 of those wickets have been taken in his last 4 overs too. He got 2 in 2 last night, and he's got 1 this morning.
Connors into Middleton, who gets up on his toes and plays it into the offside.
Yeah, I mean, Josh Shaw has...
Josh Shaw can bat.
He's got,
without a doubt. Josh Shaw is a good batter.
He's that's only his 5th championship match of the season, this one. He's got 112 runs at 22.4, which is perfectly respectable for a number 9. High score of 44. That was against Durham, as I recall.
Connors beats the outside of Middleton's bat. Well, Ian, who are the best side in Division 2 this season?
Durham, Dan.
Correct. Josh Shaw this season against Durham, 37 not out, and in the second innings 44. On a wicket which was ragging square. Axar Patel, the New Zealander, he got 10 wickets in that game. It was going sideways. I mean, he made his own wicket-keeper look foolish at times. Ollie Robinson, he let through 18 byes in each innings as Middleton plays that out. So it was a wicket that was doing plenty, turning, and Josh Shaw kept plonking. He was the one who played Axar Patel really well and kept plonking him into the mound stand there for 6 runs. So Josh Shaw is a decent batter.
Yeah, Derbyshire have taken the last 3 wickets for only 15.
Yeah. Well.
So they had a good finish last night, and they've had arguably they've got the key wicket that they would have wanted early this morning.
Is that the new ball, do you think? Connors in. Middleton just jams the bat down on that.
Well, Dahl got the 1 wicket with the old ball. He got Van Buren out with the old
he did.
ball.
Yeah.
But they've taken 2 in 8 overs with the new one, so I'd say that's pretty much par. Yeah, I mean, a wider thought about perhaps something for emails today. Your sort of overall thought on Gloucestershire's season. You can compartmentalise that if you want.
Oh, that hasn't probably carried through there to Guest.
I think the One-Day Cup wouldn't be too difficult to summarise. People might have some thoughts on the T20 and particularly the Championship. If you want to have a word about all or one in particular of those, our emails are open.
Middleton just works that one into the onside.
And also the question that I think Mark from Madrid raised yesterday, given how this season has gone, what would be the hope, the demand from supporters, the expectation of supporters for 2024, bearing in mind, as we said on the stream during Sunday's play, the feeling is that the pattern of games will be the same. So Championship at the start, then the T20 with possibly a bit of championship dropped in the middle, then the One Day Cup behind the 100, and a block of championship at the end. Probably 4 games at the end, like it is this year.
Yeah. The other thing I'd like to sort of put out there as well.
Here is Dahl. First ball for Josh Shaw, which is steered out on the offside.
The other thing I'd like to put out there as well is obviously there's a vacancy for the overseas player because Marcus Harris has gone home. Harry Tector is only here till the end of the season at present. What type of overseas player should Gloucestershire be looking at? Do they need a bowler or a batter, or do they need an all-rounder?
Dahl in, that's played away by Shaw. And there was a conversation at the Cheltenham Festival where, I think it was in the members' meeting where, the fans' open forum at lunchtime, where Dale Benkenstein said, you know, we might change our thought about trying to sign somebody for the whole year and only sign somebody for part of the season. Dahl in again to Shaw. That's pleasantly played to the left of Pat Brown. Oh, he tries to. Did he actually let the ball go there? He did.
Yeah.
Try to throw the stumps down the striker's end, and it's backed up by Sam Connors. Middleton does get a single. And the point about
that is the modern way, isn't it?
Yeah, so rather than say we'll have Charlie Jones for the whole season, he's not signing Charlie Jones, by the way, we'll have somebody for the first block and then maybe a different type of player for a block later on. Pushed at by Middleton, but no nick. Our good friend James Young has been on the email, says, morning both, as much as it would be great to have Ollie on a Lions tour, would a winter playing first grade cricket in Australia actually be better for his development? A Lions tour would give him some games, but a full-blown winter playing on good pitches against good opposition in grade cricket may be better. Notice that James Bracey has signed for Rod Marsh's old club University CC in Perth. Pushed out again by Middleton's Dahl looking for his 5th wicket here. Do you know if any others of the squad are overseas this winter? We was hoping to be at the ground today, but work got in the way. There's a contingent from Cheltenham there. They'll be in the Thatchers from lunch onwards.
Oh, oh.
So
we look forward to that.
Interesting about J.R. Bracey.
Yeah, Bracey signed. He announced that last week.
Dahl. Just wobbling that back into Middleton a touch.
There are links, aren't there, between Gloucestershire and clubs in Adelaide as well. And obviously a few went out to South Africa last winter, didn't they? I think Chris Dent played cricket out in South Africa last winter. Not for the full season, but for quite a chunk of it. I think Tom Price might have gone out to South Africa as well for a little bit. So
can you see JY's argument there for Price, in a sense that some games v actually more cricket?
Yeah, I can, but if the England Lions come calling, you don't turn them down. I think yes, he should go and play grade cricket, but obviously if
might there be an argument he could do both.
Yeah, exactly. If he is selected for the England Lions, because the grade cricket season in Australia lasts from November up until sort of March, doesn't it? So he could go out there. Connor's there. Right, a guest came, and I'm not talking about Derbyshire's wicket-keeper and first slip. Okay, so I'm going to hand over. Ian Randall's going to take over, and he's going to introduce our next guest.
Our first guest, to be accurate. So Connor's from the far end. That's the Ashley Down Road end. And Ed Middleton turns that into the leg side. They're going to just, I'd say pinch a single, scamper a single out to Lewis Rees. Gloucestershire ticking up towards a 3rd batting point. Good morning, Matt Taylor. How are you?
Yeah, I'm very well, thanks, Ian. Thanks for having me.
Not at all. How was the toe?
It's
it's the elephant in the room. Might as well ask it straight away.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, it's very frustrating. Sort of lingered around for 5 or 6 weeks now, but it's settling down slowly. So hopefully it won't be too much longer, really.
Little push from Josh Shawk. It's inside the line to Sam Connors. We just had a question from someone watching on the stream about playing grade cricket in Australia. Have you ever done that?
I have, yeah. I think it was about 5 or 6 years ago. I played in Perth for a club called Mount Lawley. Did a season there, which was a great experience.
And when you say a season, how long would that be?
So I flew out sort of start of October and then came back start of March.
Oh right, so very much a full season then.
Yeah.
Corners in again. Good bounce from the Derbyshire opening bowler. But again, Josh Shaw inside the line. And in that scenario, are you playing effectively matches on a weekend and then representing the club in the community during the week?
Yeah, so it's slightly more of a relaxed schedule than over here, obviously. It's generally sort of Tuesday and Thursday night training session, and you do your own sort of fitness and training during the week, and then play on a Saturday and sometimes a Sunday as well.
Right, okay. Connors, sure chops that into the ground, but only out to Matt Lamb. 4 slips in for him at the moment. I said many people on the ground won't know much about Ed Middleton's batting, and Dan and I would be in that bracket as well, truthfully. What's he like?
Yeah, I've seen a bit of Ed in the second team, obviously, this year and last year, and he's put in some really good performances. I think he got a big 100 last year against Essex second team, and then he got 100 as well a couple of weeks ago when he came back from injury.
Connors in again to Shaw, steered on the bounce past Lamb. It'll go down towards the boundary at third man. Lamb's on the chase. He will haul it in. They'll get 2. Middleton wants the third, but throws quickly on its way. So he'd be happy batting where? In the top 3 or 4 in the seconds, would he? Yeah,
I think he bats. He's opened the batting a few times in the second team. He's batted anywhere in the top 5 really, and he's definitely a very capable batter, that's for sure.
So obviously we saw him play in the New Zealand T20 game where he didn't get a bat. Is he more of a bat than a leg spinner, or is he genuinely somebody who? Say in first team scenarios, would you say he'd be more thought of as potentially a bowler than a batsman?
Yeah, I'd say he'll probably see himself as more of a bowling all-rounder.
Right.
He's got accurate leg spin, got plenty of wickets in the second team as well. I think he's got a couple of fifers this year, but yeah, he can definitely hold a bat as well.
Handy to have him batting at 8 then. And that's a nicely played shot too. He's timed that away through mid-wicket. There's a long chase round and the ball will beat the 2 fielders out towards the boundary, and it gives Gloucestershire their 3rd batting point. 350 up. Still 19 overs to go. 100 more needed to get 450. I know Graham looked very pleased when he won the toss yesterday. Did you feel? Did the squad feel it was a big toss in the context of the game? Yeah,
I think so. It's obviously a bit of a dry pitch, so probably quite a big toss. Nice to win it and get a good score on the board, and then hopefully it might spin later on in the game.
Yeah, I think James Bracey was at Dan's event for the charity on Saturday, and that I think was his hope anyway. I suppose the wider debate might be about follow-ons and things. Oh, good line from Dahl. Middleton. So he's got a pretty good idea. Just have a second look at that, about where his off stump is. He's judged that very well so far. He's played inside that, but Dahl's been probably the most accurate. I don't know how much of yesterday you saw, probably not every ball. But Dahl's been the most accurate directionally of the Derbyshire bowlers. Having said that, of course, he puts one onto the hip of Middleton, who works that away for a single. But did it feel to you from what you watched that it was perhaps a question of feeling that there was a scoring ball not far away, and you just had to be patient and wait for it.
Yeah, I think so. I think, Dahl bowled very well yesterday. His figures obviously show that. He got enough movement from a good length, but definitely looks like if you're slightly off, there's still room to score.
So he's taken 4 of the wickets to fall. Dom Goodman and Luke Charlesworth are Gloucestershire's remaining 2 batsmen. And Dan was chatting to Tom Lungley before play today, obviously one of our umpires in this game. Tom, a former bowler himself. Here is Darlin once more, and again defended out to Alex Thompson by Josh Shaw. And his line was very much, you get to September and every bowler's got a niggle.
Yeah, for sure. I think that's just part and parcel of the schedule, really.
I mean, you might even say every bowler's got a niggle by the middle of May, but...
Yeah, that's it. It's just how long you can sort of bear it for, really.
And that's a bit been borne out by the fact that you're one of 5 bowlers unavailable because of injuries for Gloucestershire for this match.
Yeah.
Shaw goes back, and Marchand, yourself, Zaman, David Payne,
Tom Price.
and Tom Price.
Yeah.
No,
it has been a bit of a tough year. I think this seems to always be the case. Injuries come at the times when you really don't want them.
Yeah. Just on that, is Paul van Meekeren away with the Dutch squad yet, or is he still around?
I'm not
because
sure.
He's been selected to go to the World Cup. Obviously.
Yeah, I'm not sure when he goes actually, but I think his workloads have been sort of very high the last few weeks. Obviously playing game in, game out, but he's done exceptionally well the last couple of months, and I think he flies in a week or 2.
It's going to be a big tournament for the likes of Paul and people like Baz de Leder, who's had a very good year up at Durham.
Yeah, that was the first I saw of him. Obviously when we played against him earlier in the year, but he's a good all-rounder.
Again, Middleton stands very tall at the crease, and the Connors just bang the odd one in. He's got the height to cope with that. Was it a pleasure to sit and watch Ollie sweep yesterday?
Yeah, it was another masterclass, I think, wasn't it? He's been exceptional this year, and it's great to see him really flourishing, really.
And do you get the impression that his game was? I'll come back to that after this delivery. Connors driven not driven with any force by Middleton out to Laius Deploy. Has he worked out, do you think, an even better method for his batting than he had last year? Is that where his game has gone on, his concentration and his knowledge of his own game?
Yeah, I suppose so. I guess that just comes with experience, doesn't it? I think he's always been confident in his own ability, and then when you start to put a few scores together, you sort of build on that.
Connors, and again Middleton ducks this time.
And he just seems really clear on his game plan. He's obviously very good against spin bowling, which he's shown even more this year. But he's just in really great form. And
in a sense, there was that time, as we spoke about on the stream yesterday, where it felt as if every Gloucestershire top order batter was a left-hander, and there was so much clamour. Even I think a desire from Dale to try and get a right-hander in there.
Yeah, we're blessed with quite a few left-handed batsmen, but obviously Ollie Price and
just for a bit of balance and just to throw the opposition something a bit different, and perhaps people weren't sure whether it would come from externally or internally, and then Ollie sort of popped up in there. And he's kind of taken to that role. Yeah, definitely. And I think as a bowler myself, when you've got a left-hand, right-hand combination batting, it just makes it that bit more difficult. So it's very, very handy to have. Connors to Middleton again, and quite got the timing. What were the players saying yesterday that it was Easy, difficult? How was it to try and time the ball on this pitch?
Yeah, I think it's difficult to start, just getting the pace of the wicket. It looked like it might have been a little bit too paced. Some were sort of zipping through and some were sort of keeping a bit lower. But I think once you get in, it's a bit easier to get the timing.
Connor still striving for his first wicket. He won't get it there. Played into the ground again by Middleton, but 12 overs now with this second new ball. And you say about Ed playing at maybe higher up the order in the second 11. Do you see off the new ball in the same way that the second you do here? But he's not unused to facing a new ball. That's the scenario.
Yeah, definitely. I think he'll be looking to score when he gets in, but I think if we can just try and keep bringing these bowlers back into their third and fourth spells, it'll obviously make it a bit easier. They'll be a bit more fatigued. But yeah, he's started well here.
And just about this is kind of throwing forward a bit. Given Gloucestershire got a good score, it is the follow-on question. Here is Dahl. Oh, is that not nicked? Certainly good shape though. Again, Josh Shaw just pushing at that. Poor Guest is the Derbyshire keeper. Oh, it was a big leg cutter. Dahl looks a bit rueful, understandably. Yeah, the popular way, if you get a good lead, is often not to enforce the follow-on, but to bat and wear the pitch even more. I wonder whether Dahl's in a good rhythm at the moment. Do you think James would think about possibly batting again if the forecast, as it seems to be, is improving for tomorrow now, as it wasn't earlier?
Yeah.
You know, if you've got a lead and the option of doing it, do you think you say, well, actually, you give the bowlers a break?
I think you might do in certain scenarios, yeah, and then obviously, yeah, it gets a bit more wear on the pitch and stuff. So I guess you have to sort of play it by ear, really.
Steered away on the bounce by Josh Shaw. That will run away for 4. Down to third man. So, understandably, with Ollie Price's departure, there's a little bit of a reset amongst these two. But Gloucestershire have added 22 this morning for the wicket of Ollie Price. And coming to what you were saying earlier about, you know, look at that scorecard, a series of starts. And it's about that adjustment to the pitch not being, 100% easy to bat on until you've actually really got comfortable. And Graham van Buren showed yesterday against an older ball how actually it was possible to score quite quickly.
Yeah, that's it. He looked comfortable from the get-go, really, actually, and he played a really nice innings. But I think, yeah, that scorecard shows there's obviously still a ball out there with your name on it.
Nicely played by Shaw into the gap on the leg side. There were 5 slips in for that last delivery, but Shaw's got a couple out of it. So with 2 weeks to go and only one championship game left, is there a realistic chance of you being available to? I mean, obviously you played only in the 13 for this game, but is there a realistic chance of you being available to play at Hove?
Yeah, I'd really like to be. I think I'm going to try and give myself the best chance.
Dahl, that's the first wide one, really wide one he's bowled, and Josh Shaw has climbed into that, and he's fired it away past wide mid off for 4. Josh doesn't mind those.
No, he doesn't.
Here's a second look at it.
Lovely shot.
Plenty of room. Dispatched.
Yeah, I think I'll try and give myself the best chance to play at Hove, but I think we're just taking it day by day at the minute and see how the toe settles down, really.
So 5 slips for Dahl. Supposed to pull the one that goes the other way. And Shaw's pinched another single off the Derbyshire all-rounder, who's taken 4 of the 7 wickets to fall. Don't know how long we've got you for today, but I'll do one more over, and then
That's fine. That's fine.
Dan can come back in. He muttered something yesterday about Jack's wife being expecting a baby very shortly. Is that right?
Yeah, that is right. Due the end of the month.
Oh,
so,
right.
Yeah,
Okay.
a couple of weeks' time. Yeah.
So Uncle Matty then.
Yep, number 2. Yeah.
We tried to tease your appearance today by saying first team debut at Cheltenham in a white ball game.
Yeah, that was a while ago now.
Connors from the far end and steered away again by Shaw down past the slip cord, and that'll be 4 more to the third man boundary. So just using the pace of the ball, and Lewis Rees getting limbered up, so he may be into the attack shortly. Career best performance on your birthday?
That's correct, yeah. Yeah.
At the same ground?
Yeah.
I think that those were the 2, and the fact that you've been here quite a while as well. That was the other thing.
Been around for quite a while now,
Yeah.
and it's flown by, that's for sure.
Remind us when the debut was? Year?
The list day debut was 2011.
Gosh, there we go.
Yeah.
Ooh, clipped and caught on the return by Connors. Sure can't believe he's caught that. That's a second good caught and bowl we've seen this morning. And Josh Shaw's got a fair bit of this. Connors on his follow through. That's a smart chance, and he's taken it. How difficult are those to grab?
Yeah, it's a long way down when you're on your follow through, but no, he's made that look pretty easy, to be fair.
So Josh Shaw out for 18, briskly made, and 366 for 8.
Josh Shaw, caught and bowled by
I suppose,
Connors for
given
18.
the overhead conditions, Gloucestershire clearly want as many runs as they can, but you wouldn't mind a bowl in these, would you?
Yeah, definitely. I think we obviously try scrape to as many as we can. 400 would obviously be ideal. And then, yeah, with a few overheads around, it would be nice to get the new ball in hand, really.
Just go back to that debut. Were you still at school then?
I was, yeah. It was about a week after my 17th birthday. I was sort of on the academy, and then was very surprised to get the call up, really. But no, it was a great memories.
Because if I remember, Jack also played in that game.
Yes, he did. Yeah, that was
So
a good day.
we had these tales of brothers, of the Gidmans, the Taylors, the Charlesworths.
Yeah, there's a bit of a theme with that at Gloucestershire. Isn't there?
So Don Goodman in at number 10. Derbyshire still need 1 more wicket to get maximum bowling points. Just take you around some of the other scores in the second division. We can during this over. Goodman defends. Obviously 10:30 starts everywhere. Yorkshire batting on at Cardiff, 347 for 3 against Glamorgan. Sean Masood still there, 123 not out.
Yes.
And Leicestershire 81 for 6 at Hove. And Carvelas has got 3 wickets there in that Leicestershire first innings. Appeal for an LBW not upheld by Jack Shantry. Yeah, Leicestershire obviously chasing points to try and close the gap on Worcestershire, who haven't got a game this week. Although they're still in the box seat in terms of promotion to the first division in the second spot. Sussex 262 all out yesterday, and I say 81 for 6 in reply. From what you've seen and experienced, are Durham rightly top?
Yeah, I think so. I think when we played them away at Durham, they showed their class, really. I feel like they've got all bases covered.
Connors in, and Goodman gets that out of the middle to the left of Laius Deploy.
I think they're obviously playing that sort of positive brand of cricket this year as well, aren't they? And it's worked well for them. Seems like they've got the tools to do that, and they've looked a really strong outfit.
They've had plenty of runs to play with all summer, haven't they? That's the thing.
Yeah, Lees has been sort of unstoppable at the top of the order, hasn't he?
The top 4 or 5 have scored very heavily.
Yeah, Graham Clark's been very good as well.
Pulled away by Goodman, and Pat Brown lost sight of that. It went away to his left at his long leg. It went to deep square. Brown didn't pick it up at all. 370 for 8. I'm going to take my leave and pick up a cup of tea at the same time. And Dan White is going to come in and join Matt Taylor.
Morning, Matt. Great to have you on board. How are you, mate?
Yeah, I'm very well, thanks. Thanks for having me.
I think you'd have caught that cotton bowl just on the basis that you've been protecting your toe.
True, that's
You'd have
it.
got your hands down there in the first place.
I'd have been down pretty sharply.
Yeah. I want to talk about the tail enders. Josh Shaw we saw. I mean, we spoke about Durham just then, and Josh Shaw got runs against Durham. You got a 49 against Worcestershire at Cheltenham.
Yep.
How much of an emphasis does Dale put on the tail enders being able to contribute with the bat as well?
Yeah, definitely. I think that's something he's very keen on, and all the bowlers we're very keen to work hard on our batting. Sort of see it as a bit of a competition. You know, who can face the most balls or get the most runs. But I think it's a big part of the game these days.
Dahl comes in from the pavilion end down the leg side. That's just worked around the corner. That's going to be 4 leg byes actually. Tom Lungley there, giving it the pre-signal. The other thing I want to ask you as well, and I've got a question for one of the Gloucestershire fans.
Sure.
Your perfect breakfast, perfectly scrambled eggs on 2 slices of sourdough toast with halloumi, bacon, smashed avocado, and feta.
Yeah.
Does feta go with a breakfast?
Not generally, but if you mix the feta in with the smashed avocado, it goes beautifully.
Yeah, no, I can imagine. I'm from a very Greek area of North London, and we've got a little delicatessen up the road from me, and he's got 18 different types of feta.
Really?
So I'm going to bring you some feta here next season.
Sounds
all right?
perfect.
And we'll give you a choice to give you. There's a lady called Tracy Sansom downstairs. She's in the Premier Suite, and she said, if it wasn't scrambled eggs, you know, and you had to have your eggs sort of another way, dippy eggs or hard?
Dippy for me. Yeah, I think so.
Tracy's with you there,
Yeah,
I think. Yeah,
absolutely.
Dahl in. And would they be poached, do you think, or fried, or
Poached.
poached?
Yeah,
okay.
Definitely.
See, these are the questions that people want to get down to the bottom of, you know, when
Yeah,
you're talking
yeah,
to
that's
professional cricketers. is what type of eggs they like for their breakfast. And you're a big Spurs fan, like your brother, like the old man as well, Kevin.
Yeah,
I'm sure he's listening in as well.
Yeah, he will be, no doubt.
Yeah, they're going well. Good start to the season.
They have. Yeah, I don't want to speak too soon, but started nicely.
That's unusual for a Spurs fan, because normally you're celebrating the title right
I know,
now,
that's
and the
it.
DVDs come out and the open bus tour has been booked.
Yeah, we seem to fade away a bit later in the season, so I don't want to speak too soon. See how we go.
One more there to Goodman, who just works that around the corner. I mean, I think he's playing a very different style of football, isn't he? Postecoglou. He's playing a much more entertaining than what he saw under Antonio Conte last year, without a doubt.
Yeah, it's been a bit nicer on the eye, hasn't it?
Yeah.
And we seem to be coping okay without Kane, so
yeah,
it's a positive start, I guess.
How comes all of you guys are Spurs fans? You were brought up in Banbury, in Oxfordshire?
Banbury,
yeah.
It's a good question, really.
Here's Dahl coming in past the umpire. Oh, that's probably down the leg side. Oh, he's been given. Middleton has gone.
Yeah, I think it's just...
And that's a 5 for Franaj Dahl. Let's have another look at this. Yeah, it's probably taking leg stump there, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think it's close, yeah.
Yeah. worth asking the question, definitely. And 5 for 69, I thought he's bowled well, MATCHDAY.
He's bowled really well. I think he's got a couple of fifers this year. You can see why, really. He just hits a good length, asks those sort of questions all day.
Ian described him earlier as a bit of a Ryan Higgins type of cricketer, in the fact that he can do all aspects of the game well. He's a good fielder, he can bowl, he can bat, he can, he can do all aspects of the game pretty well.
Definitely. You can't beat having guys like that in your team.
Yeah.
And he's got some handy runs as well this year. So
yeah.
He's definitely been a good player for them this year.
Yeah. Matt, you're known as Bomber around.
Yeah.
Am I allowed to ask where that nickname comes from? Am I going to get myself into massive trouble? Am I going to get sacked for even asking the question?
No, it's nothing too fancy. I think it was about 2016. We had a guy called Kieran Noema Barnett. If you remember him.
Yep.
Bit of a fan favourite he was. But I somehow was batting in a second team game and I hit a couple of sixes. And then he sort of just came up with the nickname Bomber out of nowhere.
They're colloquially known as bombs, aren't they?
Yeah, it's bombs, and it's just stuck somehow.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And we're starting to see a little bit of rain, so the players are going off. In fact, you can see it coming in from the west there. Bristol Rovers ground, the Memorial Stadium there, is looking a little bit hazy in the distance. So it's coming in, and the players are leaving the pitch at 3-7-6 for 9. Matt, the toe's obviously been giving you a bit of jip for 6 weeks now, probably. I mean, how it came from what? Just a sort of a rubbing of the boot, is that right?
Yeah, it's a bit of a weird one really, and it sounds quite minor, but it's been very painful. It started out as sort of a blister on my toe, and then I think it just got very deep, almost down to the bone on one of my toes, and then sort of followed by an infection. And then when that one cleared up, it happened to my big toe a couple of weeks later. So now I've sort of just in the same process with that one really. Just waiting for it to settle down. It's been a bit of a nightmare.
We saw a picture on social media, and it was it wasn't for the faint-hearted.
No, it wasn't what anyone wants to be seeing really.
We see a lot of quick bowlers. They cut their boot, don't they? They allow sort of breathing room for the toe. Do you do that, or?
Yeah, I used to, and then I've tried it again the last couple of weeks, but I just think because it's been infected, it didn't have a chance to settle down properly. So just a little bit longer, and then I'm hopeful that the pain will have reduced, substantially, really.
Yeah. Well, I wish you all the best. Hopefully we do see you this season as well. It'd be really good.
Yeah.
I think you're very popular here amongst all the Gloucestershire faithful, and I mean you're one of the good guys here in the side, and somebody who's sort of well respected and loved by the fans. And we hope to see you back before the end of the season. What your injury has done is given a chance, or not just your injury, but Marshall DeLunger and Ajit Singh Dale and people like that. It's given a chance for the likes of Luke Charlesworth and people like that to come on board. How much work do you do with the youngsters to sort of help them get ready for first team action?
Yeah, a lot, to be honest. Whenever I can, if I've been playing in the second team, I've seen a lot of Luke Charlesworth, Dom Goodman over the last couple of years, and to see their progression is great because I see a lot of myself in them when I was younger, and guys when I came into the first team, they were really helpful to me, guys like Payne especially. So just try and pass on whatever I can, to be honest. But it's been great to see Luke come in and got a few wickets last week. And
did Payne, you both left armers, did Payne help you a lot when you came into the side?
Yeah, absolutely. I think especially my early years when I hadn't had a lot of experience at all. He'd played a decent amount of cricket by then, and being a left armer, it was perfect, really.
We spoke to Jack Chantry actually a few years ago, who was another left armer who was out there umpiring, and I asked him, is it the job of a left armer to try and dig up the pitch a little bit for the off spinner to come into play later on in a 4-day game? And he said yes, definitely. He said, especially with umpires like David Milnes around, you just point out a rather good-looking lady in the crowd, and his sort of attention will be elsewhere, and you could run straight down the pitch.
Yeah.
But is it? I mean, it's not obviously your primary job, but is it one of the bonuses of being a left armer?
Yeah, I think so. The problem is I'm quite light on my follow-through, but you've got to have quite good control of your follow-through to get the the follow through footmarks in the right place really. But some bowlers are definitely better than others.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. Well, you're listening to me, Dan Whiting, and Matt Taylor. We're going to take a short break while this rain is going on. Gloucestershire this morning resumed on 333 for 6. Ollie Price was 125 not out. He perished, caught and bowled by MATCHDAY for adding only 7 to his overnight score. We also have lost Ed Middleton, LBW. There, Josh Shaw, he was caught and bowled as well for 18. So Gloucestershire are currently 376 for 9, hoping to get that sort of 24 runs for that extra bonus point. Takes them up to 400, and I think that would be something. Matt, great to have you on board. Hope you've enjoyed it.
Yeah, no, it's been great. Thanks very much
good
for having
view
me.
from up here.
Yeah, it's brilliant.
Yeah,
Perfect.
yeah. Well, you'll have to come on again next season at some. Well, we hope to see you actually out in the middle, but if you're not out in the middle, you're always welcome. So
thanks very much.
Thanks very much. We're going to take a short break, put the kettle on, and I'm sure this is only a passing shower, and we'll see you. We'll see you back here for the action from the Seat Unique shortly. See you soon.
Well, welcome back to the Seat Unique Stadium. We've had a brief break because of rain, as you would have seen if you've had the camera. Our camera's on your computer. But we're back out now, so play will go until 12:40. Obviously, it may go beyond that if Gloucestershire's last pair are still together. So lunch may be delayed, but in theory we have play until 12:40. 12 overs have been lost on the day's play, so there will now be 80 overs remaining. And Anush Dal has got one ball of an incomplete over to bowl to Luke Charlesworth, the Gloucestershire number 11, because the last ball saw the fall of Ed Middleton's wicket. So Dal, who has 5 wickets, bowls to Charlesworth and lets that go outside the off stump. As you can see, there are Dal's figures: 5 for 69 from 23 overs, and there are the overall Derbyshire figures. The all-rounder standing out there, third 5-wicket haul of the season. Matt Taylor was quite right when he spoke to us earlier on. He said he's got a couple of 5-wicket hauls. Quite right, he had 2 before today, and he's bowled very well from this pavilion end. So Gloucestershire's last pair, can they get another 24? They've got 14 overs potentially still to get one more batting point. Can these two, I think that's got to be the initial target. Can they get another 24 between them?
Yeah, definitely. That is the initial target. I think Anush Dal has bowled beautifully for Derbyshire. He's not bowled much loose stuff, has he? Doesn't bowl much rubbish. And he's the vice chair of the PCA, actually. He's Connors coming in. A little bit of shape away from Goodman there.
And also one of those people who was in the NOTS system and got released.
Yeah, he was, yeah. But the PCA, obviously, James Bracey's doing that bike ride, isn't he, for the PCA in October, which will be fantastic. There's a load of them. There's a whole peloton, I think you call it, don't you, in cycling?
That's what you call it.
In cycling vernacular, Ian. And
about 40 of them going, I think.
Yeah. James Harris from Glamorgan, he's getting on his bike. Oh, Goodman just has a little nibble at that.
Dan Worrell, who used to be here, obviously.
Yeah. Jordan Clark.
Yeah. Rob Jones, I think, who's going from... He's at Worcestershire at the moment on loan from Lancashire and then going permanently in the winter.
But if you can support James, then please do. He's been a loyal servant to Gloucestershire cricket, so if you can give him a little bit back, that would be absolutely fantastic. It'll be up on all his social media accounts and all over there, all his, Just Giving page. Goodman again has a little fiddle at that.
So just to confirm that lunch will be at 12:40 unless these two are still batting. If they are, then we'll keep going. And tea remains at 3:30. And I say there are now 79 overs left in the day.
Yeah. Connors to Goodman, who plays into the offside. And we'll just leave 2 balls for Charlesworth. Charlesworth, I saw him bat up at Leicester in his only first-class game. That was his debut there. He looks a little bit of a candidate for LBW in my mind. He tends to walk across in front. He's not quite playing French cricket, but he does look a little bit of a candidate there. Hopefully he'll have put that right and adjusted himself accordingly. There he is. He goes a long way across his stumps there, but he plays that firmly back down the pitch.
If you have joined us at some point since the start, just catching up on what's happened today. Ollie Price caught and bowled by Dal for 132. Bit of a grab on his follow through, very low down. Ed Middleton batted for an hour for his 9 before he was LBW to Dal. That was the last wicket to go down. Josh Shaw caught and bowled by Connors again on his follow through for 18.
Talking of which, here is Connors.
Those are the wickets to fall today.
Yep. Interestingly, there are things to play for around the country, and Kent are favourites to come down out of Division 1. Middlesex don't look like they're going to pick up any batting points, but Kent have just missed out on maximum batting points. They were bowled all out at Canterbury in their game against Notts for 4-4-6, so they missed out on a batting bonus point by 4 runs there. And I wonder how important that will be in the context of the ups and downs of county cricket at the end of the season.
I'll get to an email from Mark from Madrid, as he's known.
Go on, Ian. Go on.
Mark Kidger, if I can, during this over. This is Dahl trying to finish the Gloucestershire innings off, and he's done it with a little nick. And Dom Goodman is out, and Derbyshire 377 they've dismissed Gloucestershire for, and Anush Dahl has finished with 6 wickets. Just a faint nick, and he has finished with 6 for 69. And what it means is that Derbyshire are going to have an awkward little session now up until 20 minutes to 1. So it's going to be about a quarter of an hour to bat for them, and I will actually complete the story with the card. There it is. There are Dahl's figures. 23 overs and 1 ball, all bowled from this pavilion end. 6 for 69, and the bottom end of the card is all about Anush Dahl.
Yeah, I think Dahl and Rees as well. I mean, they've taken 8 for 100 off 34 overs.
And the other thing to say,
and they're the medium pacers.
Dahl is clapped off here, is that they've taken the last 6 wickets for 51.
Yeah, certainly have. And you do wonder whether that might come back and haunt Gloucestershire. But we're going to take a short break, and we'll come on to Mark's email.
When we return. With about, as we've said, a little over 15 minutes for Derbyshire to bat through until lunch. Join us again shortly before 12:25. So the 7 minutes of rolling that is permitted of the pitch has been completed by
Opening the batting for
Paul Collett.
Derbyshire, Harry Kame and Louis Rees.
So Lewis Rees and Harry Kame are the two Derbyshire openers. Right hand, left hand combination. And Gloucestershire would love to have 4 overs at Derbyshire before lunch. They might just about get 4 overs in.
Yeah, they would love to nip one of these two openers out as well,
sure,
wouldn't they?
For sure. 377 is the Gloucestershire total, so 3 batting points, and Derbyshire, of course, with 3 bowling points. And here is Mark Kidger's email, referring back to our mention of overseas players and the type of overseas player that might be signed for 2024. Mark says the subject of overseas is linked to finances. In 2023, the boat was pushed out with 2 expensive signings. In 2023, Will Brown made no bones about the fact that the coffers were bare, the club lost a lot of income, and the club could not afford to sign a big name. He said, I don't know the situation for 2024, but fear it will not have changed. The wage bill had to be cut. No prize money is coming in. I don't know about the ECB contribution, but there was no suggestion that money available that money is available now that was not available 6 months ago. As you pointed out yesterday, Gloucestershire are only one of the 2 clubs to have not made moves in the market. Shaw into the right-handed Harry Kane, who pushes that out on the offside.
Nice shape there from Josh Shaw.
That suggests the money isn't there for 2024 either.
Well,
all of which...
yeah, makes sense. It does make sense.
Mark could say, makes sense. Graham Van Buren's just been given a towel just by someone, just to tuck in the back of his trousers, just because the ball might get a little bit dewy after that shower. 3 slips in for Shaw, and Kane comes forward and pushes that out to Zafagahar.
Yeah, Kane used to be at Hampshire, didn't he? I think he's a Dorset lad. Played with Dorset in the national counties as well.
So, Mark, thanks for your email. Well reasoned as ever, and always appreciate your contributions. And anybody who knows Mark knows that he does almost a daily blog about the play.
Yeah, it's very good. Well worth the read, Gloss fans. If you want to catch up on all the action.
Sure, nice little bit of.
Yeah, it's a good read.
Movement.
It's a good read, that.
Yeah. And we always say the funny emails are great, but the thoughtful emails are really part of making the stream what it is, because there are always opinions and views, and the same with James's earlier note about Ollie Price and what he may or may not do during the winter. Shaw back at the end of his run, and bowling from the pavilion end, just getting off the pitch, just goes away a little. Bracey's got Ben Charlesworth, Ollie Price and Chris Dent as his 3 slips. And in theory, assuming no more interruptions, Gloucestershire will have 75 overs in the field today. Shaw doesn't hang about at the end of his run. Briskly in. He's off the mark, just gets that away into the gully region and pinches a single.
Now, Ian, I want to come on to something, because when it comes to this time of day, my thoughts turn to food and to lunch. And I always like to look at the cuisine of the opposition.
Right.
Now, Derbyshire, we're looking there, I mean, Bakewell puddings, Bakewell tarts, or, you know, whatever they're known. They're very nice. We know all about them. I didn't realise Stilton was in Derbyshire as well. So they have a Stilton cheese rolling competition on Stilton High Street once a year, I believe. Ashbourne gingerbread as well. I'll come on to this after this ball from Josh Shaw.
Reese to take his first delivery. Oh, that swung a little bit. And Reese doesn't play it with any force, just quietly out into the onside, fielded by Zafika Hart. Nothing for Derbyshire to gain in this little period up to lunch. These two have just got to make sure they see it out, basically.
But the thing I want to know is, what is a Derbyshire fidgety pie? I'm going to have a look at this. Have you ever heard of this cuisine?
I haven't, no.
Fidgety pie.
Opening up from the Ashley
Dom
Down
Goodman
Road end.
to open
Dom
from the
Goodman.
Ashley Down Road end. And just say Leicestershire have been bowled out for 108 at Hove. I say promotion chasing Leicestershire. Not if they bat like that again, they won't be. Rishi Patel made 48, nobody else very many at all. And Carvelas finished with 4 for 14 for Sussex.
Here's Dom Goodman from the Ashley Down Road end. Short and wide and crunched through the offside by Kame. And that's 4 runs. Right, fidgety pie, I found what it is, Ian. It is a pie featuring apple, potatoes, onions and bacon, all topped with a short crust pastry. Now, does apple go with bacon and onions?
It's a sort of... I think probably it does.
You think so? Yeah, it must. I mean, it must do. It must do. Goodman in. Good diving stop by Chris Dent in the gully. You don't often see him in there.
Off his right hand as well.
Yeah. Yeah, it's sliced bacon, potato, onion, and sultana.
See, that's, yeah, so it's a slightly fruity sort of... In fact, it's almost... It's not quite a strudel, is it? But it's
No.
not far off.
Forward there by Kame. Plays it out to mid-off. Yeah, I mean, it's a cross between a hot pot and a strudel. You're right. Because it's got the bacon in there and it's sort of got sliced onions and sliced potatoes in there. So it's got that sort of
I wonder,
hot pot
is
feel to it.
Is it the Derbyshire equivalent of a Cornish pasty?
Well, yeah. Yeah. Goodman in, strays onto Kame's legs, whips it through the leg side, only to find Luke Charlesworth out in the deep there. Shropshire fidget pie is different. This is made with gammon. Cooking apples, onions and potatoes.
Just say it looks like Yorkshire are heading for maximum batting points at Cardiff. 423 for 5 they are, with still 11 overs to go. Shah Massoud still in, got 162. So they're looking to bat once only.
Goodman in. Reese leaves that one alone.
In the first division, Northants have been bowled out for 250 at Edgbaston. Middlesex bowled out for 194 at Old Trafford, and as Dan said, Kent bowled out for 446 against Notts.
Yeah, that could be interesting to see who's coming down to play one of these two sides. They've got Notts 15 for 1, Kent as well. That's just gone through there to the gloves of James Bracey. That completes Dominic Goodman's first over.
So Northants actually got a batting point today. Is that their third of the season? It's ridiculous, isn't it? I think they've only got 2 batting points.
Wow.
All season.
And considering they stayed up last year, they had a game plan, didn't they, Northampton? They drew a hell of a lot of games, but they stayed up because they prepared flat ones at Northampton and they got themselves 450, 500.
Good scores.
Yeah.
And this year they've been beaten a lot by an innings.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it hasn't worked out for them this year.
Yeah. Sam Robson got 86 out of Middlesex's 194.
Short. Again, a little bit of swing though. That was right from the hand though. And again, Kane just pushes it out to Zafika Hart. No third man for Shaw. There is a A long leg, fairly orthodox field. Hammond at point. 3 slips. Extra cover and mid-off. That's a bit too short from Shaw really. Did move a bit, but it came with enough time to get in line. It's amazing that, you know, Gloucestershire were 326 for 4, very close to close last night, and they've been bowled out for 377. And obviously 5 of those wickets have fallen to the second new ball. So, as we often say in Bristol, it can be a new ball pitch. You've got to get your wickets early.
Oh,
That's a
close.
good one from Josh Shaw. What's Tom Longley saying? Not out.
Let's have another look at this one.
That was...
There's a big grin there between Reese. Reese is grinning at Kame.
Yeah, mate. Was there a nick?
They're having a good laugh, these two. I don't know what they're talking about. Reese and Harry Kame seem to find this hilarious.
Well, perhaps they thought he survived a big one there. Shaw outside the off stump. Through to James Bracey. That looked a good shout.
It did look a good shout. I thought he went across quite a long way. Ball sort of hit his pad and went behind him. I'm not sure how far away from the stumps.
Yeah. Josh Shaw and Tom Longley just had the briefest of exchanges as Shaw walked back to his mark after that last ball. Runs in again, very straight approach. And again came able to see that out.
This is why I like Josh Shaw. He'll run in all day for you, won't he? He's a wholehearted competitor.
And it comes back to that point we said about fitness yesterday. He always seems to be, I'm not saying he's always in the team, but he always seems to be available. Very rarely you see a note to say Josh Shaw injured.
Yeah.
He's on the legs and clipped away past the right hand of Charlesworth, and that will go away to the mid-wicket boundary for 4.
Good shot.
It came getting across in front of all 3, but it was just errant in line, and he picked off that delivery with a boundary. So 6 minutes until the end. Yeah, Gloucestershire might get 5 overs in this little spell. Certainly would have wanted 4, but neither Shaw nor Goodman dally too much in terms of their run up to the crease. They're no Anwar Ali, if I can put it like that, because he was not a man who hurried.
No, he was not. No, he sauntered.
Yeah, and even back at his mark, he took a while to get going.
Goodman. Into Reese, yet to get off the mark. Kame is on 10. Reese, though it's only the 4th ball that he's faced, is on 0. Goodman in, and Reese does get off the mark there with one into the leg side, and Zafar Gahar does the fielding.
For those of you who
let's have a look here at the LBW. Sorry,
James will just find it in our. Here it is.
Here we go. Let's see how close this is. Is that given out on height? And the ball almost goes back onto the stumps as well. Is that height or maybe going down? There's one just into the onside there from Kane. I mean, it was definitely worth asking the question. It was close. Let's have a look here. Oh, it's the back leg. It's the back leg there.
Looks a very tight call, that.
Yeah. It looked, from the naked eye, it looked tight. It looked like, you know, one of those where it's no surprise to see the umpire's digit raised. Goodman in, Rees leaves alone.
Yeah, so for those of you concerned...
Here we go again. Look, let's have a look where it actually... Back leg. I wonder if it's just going down. I think...
Umpire only sees it once. Normal
He
pace.
does, he does.
You know, we've seen it several times,
Yeah.
slightly slowed down.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. Oh, they could be in trouble here. Zafar Gahar is on it, but Kane gets through.
They've looked to be
These two
quite surprisingly busy, these two. In
Yeah,
this,
it has.
In this little mini spell.
I think that they there didn't realise that Zafar Gahar was left-handed, or didn't actually twig. They probably didn't know that he is, but that was to Zafar Gahar's left hand, and Kane just had to put the accelerator on, running-wise, a little bit there. That's a nice shot. That's going to go away for... Oh, it's a great stop out there in the deep.
Ed Middleton out there.
Yep.
They've taken 3.
Yeah, you don't bowl to Harry Kane around leg stump. That's what we've seen in this pre-lunch session. So this will be the last over.
They will
before
squeeze a
lunch.
5th over in.
Yeah, this will be the last one.
So on Pylon Watch, which tends to tell us weather-wise whether things are going to be gloomy or sunny, see all 4 of the pylons away beyond the ground at the Ashley Down Road, and we're in the pavilion, so Josh Shaw running away from us as he is on your feed, on your computer or device. But yeah, the light at that area of the district here in Bristol is much better, and that's clipped away again by Kane away through mid-wicket. There's a chase for Luke Charlesworth, and he can't hold it in. It will go away for 4.
Yep. Again, straying onto Kane's legs, and he is now hit 2 boundaries and a 3. So he's definitely strong in that region. He hasn't missed out on anything there. Ian Randall's going to have a Derbyshire fidgety pie for his lunch.
Shaw in. Cracked on the bounce to Hammond by Kane. Hammond stops in the gully. He's got over 1,000 runs this summer in all cricket. Harry Kane. 512 before today in the championship. And 565 in white ball cricket.
Reasonable. Yeah, reasonable. What average?
Haven't got the average on that sheet of paper. His
Cool.
championship average before today was 42.
Okay, so reasonable.
Shaw again to King. Oh, that hits him.
That was too high.
Yeah,
Might have been a bit of bat involved in that as well, wasn't
I wonder if that was hit him on the protective garment that batsmen wear.
it? Ooh. That's a very polite way of putting it. Protective garment.
Yeah, well, that's what it is. 3 balls to go until lunch. One of the slips has gone. Extra man on the leg side for Kane. Dent has gone to a more orthodox mid-wicket with Charlesworth now actually trotting out to the deep square boundary, which says something so early on. Can Gloucestershire get a bonus of a wicket before the lunch break? Came again, defence goes back into his crease. I don't think there may be an aggressive shot now. But an interesting morning, certainly plenty happening. Gloucestershire's last 4 wickets going down for 44. And a break for rain. And then Derbyshire having a little awkward session to survive, which they have done. Up to lunch, Tom Longley's going to hand Josh Shaw his sweater, and Messrs Came and Rees will walk off with Derbyshire 20 without loss, 357 in arrears. There are 70 overs left on the day. Play will resume at 20 minutes past 1. And Derbyshire have sort of wrestled a bit of initiative back this morning, Dan, haven't they? By mopping up the tail, probably more quickly than Gloucestershire would have wanted.
Yeah, they certainly have. Although the 377 that Gloucestershire have got on the board will be crucial. I'm just reading here that Max Holden, Middlesex, was struck in the head this morning in pre-match warm-ups, and he's been diagnosed with concussion. And we wish Max all the very best. They've used a concussion substitute there in Stephen Eskenazi as well, Middlesex. So hopefully Max Holden is okay. Well, we'll keep you updated on that as we get more news during the afternoon.
Yeah, ground staff out to do their essential maintenance at lunch. We'll be back with you just before 20 past 1 for the resumption, as Derbyshire look for a strong start in reply to that 377 total. And Gloucestershire want some early wickets with the new ball. We'll see you just before 1:20. Welcome back to the Seat Unique Stadium for this afternoon session on the second day. Gloucestershire against Derbyshire. Derbyshire 20 without loss, having wrapped up the Gloucestershire first innings in a rain-interrupted morning for 377. Anuj Dal finishing with 6 for 69, and today 7 overs and 1 ball, 3 for 27.
I think we're going to see spin straight away after lunch. James Bracey has got his helmet on, which means he's going to be standing up to the wicket. So I think we're going to see the spinners come into play. Ben Charlesworth's got a helmet tucked under his arm, as if he's going to go in at short leg. And Zafar Gahar looks like he's going to mean business from the MATCHDAY Down Road end. He's walking straight down the middle of the track, actually.
But he is going to bowl the first over after lunch.
Yeah, it doesn't surprise me.
And just some news from elsewhere. Dan told you about Max Holden getting a bit of a clunk on the head. Hopefully he's going to be okay. Durham have been promoted from the second division this morning. They're not champions yet, but they've been promoted because Leicestershire got bowled out so cheaply at Hove. They cannot now catch both Durham and Worcestershire, and therefore Durham will be playing first division cricket next season, and no doubt they've been deserving of that.
So Zafar Gahar is going to be looking to put this ball into the footmarks outside Lewis Rees is off stump. Hopefully get a little bit of grip and either find the inside edge, which would go through to Ben Charlesworth at short leg, or the outside edge. Zafar doing his warm up there, which foxes everyone. Ollie Price finds that of the highest amusement. Right, here's the real Zafar Gahar. Bowls there to Rees.
And also, Dan, this is only the 6th over with this ball, so there's still, it's nice and hard.
If it turns, it will turn quickly, won't it? So, but yeah, the inside edge will take it to Charlesworth, or the outside edge might take it through to Ollie Price at slip. Oh, that's swept. That's hit Charlesworth. Short leg.
Is him on the foot?
Yeah, we spoke to him earlier in the season where he came on as sub fielder and one was absolutely leathered at him, wasn't it? We joked with him downstairs, said it's a drop chance in my book, Ben. Well, technically it is, but it would be harsh. It would be harsh on the lad. So, but yeah, obviously sets very high standards for himself, Ben Charlesworth. Ooh, that nearly sneaks through. Kame will try and score quite quickly, I believe, Ian. Is this correct? Is this the right information from your sources?
That's what my sources tell me.
Yep.
He is busy. He will not push and prod. He will try and put back to ball.
Nurdles that one out onto the onside. Tell you who is a wonderful player of spin is Wayne Madsen. Madsen will sweep and reverse sweep. He was picked apparently for the Manchester Originals in the 100 due to him being able to handle the spinning decks at Old Trafford. That's just gone through, left alone, and goes through into the gloves of James Bracey.
I wonder if James Bracey will go full-on spin at both ends straight away, or whether he might just leave it as one at the moment.
Kane pushes that out to the offside. That's the first over after lunch completed, 21 for none.
I think the answer to that might be he'll leave it at the moment, because Josh Shaw is just peeling off his sleeveless sweater, so it might be spin at one end and seam at the other, for a little while anyway.
Looking forward to seeing Ed Middleton have a bowl?
Leg spinners are always interesting.
Yeah.
Particularly very much a rookie. We know he does turn it because he showed that in the New Zealand T20 game.
Oh, he's fantastic against New Zealand. He was 2 for 10 off 2 overs. You know, his wickets.
Update you on the other.
His wickets were Foxcroft and Ravindra in that game.
Here is Shaw. I'll update you on the other county scores in a moment. Rees steers that out. It's a backward point. Miles Hammond is there. First division, Kent, 446 all out against Notts, who are 29 for 2 in reply. Crawley 158 in that big part of that Kent innings, but there were also half centuries for Bell, Drummond and for Jack Leaning. Old Trafford, Middlesex all out 194, Lancashire 10 without loss. Here is Shaw. That's short and pulled away by Rees. Just helped that on its way, and that was a comparatively comfortable boundary for him. Didn't show any mercy at all here to Josh Shaw. Just plenty of time to pull it round, and that's quite a short boundary down towards fine leg.
Yeah.
In that Middlesex innings, 86 for Sam Robson, who was last out. Ryan Higgins made 41, nobody else very many. 25 without loss. Shaw into Rees, who defends. Wickets shared among the Lancashire bowlers. And also in the first division, Northants all out 250. Warwickshire, where it's raining, are 1 without loss in reply. And Ollie Hannon Dolby in that Northants innings took 7 for 46, I think I saw. 7 for 46 in 26 overs and 4 balls with 10 maidens. Second division then, Yorkshire 448 for 6 at lunch against Cardiff. That's clipped away by Rees, but straight to square leg. Charlesworth is there. So they need 2 in 3 overs to get maximum batting points. And at Hove, Sussex 262 and 22 without loss lead Leicestershire by 176. Leicestershire all out 108, bowled out in, well, comparatively short order really, only 42 overs and 4 balls. And I say because of that, Durham now promoted. A little bit of blue sky over the ground, and Shaw pitches that well up, and Rees punches it, but it wasn't it was a flyweight's punch, not a middleweight's punch back down the ground.
Yeah, bit of Charlie Magri there, wasn't it?
Yes, probably. So hang on, I'm not great on boxing weights. Is featherweight below flyweight? And where is bantamweight?
Strawweight is the bottom, isn't it?
I wasn't even aware there was a strawweight.
Yeah, you don't get many of them.
Shaw in again to Rees. Again, that's worked straight to Charlesworth. No run. So Shaw keeping going at the moment, with Zafar at the other end. 25 without loss from 7 overs. No, it's heavy and super heavy at the top, but the bottom end, I thought flyweight was the bottom actually.
Flyweight is the bottom.
Is it?
Well, it's a minimum weight, which is 46 to 48 kilos. I mean, you know.
Left that behind ages ago.
my other half has got a cavapoo. It's like, that would qualify for that, I think.
So
our lunches combined were more than that. So minimum weight's 46 to 48 kilos, then flyweight up to 51 kilos, bantamweight at 54, featherweight 57.
So fly, bantam, feather then.
Yeah.
That's the order.
Lightweight 60, light welterweight 63.5. Zafar comes in around the wicket. Kane goes over the top just about. Clears Miles Hammond there, but not by a lot. Let's have another look at this. He didn't get all of this, did he?
It's inside out of it, wasn't it?
Yeah. Welterweight is at 67. Light middleweight, 71 kilos. That's around the sort of 11 stone-ish mark, isn't it? Around that, mate. Zaffa in, Kane defends. Middleweight at 75. Then light heavyweight at 80. Cruiserweight 86. Heavyweight 92. And super heavyweight at 92 plus. Kane dancing down the pitch. I'd be in the super heavyweight category.
Do you really?
Yeah, Jimmer and I are having a title for the linear champion of the Gloucestershire commentary. So just, I think that was the arm ball.
Kame is trying not just to be bowled to by Zaffa.
No, he's
not just allowing him to
settle on a length.
No.
Yeah.
Roll in and drop them on a sixpence. Delivery after delivery.
Yeah. So there are the title things you learn watching the Gloucestershire stream, eh?
Boxing weights.
Yeah. Were you a Charlie Magri fan, Ian?
I do remember him.
John H. Stracey. Richard Dunn.
Yeah. Hang on a minute. Dave Boy Green.
Oh, Dave Boy Green, the Fen Tiger, wasn't he? Dave Boy Green.
Dan and I were sharing a conversation about old FA Cup matches at lunch the other day. And he came out with a name from a Leyton Orient side of the 1970s. Here's Shaw in, again down the leg side. And
who did I come out?
Reese. You said it was something about a Bill Roffey.
I did, yes. Yeah.
He played in the Orient side of the 70s, didn't he?
He did, yeah. With Peter Kitchen.
Yeah, Phil Hoadley.
Was Mervyn Day in that side as well, before he went to West Ham? Or did he go to Orient
no, John Jackson was in that team.
Yeah.
Sorry, slightly diverse conversation. I don't know whether Dan just picked up Bill Roffey because he fancied a hot drink.
With some Acker Bilk in there.
Yes. So Kame on 22, waits for Shaw. And Shaw nearly gets through, but Kame certainly not interested in any kind of a run. .25 years old, Harry Kame. Got a couple of first-class hundreds, but only a couple. Shaw gets quite close to the stumps and Kame pulls, but into the ground and to the left of Dent, who's looks so he's got one of those sort of protectors on his. He's on his right hand or left hand? Maybe just a bit of protection for a finger. It's on his right hand. Graham Van Buren skippering from mid-off. Kame defends this time, goes back as Shaw bowls him a gun barrel straight one. Zaffa down at long leg. There is a third man now for Josh Shaw. But the skies are... this is just like yesterday, isn't it? The skies are brightening at this stage of the day.
Yeah.
And the forecast is for it to be pretty good for the rest of it. So, usual free after tea policy, if you want to come down later. Down the leg side from Shaw. Kame can't take advantage of it. the spinners, at least the pitch being used for this match is relatively central, so if they're going to get hit straight, fair enough, but they don't have the problem of a significantly shorter boundary one side than the other. It's a little bit shorter towards the Kennington Avenue, but not an awful lot. Sure for the moment though. Oh, that's a good leave, if you like, there. That's a tight call, because Josh Shaw just looked as if they were trying to shape that back into the right-hander. Does he get a little bit here? Just a little bit, but not enough. A big off-cutter then, and Kane might have been heading to the pavilion.
Ian, I'm looking at your notes here, and 1987... It looked like a rather good game of cricket here in first-class cricket. The only tie in Derbyshire's history as well. And Derbyshire should have won it, by the look of it.
I think the tie...
No, Gloucestershire should have won it,
yeah.
sorry.
I think Gloucestershire needed 279 to win. They got to 278 with 2 balls to go, and then lost the last 2 wickets off the last 2 balls.
Who would that have been? Courtney?
Let me look up that game.
I'd go Courtney and John Childs. Zafar coming in from the MATCHDAY down road in. Oh, that one's hit Charlesworth on the same foot. Poor Ben Charlesworth. It's well bowled. Rees just being a lot more conservative here than Harry Kane.
So the last 2 wickets were D.V. Lawrence and C.A. Walsh in that game.
Swept. But can only find Luke Charlesworth out deep backward square. Who were they? David Lawrence and Courtney Walsh.
Yep.
And who was the bowler?
Is it Rohit Sharma?
No, it's, if you go into his, Raj Sharma. Part of the Derbyshire side with the likes of Martin Jean-Jacques. Roger Finney played in that game. That's just tickled around the corner. Zafar is appealing. I think it's going to be runs. It is runs. It's gone away. It was a delicate fine sweep. Zafar was appealing there. Let's have another look at this. Ooh, he only had to miss that. Yeah, Martin Jean-Jacques, he was quick. He sprayed it about a little bit. He came...
Michael Holding was quick too.
He played his club cricket, Jean-Jacques, at Shepherd's Bush Cricket Club in London. So they're Kim Barnett, Bernie Marr, the wicket keeper, Barry Roberts.
Not Bruce Roberts, is it?
Bruce Roberts, sorry. Bruce
Yeah.
Roberts.
John
yeah.
Morris.
John Morris. Roger Finney.
It's a long tail there. Michael Holding batting at 6.
Yeah. Raj Sharma, Ian Anderson, Jean-Jacques. I'm not sure who Beardsall is. And Ul Mortensen. The Blood Axe, the Mad Dane. That has just been played to short leg. He was off his rocker, Ul Mortensen.
That's a very long tail in that team.
He was quite sharp. It's quite a quick attack there.
Yeah.
Michael
So the
Holding,
Gloucestershire
Martin
side-
Jean-Jacques,
Yeah.
and Ul Mortensen.
Yeah, Gloucestershire side. Andy Stubble, Tony Wright, Paul Remains, Phil Bainbridge, Kevin Curran, Jeremy Lloyds, Mark Lane, Jack Russell, Sid Lawrence, Courtney, and David Graveney.
Yeah, Derbyshire, who would they have had at the side? They've had Dallas Moyer. Do you remember him?
Yes, Scottish spinner.
Yeah. Maybe he was a little bit later than that, perhaps. John Morris. It was a story. Derby always used to have the worst food on the circuit. Matthew Maynard told me this.
Here's Short, continuing to the left-handed Rees.
It used to be so bad that they used to send 12th man out for fish and chips about 15 minutes before lunch down the road. because it was like Frey Bentos tin stew and stuff like that. It was really terrible.
So Dallas Moyer made 73 first-class appearances for Derbyshire. He took 206 wickets at 33 between 1980 and 1986.
Oh, so he'd have just gone by then,
Yeah.
Dallas Moyer.
He was playing. He did play some list day in '87. Rees again works that on the bounce to Luke Charlesworth at square leg.
So this food was so bad that it was always the worst on the circuit. And they used to have to send 12thers out, fish and chips. And then one year, they got a new chef in at Derby. Matt Maynard said it was all racks of lamb ribs and all really superb. He said John Morris put on 4 stone that summer.
Well, Gloucestershire have got 7 men saving 1 here to Lewis Rees, and they've got catchers in front of the wicket at cover and mid wicket. Really suggests there isn't much pace in this wicket.
No.
Only one a slip and a gully, and we're only in the 11th over.
Yeah, Gloucestershire have got a bit of a decimated attack as well.
Rees again out into the offside.
If you think that there's no Marshall DeLunger, there's no Ajit Singh Dale, there's no Tom Price, there's no Matt Taylor, there's no David Payne,
No Zaman Akhtar.
no Zaman Akhtar. Where's Paul Van Meekeren was out there at lunchtime warming up. I don't know if he's fit or not, but he had a very good Cheltenham, so that's 7 or 8 bowlers missing.
Yeah, Van Buren has got to juggle his 3 seamers carefully here. Shaw staying around the wicket, and again clipped by Rees to Charlesworth. So they are stifling him, Lewis Rees here. Derbyshire weren't able to do that to Ollie Price when he was batting, particularly yesterday. But Rees at the minute can't seem to find the gaps. His one boundary was a help yourself really down the leg side. Down to fine leg. He lets that go outside the off stump. So Shaw's bowled 6 overs either side of lunch. 0 for 14. Maybe one more. Or might that be it for the moment? He's just had a chat from the skipper.
Yeah. The other day, on Friday, was the 71st birthday of Derbyshire player Jeff Miller. Miller played 34 test matches for England. He was reasonable with the bat. He scored 750s in those 34 games. He scored 98 twice for England. And his bowling average, he took 60 wickets. Shade over 30, which in test match cricket isn't, too bad. But he was described as, in 1990, the only... Hang on, I'll come on to it after this ball. From Zafar goes over the top. Oh, and it just about clears Hammond at mid-off. Just.
How often have you heard this? Much easier for a fielder to come in off the rope than be 15 yards from the rope and find he's backtracking.
Would Kame have taken that on, though, if he had been on the rope?
I don't know. Actually, to be fair, Hammond is more than 15 yards from the rope, but
yeah,
the shot would have been much easier for him, Hammond, that is.
If he'd been on the rope, it'd have been straight down his throat.
Came to 30.
Zafar in. Yep, Jeff Miller, described in 1990 as being the only remaining player who unfailingly visits the opposite team's dressing rooms after play to thank them for the game, and the last man to field at slip with a whoopee cushion up his jumper. Cut away, well fielded in the covers there by Luke Charlesworth.
Well, he took a famous catch off a ricochet in an Ashes test, did he not?
He did, off Chris Tavares.
Yeah.
Chris Tavares spilled it, and Miller went round the back, and for England to win by, was it 3 runs?
3 runs, yeah. I would also say...
Was it Alan Border or Jeff Thompson? Because they were batting together.
I can't remember.
I think it was Thompson.
I would also say, if you ever heard him, he's one of the funniest after-dinner
he's
speakers.
brilliant. He's superb.
Very, very
Man
funny
of Chesterfield. He was the Cricket Writers' Young Cricketer of the Year in 1976. That's just defended there from Came. He was part of that Derbyshire side in 1981 that won their NatWest Bank Trophy. And they knew with 1 ball left, I'll come on to it after this ball from Zafar. They knew with 1 ball left that they needed 1 run to tie and to win it on fewer wickets lost. And Miller was at the crease with Colin Tunnicliffe. Do you remember him?
I do. Left armour.
He was a left armour.
He was a left armour.
He was a trundler. Oh no, remember that. Well, he wasn't a trundler. That's harsh.
Sorry.
That's harsh.
Am I getting even confused with...
He was a left armour.
Yeah, I thought he was.
He's a left armour. He took 319 first-class wickets at 32.
I thought I was getting him confused with John Dye at Northants, who was also a left armour at the time.
And John Lever.
Yeah. Firmly struck by Rees, but again, not much timing. Fielded by Miles Hammond. I think as a young cricket watcher and player, maybe we didn't have any left armers in our club. I was always fascinated by
the angle.
Yeah, but just by the difference of a left hand or a left arm bowler in particular.
Yeah.
Sure. And Rees to steer that into the gap past Ben Charlesworth down towards the wide third man boundary. Hammond just slips a touch as he gets the throw in, but they'll take a comfortable 2 anyway.
I used to bat left-handed in the sort of in mess around games or whatever, because my hero was David Gower, you see, so I wanted to be left-handed. Wouldn't have helped me in later life, with things like golf clubs or tin openers or scissors or
tin
anything
openers?
Like that. Yeah, left-handers have to have different tin openers.
Do they really?
Yeah. Oh. Do you not notice, Ian?
No. See, we don't have a left-hander in our family at all. Shaw into Rees, who both bats and bowls left arm.
Right. Here's seven left-handed products to make your life easier if you're left-handed.
Go on then, yes.
Yeah, the tin opener's number 1.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you can buy that for $22 US from Lefties, the left-hand store.
I'm sure other stores are available.
I'm sure they are.
Sure. And Rees lets that go.
Lefties, left-handed, 2-cup glass measuring cup. Now, I'm sure you don't need to be left-handed. Right to left read tape. That's a tape measure. Why would you need a tape measure if you're left-handed? A laptop bed tray. Why again? I suppose the left-handed bit is in the... Yeah.
Shaw round the wicket. Rees tries to be tempted, and he is tempted with the pull to the short ball, but doesn't get anything on it. How short is this, in fact? Yeah, I think I don't know why the left-handed tin opener, by the way.
Because it's you think you clip it on, it goes like that. So for left-handers, they would have to be going like that. Sorry, I haven't got a GoPro up, so I can't actually show you.
No. Short pass umpire Lungley, and
But golf clubs they struggle with.
Reese defends.
Struggle with golf clubs, and hockey is now all right-handed. You don't get you're not allowed to
Yes.
play left-handed hockey, are you?
So you probably know the answer to this. Who you know how old I am. Who would have been the first left-handed top-flight golfer I would have been aware of?
Was Arnold Palmer left-handed?
No. Tony? Bob Charles
Bob Charles.
of New Zealand. He's the first left-hander. I'm not a golfer, right?
No.
But again, that unusual thing of somebody who's a left-hander.
Yeah, you don't get many. Phil Mickelson, he's left-handed.
Yeah. Here's another lefty.
He is a left-hander. As that's going to go away for Charlesworth. Hauls that in, and they will come back for a third, meaning that another left-hander will be facing Zafar next ball. So 44 for none. Good start this from the visitors. Bob Taylor, he was another man of Derbyshire in the 70s, played for England, had the nickname of Chat.
Because he did. I think I saw a tweet today that said today was the anniversary of his final day of first-class cricket for Derbyshire.
I'll have to have a look. That's swept. And that's going to be 4 runs. 6 runs. That brings up the 50 for Derbyshire. Lewis Rees crunching Zafar over the rope on the leg side. Let's have another look at this. It's not actually a bad ball. He's just collared it, really, isn't he?
Clean hit that.
Yep. Now, I don't want Bob Taylor, the footballer, do I? The old West Brom and Bristol City guy. Don't want him.
I know a man will know if that's correct or not.
Ooh, that's nearly sneaked through there. Lewis Rees. Zafar comes back with a good comeback. I mean, Bob Taylor, it was always, were you a Taylor man or a Knott? There wasn't a lot to choose. Taylor got his chance, didn't he, after Alan Knott went to Packer. That's just worked into the onside for a single.
In fact, Dave Griffin's actually confirmed that Anush Dal's figures today a career best for him, 6 for 69. That wasn't what I was looking for, but it was. Yes, Bob Taylor left the field for the final time on this day in 1984.
Oh, was a little bit of confusion there.
Derbyshire against Hampshire at Derby, 1,649 first-class dismissals.
Oh, amazing. Amazing wicket keeper. Apparently an amazing man as well. Loved by all and sundry. And I mean, you don't get wicket keepers batting at, say, 10 for England the way Taylor did. But he sometimes ground out. I remember him getting a 98 somewhere for England. I can't remember where that was. 97 it was. Was it in Australia?
Well, Dan's just pondering that. We're going to see Luke Charlesworth bowl in a first-team game in the Championship for the first time here at the Seat Unique Stadium. He's going to bowl from the pavilion end, and that long hair you see in some of the photographs of him on various platforms completely gone now. He's been shorn, as they say. So Charlesworth to Lewis Rees, and lots of encouragement from the 2 slips.
I found that. Bob Taylor 97, Adelaide Oval 1979. Australia weren't at their strongest, it's got to be said. England were routed for 169 in the first innings, Taylor making only 4. And then the Aussies were routed for 164. England then, especially at Adelaide. Adelaide's normally a good wicket, you know, it's normally a good pitch, it's normally a good deck.
Luke Charlesworth. And again to Rees. Pleasant shot, good stop.
They were
132
132 for 6 when Taylor walked out to bat with Jeff Miller. Jeff Miller went on and made 64 before he was dismissed. And then Taylor was on 97 from 300 balls. His previous test best having been 45. And with his 97th run, he both equalled his first class best and reached 9,500 first class runs.
Rees waits for Luke Charlesworth and defends.
And his dismissal was he was strangled, little leg side tickle. And despite being 3 from 100, he chose to walk. And John Thickness, the wonderful writer in the Evening Standard, said it said everything about his sportsmanship. Anyway, Willis and Mike Hendrick, another Derbyshire man, combined to reduce Australia to 160 all out and gave England victory. Good day for England, good day for Derbyshire.
Rees gets right across. You see that Charlesworth is deciding to bowl round the wicket to him rather than perhaps trying to go very, very close to the stumps and go over the wicket.
Hendrick sadly no longer with us, is he? Passed away a couple of years ago. Or maybe even last year.
Yeah, it might have been last year, I think.
Yeah, I'll tell you who's a good man. He's Tony Borrington from Derbyshire. He follows me on Twitter and often...
2021 actually, Mike Hendrick.
So last year, yeah.
No,
2 years ago.
2 years ago.
2 years ago. Where are we? What year are we in?
23, July 2021. Charlesworth, that's further pitched up, but driven into the ground by Rees. 18 he's got. 18 out of 51, all the runs off the bat, as you can see there, and also the remaining overs today.
Yep, Tony Borrington, the old Derbyshire player, was in touch with me about a month ago. I was talking about substitutes, people coming on and off the pitch all the time, and it was just after that Northants game where 6 catches were taken by subfielders, 4 by James Sales and 2 by somebody else, I can't remember, for Northants, 13th man. Ooh, that
Just want to spat a little bit.
nipped back, didn't it? I think he's rolled his fingers across this.
But
It's a leg cutter.
generous applause from those down in front of the Thatchers for Luke Charlesworth's first over. James, either at the end of the next over or can at some stage, probably actually not while Zaffar's bowling, just drop our email address up on the screen. So if you want to get in touch with us during this afternoon's play, any thoughts about either the 2023 season, what you may have seen, 2024, what your hopes and expectations might be. Mark from Madrid was in touch this morning saying, in essence, just temper any thoughts with the financial situation at one of the smaller counties in domestic cricket.
Zaffar here to Harry Kame. So Tony Borrington, do you remember him, Ian?
I'm not sure I ever saw him play live. I do remember the name, obviously, because of the year in which he played.
Yeah, he told me that he used to be on 12th man duties regularly for Derbyshire as a young player when he was on the ground staff, shall we say. As Zaffar comes in, floated up, Kane pushes it out to mid-off for a single. It said so on certain occasions the 12th man on ground staff would do the job for both sides, be 12thers for both sides. So you'd field for both sides back in the 1970s. There was no rushing on with drinks, batters or glove changes or anything like that. You only fielded to cover an injury, and you could spend the whole day as 12thers and never get on the pitch. Oh, that's just pushed into the onside. And he said on occasions his main responsibility seemed to be sorting the close of play drinks list out during the tea interval and then carrying them. I'll come on to this after this ball from Zafar, which is defended. Carrying them on a tray from the bar or the beer tent to the dressing room before the players came off the field. So 12th man was effectively on the drinks run during the last 30 minutes of play. In 1974, he was summoned to Headingley. That's tossed up, and Rees uses his feet and plays that one out to mid-on for a single. 1974, he was summoned to Headingley to be 12th man for England against Pakistan. The surplus player was released to his county, as was the norm back then. Derbyshire had no game, and Borrington was there for the last 3 days. He never set foot on the pitch at any time in those 3 days. No England player left the arena at any stage. There's the one there round the corner from Kane. How times have changed, eh? Can you imagine no England player leaving the pitch for, well, three hours, let alone 3 days? The game's changed, hasn't it?
Players coming on and off with great regularity.
Yeah, I mean, that's why they only bowl now 82 overs and are short-changing the public at Test matches, in my opinion. And that's why I think county cricket is far better value, because you're guaranteed to see the overs in the day. And I just think that they need to do something about it, because players now are having drinks non-stop, towels are coming on, glove changes. I mean, it's just ridiculous, it really is, and over rates have slowed to an absolute crawl. And Test cricket, you know, if it's struggling around the world, that is not helping it.
Luke Charlesworth over the wicket to Kane. Well, that's pitched right up, looking for the Yorker, couldn't quite get it, and Kane has squeezed it out onto the leg side. Just looking back, actually, just thinking that watching these two, that if they're going to be tempted, they might get out. But this pitch looks to be flattening. And I go back to the game between Derbyshire and Glamorgan earlier this season, where these two, I'll come back to that after this delivery from Charlesworth. That's short, and no great pace, and pulled by Rees straight to Goodman. These two batted for 112 overs together in the Derbyshire second innings to save the game. They made 360 for no wicket in 112 overs. Now, a lot of overs bowled by a lot of spin bowled there by Glamorgan, who didn't have the strongest attack, but it does show that they do have the capacity to bat long if they so wish. And Rees will help that away down off a no ball down to Ed Middleton. I think Zafar might almost, dare I say, be used as a stock bowler here.
Ooh.
You know,
Dare you say?
Almost, yes, there might be a degree of threat there, but with only 3 frontline seamers, he may have a very long bowl, whether he's taking wickets or not. Charlesworth in. Cut. Down to Middleton at third man by Rees. Rees up to, and this shows he's not played an awful lot of first team cricket, he's up to 989 first class runs. So it's a very small milestone, but it's one that he'd want to get to. Charlesworth. Sorry, if I said Rees there, I meant Harry Kane. And in that Glamorgan game, Rees made 201 not out and came 141 not out in the second innings.
We've had an email from Jacqueline Forsyth. I'll let you go for that one, Ian.
Is it a long and thoughtful one?
Yeah,
As
it is.
usual.
Yeah. Paul Hibbard has sent us an email. I'll come on to it after this ball from
That's rather
Charlesworth.
more pithy, I suppose. Charlesworth in. Rees will pinch a single out to the right of Goodman. He was thinking about taking more than one, but that was fielded by Van Buren.
Let's go at Paul Hibbard's first.
You're going to Paul's first.
Yep. He said, one of my first games of football I went to see live as a youngster was Bristol Rovers versus Orient at Eastville in 1967-68. I can remember Peter Allen playing for Orient, and I think Ray Goddard was in goal. Barry Fry, the legend Barry Fry. He was in the Orient side as well. He was at Orient. Peter Kirsten was one of the best Derbyshire players that I saw. Peter Kirsten was an absolute class act.
Oh, almost another Yorker from Luke Charlesworth. He's tried that twice now. Hasn't got through, but he's tried to sling in a fast, low-slung Yorker, and Kame has been equal to it on both occasions. 61 without loss.
Peter Kirsten was absolute class act. I don't know what Barry Fry was like at cricket, but Barry Fry, I can say this as a Barnet fan, is a legend in my eyes. Go on, Fat Baz.
So I might have to do, I think, we're going to see Ed Middleton
Uh-huh.
for the first time. So as you've got seam at my end and spin at your end, so to speak,
Yeah.
we'll do the Jacqueline Forsyth email in my next day because it's quite long. So there I was saying Zaffa would have a long bowl. He's been taken straight off. There you go.
Oh, do you want me to have a word with Graham Van Buren for
Yeah.
you? I'll have a word. I'll have a word. Just setting the field.
To be fair, six overs for 27, and Kame has had a little bit of a go at him. So I think, okay, if you're going to keep playing shots, we'll try and get you to do it against the leg spinner.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to watching Ed Middleton.
So you've got a debutante, a home debutante, now bowling at both ends in Championship cricket in the same game. Yeah, Luke's only other game, obviously, away at Leicester last week.
Good. Well spotted, Mr. Randall. Here's Middleton. On the money straight away.
And the one thing you can say, I think with a reasonable amount of certainty, is that Derbyshire will not have seen a lot of footage of him.
No, nor have we.
No.
Pushing it through a little here.
He does like to spin himself a catch before he comes
he
into
does.
bowl, doesn't he?
He's not as bad. It was there was a lad called Hatzoglu at Glamorgan who did about 7 of them and then did this little shuffle before he came into bowl. Peter Hatzoglu, wasn't it?
Well,
that was him.
I reckon there's been 7 in this build-up.
Oh, that's span. That's span.
It's enough height to generate some bounce for Middleton, isn't there?
Yeah. His trousers seem to be falling down somewhat. He's showing his pants. It's just tickled round the corner. Glad he's okay. New Zealand game, he went off the pitch with a caught and bowled where he jammed his thumb into the ground. And he was going off for an x-ray the following morning. Obviously his thumb's fine because a thumb's worse than a finger, isn't it? A finger can be like 3 weeks. A thumb is a good 6 to 8 weeks. That would have been season over. But I'm glad his thumb's okay.
So a change of feel for the left-hander now. He's got a deep backward square behind the square. and a short fine leg for the potential sweep of Lewis Rees.
It's just gone down the leg side. Bracey gets a glove on it. Ben Charlesworth tidies up behind. Thumbs are very important for you. It's why man has evolved, Ian, and maybe the ape hasn't so much, perhaps.
Gio van Buren he's up at mid-on. So mid-off for Rees.
He's quite deep there, isn't he? Ooh, Rees just being circumspect there. That completes Ed Middleton's first over, first class cricket, and a tidy one it was as well.
So Jacqueline Forsyth, thank you for your email. You've asked for our views of what has happened this year. I really don't want to think that you know... I really don't think you want to know mine at the end of a sad season. However, she said, I would like to comment on the stream. You are optimistic and cheerful even when things look hopeless. Dan always makes me chuckle, particularly when you crack a joke and he doesn't always get it. Are you more streetwise than he is? Definitely. Yesterday,
no, Ian does get it. He just doesn't find them funny.
Yesterday,
Jacqueline.
I thought you were both entertaining the fashionista world with your discussion of pointed caps, flat or black, oddly shaped caps, and Peaky Blinders caps. But perhaps you were heading towards the Aussie baggy green.
Ian Randall's on the catwalk later, Jacqueline.
Ditto with food. Yesterday it was curry and cakes. Today, fidgety pie. Here is Luke Charlesworth. Tried to play that out through extra cover, got it off the inside half of the bat, and it goes to mid-on. Perhaps, she said, you should both go on Celebrity MasterChef.
We'll give that a go.
I didn't
give that a go, Ian?
Why
beans
Ian
on
didn't
toast.
like my cake. So, if this is referring to the
rum bar,
the rum bar bars. So, honesty box here. I am teetotal. So, maybe there wasn't to my palate. Here is Luke Charlesworth in again. A little bit of wobble in the air there.
Jacqueline, let me
Kane
tell you
defends.
though. Let me tell you, they did not go to waste. James Healy and I wolfed them down. And they didn't last very long, and they were lovely. Thank you very much.
Jacqueline says, for lovely Dan, for you, are there any lads or ladies who are not lovely?
No.
Question mark.
I'm a glass half full type of chap, Jacqueline.
Thank you for your knowledge, wisdom and fun brought to us this year. Let's hope for better things next year. And that Mark of Madrid's analysis of lack of spending money doesn't lead us into an inevitable downward spiral. Thanks again. Have a great winter. Edged and caught. Oh, I say dropped. I thought caught. And James Bracey, with the gloves, has put down Harry Kane. How did that get through? It certainly shouldn't have done, and Bracey will know, and Luke Charlesworth just gets a conciliatory pat from Josh Shaw. Jack, thank you for your email. Kindest regards, he says at the end, and indeed to you and yours as well. Here is Charlesworth again, trying again, but came on 39. Should have been caught. Bracey bowled L. Charlesworth on the scorecard.
Yeah. There's quite a big gap there between Bracey and Ollie Price, isn't there?
Rare you see a keeper drop a chance like that, which was obviously his. It wasn't a question of whose it was. Again.
Yeah, James. I think James's keeping has got better and better this season.
He's kicking the metaphorical turf there.
Yeah, he'll be disappointed in that.
And
his keeping has got better and better this
particularly
season.
for, a young bowler in his second game. It's bad enough you drop it for an experienced teammate, but particularly when it's a young bowler who, and I say this respectfully to him, he will want every ounce of encouragement that he can get at this stage to make him think that he belongs at this level.
Yeah, he will. He knows. You know, I think he'd be disappointed if he'd dropped it off David Payne or Matt Taylor or someone, you know. He's punching his helmet. He's not a happy boy. And Graham Van Buren just gives him a pat on the derriere.
Yeah, and
but no, there's
again,
a lovely...
Ollie Price now going up to Luke Charlesworth as well and saying, I'm sure effectively, look, you know, you'll make other chances and there'll be other ones that will stick.
But no, lovely email from Jacqueline. Thank you very much, and thank you for those cakes earlier in the season. And, you know, Ian and I do hope to be with you next year.
More from Middleton.
Yeah, here is Middleton.
Not Kate.
Bit of drift there in the air as well there from Middleton.
See the Derbyshire run rate 3.23, not as high as Gloucestershire's in their innings, but still respectable against the new ball initially.
Played out to mid-off, but Dom Goodman goes sprawling across there, getting his 6'7" frame down there.
Derbyshire batting order, Matthew Lamb probably in at number 3, then arguably the two big scorers this season, Wayne Madsen and Laius Deploy.
Brooke Guest as well.
Brooke Guest and Anuj Dal make up their top 7.
Yes, a decent top 7, that's.
So Guest averages 35, Dal averages 28, Lamb actually only averages 20, which is a bit surprising. He's not played an awful lot. Deploy's got over 1,000 runs in the championship, so enough said.
Driven nicely.
In fact, he might be the only batter with 1,000 runs in the championship this season.
James Rue has got 1,000.
Yeah.
Has Ollie Price got 1,000 now?
No, he has got 702.
Alex Lees?
Oh yeah, far more. Yeah, sorry. But there wouldn't be many.
Defended there.
In fact, Ollie Price is now second on Gloucestershire's championship scorers for this season, behind Miles Hammond in the championship.
Middleton tossing it from hand to hand. Oh, that's well bowled. He's found the edge there.
I think Reese has played that with quite soft hands. I don't think there's a chance here. There's a second look at this. Just the one slip in. Yeah, it's gone.
Yeah, he's played it with soft hands.
Bouncing away.
Josh Bohannon's got 1,000 runs at Lancashire. Tom Wesley's on 985 at Essex as well. Essex not playing at the moment, are they? They miss out this round of games. So that's in Division 1. It's just James Rue and Josh Bohannon. In Division 2...
So we might be only 2 in the second division. Might be only Lees and Deploy.
Deploy Lees has got 1281.
Gee.
Wowzers. Ollie Robinson at Durham's got 835. Jake Libby at Worcestershire, he's on 955.
Close then.
Yeah. Rishi Patel, 964.
I wonder if that includes this match, because he might be over it now, if that's the case. Here is Luke Charlesworth. And Lewis Rees defends. He doesn't look in any hurry, does he, Lewis Rees?
No, he's a good player.
He looks so he's conscious that, you know, 377 is quite a lot of runs. And Derbyshire want to...
The problem lies for both these counties.
Accumulate their way up to as close as that as they can. A little more open this time. It's a wider delivery from Charlesworth out to Chris Dent. He's got 4 men on the offside as protection there. Only 2 on the leg side in front of square. So again, that shows reasonable confidence from Van Buren. Just to go back to this, oft-made point yesterday that Derbyshire were bowling both sides of the wicket, and the umpire's just going to have to go off and have a look at the ball here. Graham Van Buren having a word about it, getting a word in early in the 21st over.
Yeah, the problem for in Division 2 in general is the lack of wickets. It's been very run heavy, hasn't it? And not many wickets. So it looks like Matty Potts at Durham's leading the way with 51.
Ben Rain will be quite close.
He's on 51 as well. Chris Wright at Leicestershire, he's on 41. Where's Van der Hoogten? He's always up there. Joe Leach, 46. Van der Hoogten, 38. Matt Fisher, 28 at Yorkshire.
Yes, what's that? Only 4 over 40.
Yeah.
Luke Charlesworth in again, not with the same ball, it must be said. Didn't take them long to decide that wasn't much wrong with it.
Division 1 is a similar story. Jamie Porter, 53. Sam Cook, 44.
Both Essex, you noticed.
Yeah, Chris Rushworth, 43. Jordan Clark, 46. Kyle Abbott, 38. Mohammed Abbas, 44. Brett Hutton, he's had a great year, 52. Tom Bailey, 44. Dan Worrell, 46.
So there's some good numbers in the first division, but in the second division, much less so for the bowlers. Charlesworth in, that's pitched up wide, and Hammond gets a hand on that. Was it into the ground first? I don't think it was.
No, I don't think it was.
I don't think it was.
I don't think it was.
So Miles has had 2 very, very near things, and the reaction of Ollie Price at first slip tells you that was another chance. So now both Rees and Kame have been missed off Luke Charlesworth.
And they were both, sort of chances you'd expect 2 people with decent pairs of hands in Hammond and Bracey to snaffle.
Yeah. And that board would look different at 64 for 2, wouldn't it?
Certainly would. Certainly would.
We were kind of having a little friendly debate about where Derbyshire might get to at the close over lunch, and we said somewhere sort of towards 250 maybe, if they were scoring steadily without going hammer and tongs at it.
So Ian, I have
Dan.
a question to put to you. Yeah?
What, another one?
Another one. Yeah? Jacqueline Forsyth has just said that, we should be on Celebrity MasterChef. What would be your signature dish? Apart from beans on toast.
No. So I used to do, assuming rascal cake doesn't count.
No, well, I mean, I think that's more for the Great British Bake Off.
Yeah.
Well,
Sure.
I mean, let's talk Celebrity MasterChef before you try and flirt with Mary Berry and make her taste your rascal cake.
Yeah. Ed Middleton's going to go. He's going to go round the wicket.
Yeah, to the left-hander.
He might do. When I was, I hadn't long left home at this point.
Here we go. Go on.
So I've only ever lived in 2 properties since I left home, and that was, if I tell you, that's 34 years ago. I don't believe in,
You're a creature of habit.
Yes, I'm rather. And in my first house, I used to do a tuna risotto, which I used to get to quite like.
Middleton is over the wicket here. I think he just possibly looked at going around the wicket. That's down the left side.
I could not tell you, in a sense, how I did it, but I do know that you could eat it hot or cold.
Okay, yeah, I'm with you.
So you have it hot on the day you did it, but
Yeah.
it would be just as absolutely fine. You have it with a salad or something, and it was,
And is the tuna like sort of fresh tuna, like a steak, or is it out of a can?
I think probably in those days it was out of a tin.
Driven. Oh, that's a good stop there. Dominic Goodman, isn't it?
It is Dominic Goodman.
Yeah. He's an agile man for his size, isn't he, Goodman? In the covers, firmly driven there by Lewis Rees, and Goodman.
It's like the Eiffel Tower
Puts
bending
a
down.
He is going to come around the wicket now. We thought he might. Yeah, I think so. I'd go for seafood as well. I'm going to go for a sea bass.
It's a very light fish, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm going to go for it with cream spinach. And I'm going to build a tower. So at the bottom I'm going to have a rosti or some sort of potato-based food. Oh, that's well bowled by Middleton. First ball around the wicket, catches the outside edge of Rees's bat, and it goes through sort of second to third slip. I mean, Ollie Price had no chance of it whatsoever. Let's have a look at this. It's well bowled though. Is that the googly perhaps? Or is it just out of the rough maybe?
How many times did he spin himself a catch? 3.
Oh, big appeal for LBW. Chantry not interested. He's outside the line. He's got himself outside the line there.
If it was turning, it might have gone on to miss anyway.
Yeah, I mean, I think it probably would have hit, but he's got outside the line. Like a lot of batters, look how far across his stumps he is. He's batting outside off stump here. He's exposing his leg stump. Oh, he goes chopping there. But he takes LBW out of the equation by doing this, and it's become the modern want, hasn't it? Especially when facing spin, because you take LBW out of the equation. Right-handers often do it to an off-spinner, and left-handers here, like Rees, is doing it to a leg spinner. But he is then exposing his leg stump, and I wonder if Middleton is possibly going to target that, because he has brought Ben Charlesworth in to short leg.
He's got a 6-3 field now with 6 on the leg side, with Charlesworth in under the lid.
Big gap in the covers, looking to spin one back through his gate. Swept, only to find Josh Shaw out a deep backward square.
It was all along the ground though.
There's no problem at all.
It was like an Ollie Price sweep from yesterday where virtually nothing was in the air at all.
Yeah, 67 for none at the end of 22 overs. Lewis Rees is on 26. Harry Kane 39. So my Celebrity MasterChef, Ian, I'm going to go for a rosti on the bottom. I'm going to build a tower. I'm going to have creamed spinach in the middle, and then I'm going to do sea bass on the top, and I'm going to get the pan really hot to get the skin nice and crispy before I go on there. And I'm going to finish it off with some garlic on the top. There you go, Jacqueline Forsyth.
It's all round to Dan's afterwards.
Yeah. Yep.
Goodman to replace Luke Charlesworth. So a brief burst for Luke. 4 overs for 8 runs. Not much wrong there. What will the extra height of Goodman be able to do? Well, the answer is Rees has got a single away off the first ball. You only take one. Never more than one. The Luke Charlesworth was doing the fielding. Yeah, 4 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 8, and 2 chances missed. Well, welcome to county cricket in Bristol, Luke. Chances, particularly on these pitches, which do sometimes flatten out, have to be gobbled up.
Yeah.
Yorkshire batting on in Stringley at Glamorgan, 488 for 8.
Ooh.
Surprising they've gone beyond the 110 overs there with the full batting points. Goodman to Kame. He'll work that for a single to Dent's right hand at mid-wicket.
Ian, have you got a starter for us on Celebrity MasterChef?
No, probably not. No, nothing fancy anyway. I don't think.
No.
Melon or something.
Oh,
It's not very fancy, is it?
melon.
Yes. Reese out to.
Sorry, I've lost it here. Melon?
Yes.
Well, like a Hammond melon, like a Parma Hammond melon, or just melon?
No. Well. So. Sorry. So when all the secrets have been given away here, my mother had a scoop where you would.
Sorry, go on, carry on.
Goodman round the wicket, steered on the bounce by Reese out to Miles Hammond. Yeah.
So you had a scoop?
Yeah, a scoop where you, rather than serve melon in chunks,
Yeah.
you would almost scoop it like you would an ice cream scoop.
Okay, yeah.
And it would become like a curl,
Yeah, yeah.
almost like a ball.
Okay, yeah.
And you present those as a decorated with a starter.
I'm with you.
I don't know where the scoop came from, but anyway.
Oh, he's got away with that.
Thin top edge, down to fine leg for 4. Reese has played a couple of those, one rather more comfortably than this, to be fair.
The extra bounce of Goodman, isn't it?
Yeah, he's got it away fine. He helped one from Shaw to that boundary earlier on with rather more comfort than that, and it was just that extra little bit of lift. But Graham van Buren is being challenged to think a lot about his field here. Goodman's still got 4 men on the offside, saving a single.
That's a good leave.
And again, that was left on length, I suspect, as much as anything else. This is a replay of the last delivery of the over, I think. Yeah, in fact, it was wider than you might have anticipated initially. So 73, they've scored 73 in 23 overs, these two, which is, you know, steady championship cricket. There's the overall match position. Gloucestershire today started at 326 for 4, dismissed for 377. Career best figures for Anders Dahl, 6 for 69, 3 wickets last night, 3 wickets today. And Gloucestershire had 5 overs at Derbyshire before lunch. They were 20 for no wicket at that stage, and they are now 73 for no wicket.
Dessert.
Dessert?
Yeah.
Oh, right.
I'll leave you to ponder on that.
Okay.
Whilst I talk us through. Ed Middleton. Here. As Kane defends that.
I have something in my head. I just got to think of the name of it.
Rice pudding.
No. Rice pudding.
Angel Delight. Dream topping. Whatever happened, right? Sorry, you carry on to think of that.
Yeah.
That's just around the corner. Take a quick single and they get through quite comfortably. Back in the 70s, you used to get sort of trifle topped off with like cream. Sometimes it might have been dream topping, or sometimes it was cream. But it used to be served with these like little silver balls. And they seem to have gone out of fashion, haven't they?
Well,
As has the sweet trolley in general.
Yes, I mean, I saw a tweet yesterday of somebody who said they wanted, or they had, multicoloured sprinkles on an ice cream.
Hundreds and thousands.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. Full toss there by Middleton, clipped away through mid-wicket by Lewis Reese. Zafar doing the fielding out in the deep. 2 more to the total. Angel Delight, I'm still a fan of Angel Delight. It's not very good for you. It's My son-in-law's got one of these scanners that he puts on things, and it's got some stuff that's not very good for you in there. Oh, that's a attempted sweep by Reese, who misses it.
I can't blame Ben Charlesworth for ducking there and getting his head well out of the way.
No. But what I like to do these days with a dessert is banana flavour Angel Delight, and then actually chop a banana into it and let it set. Not that I eat Angel Delight that often.
Man of simple taste, our Dan.
We've got to get one of your 5 a day in there, Ian. Ooh, Middleton nearly sneaks that one through. So go on then, tell us.
So,
Tell us your dessert.
it has Eton mess.
Oh, okay, from scratch.
Yes, just about.
Yeah, nice.
It's not too much. It's not got too many ingredients in it. That's the thing.
James Healy is licking his lips here. He is booking his table at Chez Randall. It's clipped into the onside just for a single. That's nearer Zafagahar than the last one. Yeah, he is. He's booking a table. Normally, when James Healy books a table for 2, he's down his local snooker club. But this time, he's booking a table for 2 down at Chez Randall. He's looking for that gala melon. And the Eton mess. I can't remember what was the main course. Oh, the risotto.
Tuna
Risotto. Yeah, he's nodding his head in appreciation. You'd take that? Yeah.
There's nothing too spicy there, you see.
No. So, Jacqueline Forsyth, that answers your questions. If we were on Celebrity MasterChef, that's what we'd be up to.
We wouldn't be winning.
We wouldn't be winning, no. That's crunched wide from Goodman. Crunched through the offside there from Lewis Reese.
He started much more slowly on the board than Harry Kane, but he's almost caught him up.
Yeah. I think he's faced a lot more of the strike recently than Kane, though, as well. Both these guys should be back in the hutch, so Gloucestershire will be disappointed.
A couple of near things just over the head of Miles Hammond, off Zaffa, and then 2 actual chances. Here's Goodman. Reese defends.
Jason Drury, thanks for the live streams throughout the season. Even though I'm only in Stoke Gifford, due to being disabled, I can't get to games. Well, I mean, if you can get down here, Jason, I'm sure, you know, we've got disabled access all around the ground. So do come on down if you can get to the games. But if you can't, I hope that our live stream has helped you get through the season, and hope you've enjoyed it. And, you know, thank you so much for your email, pal.
Turned away by Reese just for 1 run.
Jason said, really hope we can win this game. Keep up the good work. Well, we try. We do try, don't we? We try our best, don't we?
We try and the team try, but
yeah. Sometimes
sometimes
results don't always.
And just to remind you, if you're trying to sort of plan your afternoon, here we are, 20 to 3. Tea has been fixed at 3:30 today because obviously we're making up some time from yesterday. We've lost a bit again this morning, but the fact there are 51 overs to go is not the most important figure. It is a timed situation. Goodman can't quite squeeze that through Harry Kane's defences.
Yeah, Ian Randall's Eton mess will be there for tea.
We've got rascal cake for tea today.
We have got rascal cake. Ian Randall makes a wonderful cake. And it's known as, well, it was described as an absolute rascal of a cake by me. And it's just been christened rascal cake now. the last 2 seasons.
Bright sunshine over the seat unique. And no run there for Reese.
We feel a little bit in sort of debrief mode, Ian, like, you know, like the last day of school where you could bring your games in. Ian Randall has brought in Cluedo, and I've got the Kerplunk at the back.
Should have brought a draw. I should have brought a chessboard in. Goodman. Oh, that's again just a bit leg side, so it's helped on its way by Lewis Reese down to fine leg. Those sitting in the south of France seats have chosen well today because the sun is now right with them.
Yeah. And if you want to guess who done it in Cluedo, my money's on Mr. Randall with the microphone in the pavilion.
Did you ever have a scale extric as a kid?
No, we couldn't afford those. No, my mates did, but
James
I was-
Healy's nodding.
Yeah. No, Sabutio I had. Sabutio and Test Match. But we discussed Test Match. We don't want a load of emails on about the game Test Match. We've had loads on that all summer. But yeah, Test Match and Sabutio. Although I often would just have like the base. The player would go due to me kneeling on a player. Oh, that's a well bowled by Middleton. Nearly gets through Reese's defences. It was an unfortunate injury for many a 70s Sabutio footballer would find that, they were knelt on. They would they would find themselves.
You play 4 aside, would you?
No, because you could still flick the base of the Sabutio. But never mind a compound fracture of the ankle. This was this was amputees from the ankle upwards in my Sabutio set. But I even remember painting, because you got the basic set, didn't you, Sabutio? We got a red side and a blue side. Do you remember that? That's just defended. But you could paint your side.
Or you could buy a team with the colours.
You could buy a team with the colours.
They were expensive.
Yeah, they were. So painting was cheaper. But it was quite fiddly to paint your side, especially if they wore stripes.
It's so tiny, weren't they?
Yeah. Yeah. Or trying to get the white of Arsenal onto your sleeves. Oh, that's well bowled by Middleton. Leading edge from Harry Kame. Looking to play that leg side. Squirts out to Dominic Goodman. Extra cover. Yeah, so if you supported a side like Barnet, like me, and you wanted to paint them in the black and amber stripes, it's well bowled, no run. It was often quite fiddly, even more fiddly to try and paint a moustache on your centre midfielder, a la Jimmy Greaves when he was at Barnet, 1978. Who was your side as a lad, Ian? Who would your Sabutio side have been?
Probably West Ham for some bizarre reason. I don't know why.
You see, they had a fiddly kit, especially their away kit with those 3 stripes across.
Yeah.
Yeah, in the 70s.
What's Ben Charlesworth doing here? Is he going to go back in at...
No, I think he's going to go into
Silly Point. No,
seconds.
Seconds it very close.
That means it must be turning.
Very close for the right-hander.
Tossed up. Kame seems to prefer a little bit of pace on the ball. That's what my general deduction would be.
Yes, he's started off fast out of the blocks.
Yeah.
And he's now sort of,
slowed up.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, trying to work that one through the onside. This is good bowling, this by Middleton.
If this was a middle distance race, he'd have been, he'd have been
the pacemaker.
well, kind of. He'd be looking for someone else to share the work now, I think. That's the analogy I'd use.
He's definitely a. I think I'm not sure if he's more of a sprinter, isn't he? He's definitely not an Alberto Salazar.
Has just gone off the field there, so somebody must be out as a 12th man. So I think spot who that is in a moment.
Yeah, Joe Phillips is at mid-wicket.
There we are. Here is Goodman, and that's punched down the ground by Rees, but he won't get a run. The Gloucestershire bowling figures at this stage: Shaw 7 overs, 1 maiden, not for 16. Goodman before this over, 4 overs for 24. Suffolk Haas 6 overs for 27. Luke Charlesworth 4 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 8 and 2 chances missed.
Yeah, I thought he bowled well, Luke Charlesworth.
And Ed Middleton's 5 overs have cost 10 runs. Pleasant shot from Rees up to Van Buren at mid-on. Again, no run. But there doesn't... if there is a little bit of turnout there, it's quite slow.
Yeah.
I think at the moment.
Yeah, Middleton is pushing it through.
This is only the second day. I get that.
Yeah. In your Subbuteo set, do they have like the stand down the side or anything like that? Did you purchase one of those? Were you like properly into it?
I think I did have a stand. Yes.
Yeah. But just a side stand, or
a
couple of ends as well, or?
Just a side stand.
Because although it looked good,
again, Goodman staying around the wicket to the left-hander.
Because although the stands look good, if you had all 4 stands up plus floodlights as sold by Subbuteo, it played havoc with your flicking technique, because you'd have to get in there and not be able to have the same control over a dribble with your flicking.
Goodman. Okay, just trying to force Rees into a mistake, but he doesn't seem likely to make one at the moment. These two had an awkward little 5-over spell up to lunch when Gloucestershire would have hoped for an early breakthrough. But now here we are, well into the afternoon session. They're still together, albeit, as Dan said, both might have gone in that little spell from Luke Charlesworth.
Both should have gone. Yeah.
The Bracey catch probably the easier of the two in the same way.
I don't know, actually.
Do you not think?
I don't know, Bracey's sort of quite a long way to his right, but I mean, he'd have wanted to have held that. I thought
he would have taken more difficult one-handed catches than that he went to with 2.
Here we go, funky field time.
So 2 short, straight fielders. 1 at mid-on, Phillips. Dent at mid-off. Goodman staying around the wicket. Trying to squeeze Louis Rees for space. And he won't get a single there because Van Buren is covering the orthodox gap at mid-wicket. Pretty warm work out there for the Gloucestershire bowlers, who've still got 48 overs to bowl in the day. And Derbyshire's rate, as you can see, just over 3 and over. So they started the innings with 75. So they might get to. Should get to 200 if they bat reasonably sensibly. Doesn't look to be a pitch where there's going to be 4 or 5 wickets in a cluster.
No.
A new ball might do that, but once we've got to this point, 27 overs old, looks like it's going to have to be a careful winkling out of the batters.
Ed Goodman. Ed Goodman? Ed Middleton. Ed Goodman. Ed Middleton. It's been a long season. It's been a long season. Ed Middleton.
Well, I saw somebody refer to you as Dan Middleton the other day. I'm sure.
Dan Middleton.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'll take whatever. That's a full toss. That's a ugly looking heave. He's going to get 4 runs for it by the look of it. Yes, he will. Just about. Joe Phillips can't haul that in. 4 more to the total.
So came now at 998 first class runs. Ollie Price having a limber.
That's where my money's on for the wickets to come from. Driven up. Oh, sharp single. But he gets through. Harry came on 47. Yep, I said to you at lunch, and I said, I fancy Ollie Price for a fiver. And you looked at me as if you thought I'd been drinking.
Which he hasn't, by the way.
I haven't, no, I haven't. I've had a coffee and a Diet Coke. That's smashed over, wide, long on. And that goes all the way for 6 for Lewis Rees. So both batters now on to 47. That was a little bit of nimble footwork there from Rees.
As you can see, he's faced fractionally more of the bowling, but there's not been much in it.
No.
In terms of the share of the strike. That centre end is quite bright now, particularly at the far end of the ground. But very pleasant indeed. And without the extreme heat of the last few days as well.
Yeah, it's just dropped off a little bit. Oh, that's well bowled. Good comeback there. Rees played that quite well, actually. Took one hand off the bat.
Joe Phillips is the fielder.
I don't know if we can see
Short
that from the
fine
other
leg.
end there. Middleton. Rees plays that to just in the right area, because Chris Dent is not a man to be messed with in that region. But they get through for 1, so 97 now for none off 28. Harry Kane's on 47. Lewis Rees is on 48. And Derbyshire are strolling along rather comfortably here, Ian Randall.
Yeah, it looks a feather bed of a pitch, this, at the moment. And
we said about this, didn't we, at the start of the game? We thought both sides have had issues taking wickets all season, perhaps. You know, especially Gloucestershire being shorn of their, their sort of real wicket-taking bowlers, their DeLongers, their Tom Prices, their Ajit Singh Dales, their Zaman Akhtar's, their Matt Taylor's, their David Payne's, etc. And we hoped that we'd see something which didn't end up in a stalemate, for want of Ian Randall's chessboard that he took into school on the last day of term.
yeah,
And do you think we are seeing a stalemate?
well, I just want to go back to the 2016 game.
Are we just going to be left there with our kings and a pawn cancelling each other out, perhaps?
Back to the funky field. And it's going to be steered away by Rees past Ben Charles. So he's going to come back for 2. And that will be the 5th. He might even get 3. He will do, and that'll be the 50 for Lewis Rees, and it'll also bring up the century partnership for Derbyshire for the first wicket. So Rees gets a embrace from his opening partner, and it's a good stand, this, a good response to 377, and Rees with only 3 4s but with 2 6s in that half century, and he's beaten Kame there despite the fact that at lunch he only had 2 and Kame had 18, so he's picked things up a little more nimbly after lunch.
Kane was on 33, Rees was on 11, I seem to recall.
Oh. Goodman down to 1 slip. Kame again defends.
We haven't seen spin from the pavilion end yet, have we?
We haven't.
No. Interesting.
Not from Gloucestershire, anyway.
No. No, Watt had quite a good bowl from the... Or from both ends yesterday, didn't he? Watt bowled 17 overs, Thompson bowled 12. Both were wicketless, though, for Derbyshire.
Kame goes to... There's a no ball as well. Kame goes to 48. Yeah, so that... I was just thinking, going back to the game here, this is not quite an extreme example. 2016, Gloucestershire against Glamorgan. Gloucestershire made 558, of which Chris Dent made 268, which is still his career best score. Goodman again, trying to induce that aggressive shot and produce an error, doesn't do it. Glamorgan replied with 433 and 88 without loss, and that looked one of the flattest of flat Bristol wickets. And I'd say this is quite like that, but when you've got what looks a very easy paced pitch and clipped on the bounce to Dent at mid-wicket, and to Zafar rather at mid-wicket, when you've got 2 sides where the batting half looks a lot stronger than the bowling half, then a high-scoring draw is probably favourite, unless
Derbyshire suddenly score, say,
make a big total.
Well, if they get another 100 or 120 off the next. So if they get 120 off the remaining 46 overs.
See,
that's being conservative. But say if they go along at 3 and over, they'll get 140 from here, won't they? So 130, 140. So that'd leave them with 230. And say then that they bat for the majority of tomorrow, say get 300 tomorrow, that leaves them 530. That could leave Gloucestershire a rather awkward 150 in deficit to get through the last day with.
Yeah, that's...
Here's Ollie Price.
I agree, that might be Derbyshire's stance from here.
Yeah, it will be, I think.
We don't want to bat last, so
let's flip it round.
Get as many as you can.
Yeah, let's turn the tables.
Middleton 6 overs for 22.
Here he is, Ollie Price.
The golden arm of the season. Half an hour to go until tea at this point, so Gloucestershire will be...
The man with the golden arm.
Yeah.
You only live Price.
Thank you. He's here all week.
I'm getting my coat. All right, I'm out of here.
So he's the 3rd different spinner to be tried from that end.
Bit of turn there, first ball.
So at the moment, the 12 overs of spin from that end have cost 49, which is actually about what we would have seen yesterday from either Watt or Thompson.
Yeah. Driven handsomely there by Harry Kane.
Yeah, Josh Shaw just doing some stretching out on the deep cover boundary. He's only had the one spell so far. I wonder if there's another one coming.
Oh, that wasn't far away from Charlesworth at short leg. Let's have another look at this.
Yes,
I think he's turned it onto his pad. This is good. I'd like to see a silly point in there as well, actually, to stop Kane from lunging forward. I'd like to see the short leg and the silly point. Gloucestershire have still got 377, so there's still 277 runs to play with. But I would like to see a silly point in there.
So here's a thought about Harry Kane.
Go on.
He bats at Derby a lot of the time, okay?
Right, yeah. There is his 1000th first-class run. Well batted, Harry Kane.
That's career first class, not this season.
Yeah.
But by batting, or because he bats at Derby, where it doesn't spin much,
Yeah.
I reckon the vast proportion of his batting will be against seam bowlers, particularly at home, and therefore he doesn't probably play very much against spinners. And in fact, I go back, I think it was in my first season associated with the club, which was 2015, in terms of being involved with the public address or the website, or the stream obviously has become latterly. I remember doing some sort of an analysis where something like only 13% of Gloucestershire's overs that season were bowled by a spinner.
Wow.
It was a very, very high proportion, and you come back to, well, where are they playing? Well, if you're playing at Leicester, it doesn't spin much at Leicester generally.
No.
It doesn't spin much at Derby. You know, most of you generally be quite happy to be a seamer bowling at Worcester, for example.
Yeah.
You know, bases where spinners didn't generally have much of a say.
So the spin-friendly wickets around the country, I mean, Essex can turn, can't it? Somerset can turn.
It is sure. Back into the attack from this pavilion end. Kane may be happier about that, and he's going to get his 50 with a little nudge off his hip around the corner for 2, and Harry Kane picks up his 3rd 50 of the season. He's got a couple of centuries as well, and in that half century he's hit 7 fours.
Northampton can turn. Always used to have a reputation for turn. Old Trafford can turn. You know, Laker, Lock, all that schmalazzle.
Southampton, it can do a bit, but generally white ball more than red, I tend to think. They've got such a good seam attack down there, it hasn't been something for spinners by and large.
The oval turns. Lords, no.
No.
But then the oval, you see, is on South London chalk, whereas North London is made of clay. Hence why the London Underground is mainly north of the river. And it didn't go south of the river because it was hard for the machines to bore through chalk. Much easier to bore through the London clay.
Bright conditions now. In fact, very, very nice conditions for batting, you would think, actually, out there at the moment.
North London clay is also a reason why if we get a dry summer next year, my house might need underpinning as well, because it shrinks, it contracts, and then expands. You
Really?
see, yeah, it causes problems with the houses, especially in very hot summers like we had last year, where it contracts and then expands again in the heat. It holds water. You see, Clay. The wickets in North London as well can be quite lively. They can have bounce in them because they bake in the sun, and they can get quite firm.
Shaw with 6 men saving 1, but that's down the leg side and taken by the tumbling Bracey. So 6 men saving 1, third man and fine leg both out. And the only exception is Miles Hammond, who's just trotting out now to deep square. Ollie Price, the solitary slip.
Keep your emails coming in. Angel Delight related ones to Ian Randall. Dream Topping related ones to me.
It's well pitched up again by Shaw, but there does not look to be much help out there.
Ian, are you a hundreds and thousands man, or a
No.
silver ball on trifles?
I don't think either, really.
No. There you go, there's our email address.
In the same way that Dan might have strawberry sort of sauce on an ice cream.
No. I know I'm a plain man.
Are you?
Yeah, Yeah, no, none of that E-numbers and all that malarkey.
Shaw going a bit wider of the crease, again down the leg side. Kane thinks he's missed out there.
No,
He
absolutely
probably has,
not.
actually, because it's taken by Bracey, and Kane looks to the skies. So both these batsmen, as you can see, have got 51 from 94 balls. How extremely neat. James Healy will be very much in appreciation of that. 106 for no wicket. There's the rest of their batting order. I wonder Guest will bat at 3.
Yeah, I think so. Lamb will be a 6.
Well,
when you said that earlier, I thought that's
Team I
low for
saw
Guest.
said Lamb at 3.
No, I think Guest is always 3 or 4. He got 200s in one game early in the season, I seem to recall, didn't he? But Guest,
He has got 200s, yes. 2 first-class hundreds.
were they in the same game earlier in the season?
Ollie Price to continue.
Pretty sure they were. And gone against. Here's Price coming around the wicket to the left-handed Rees, who gets something on that. Is it a bat? Is it a glove? Is it a bird? Is it a plane? No, it's a bat. 1 run to lose Rees. Charlesworth going back into short leg.
So this season, he's got 200, but in different games.
Okay. Yeah, I think in one of them he got big score in the second innings though as well. Oh, and he's gone! No, he's not gone. What's happened there? That's gone to first slip. What's happened here? Oh, it's come off the pad. It's come off the... That's a good decision there by Jack Shantry. That's come off his back thigh. Good turn from Ollie Price. Graham Van Buren at slip. Taking the catch. But I tell you what, Harry Kane does not look comfortable against spin bowling.
No.
And I would just have the spinners going at him from both ends. I think he loves it coming on. He loves pace on the ball. But let's get the pace off. Oh, that was in the air, just past Charlesworth's hand at short leg. I'll tell you what, since Ollie Price has come on, things are starting to happen here.
Guests hundreds this season away at Hove and at home against Durham. The latter 145 not out.
Right, okay. Oh, Ollie Price just varying the pace, varying the flight. Trying to winkle one out for his side here before tea, which is 20 minutes away. That's well bowled. Reese just defends. That's an excellent over. Smattering of applause there for the Gloucestershire all-rounder.
Yeah, I think if you're sat in front of the Thatchers, there's just enough warmth in the sun. But if you're down at the Ashley Down Road end, it's definitely
south of France end, Ian, please.
And that's, to be fair, where most of the spectators are. There are a few in the man stand, but mostly they're at the Ashley Down Road end. It's sun hats or baseball cap really today, I think, particularly for people of my haircut.
Do you mean the more follically challenged individual?
Yeah.
I'm doing my best to catch up with you, though, mate. I tell you.
Shaw continuing his second spell and came, I think, had the spin to face at one end.
Since working with
his eyes lit up at the thought of somebody bowling a bit quicker at him.
Since working with you, Ian, my hairstyle has sort of evolved. It's like sort of commentary Darwinism.
What does that mean?
Well, you know how animals evolve and Darwin's theory of evolution.
Right, okay.
And since working with you, my hair has started to, you know.
James Heatley's hair's going grey.
Yeah.
Sure. And again, and Kane cracks that off the back foot. He's much happier with those. There's a chase for Charlesworth, and Ben can't haul that in, and it goes out to the point boundary for 4.
See,
there is no question that Kane is happy with the ball coming onto the bat.
Yeah. We're all taking one for the team here. James Heatley's going grey. I'm going bald. Ian Randall is grey and bald. And Gloucestershire need a wicket.
And as they do, it's warm work out there. Graham van Buren is going a little more defensive with his field. .112 without loss.
Keep your emails coming. We'll take them.
On the chin or otherwise?
Yeah, we'll take them. We'll take them any which way but loose.
Shaw turns. There's a pile of sawdust at the pavilion and don't be needing that today. I thought so. Came with a push up to Dent, and he's at mid on, but he comes round the ball to throw it with his left hand, and that just allows Lewis Reese to get home. Dent's throw missed anyway.
Yeah, just grabbing his shoulder there, Chris Dent. I hope he's okay.
As Matt Taylor was saying this morning when he was with us, when you get to this stage of the season, just about everybody's got a niggle of some sort that they're managing. Downs is with his temper, having dealt with me for the whole summer. Shaw around the wicket, past umpire Lumley, and Reese lets that go. Thinks about playing the ramp shot, but this isn't a one-day game.
I've got many minor niggles here, and I think I pulled a calf muscle commentating, actually.
That's a fair achievement. Yorkshire all out for 500 at Cardiff. Glamorgan 10 for 1 in reply. Early wicket for Ben Code. Sean Masood out for 192 in the end. Shaw again can't get through the defences of Lewis Reese.
That's a little low, that one. Yeah, was it a slower ball from Josh Shaw, perhaps? Let's have another look at this one here. No, yes we will. No, we won't. Yes. Oh yeah.
Not really shooty low, was it?
There's not a lot of life in this wicket, though, is there?
And Sussex 112 for 2 lead Leicestershire by 266. That'll take some winning for Leicestershire from there. And Worcestershire look like they're heading back up to the First Division, I would suggest. clearly quite a bit can happen still, but they would be in the box seat. And I think that will, in a way, disappoint Gloucestershire supporters because they like going to New Road. Clipped away.
Driven nicely there by Kame. There'll be 4 runs. Ooh, and see okay down there. It's Josh Shaw, isn't it? It is Josh Shaw. Then he dives into Sean Williams' tractor. Tractor of the ground staff. Shaw found himself there, almost in the wheel, the back wheel of a stationary tractor, I hasten to add.
Yeah, I mean, he was trying to go almost along the rope there, but because his momentum saw that dive get him into a bit of a tumble, it was where he ended up.
Yeah. Yeah, I like this from Ollie Price. He's moved extra cover to backward point here because he's trying to open it up to Harry Kame and get him to bowl him through the gate. As Kame flicks that one into the leg side. But he's moved Chris Dent from extra cover to backward point. He's moved Josh Shaw from quite a squarish cover to more or less a deep extra. And he's trying to say to Kame, right, you drive me through there. And then spin one back through his gate. Like that. And they're taking on Chris Dent. Oh, that was gone. Oh, it did hit.
It did hit.
Rees must have been close there.
He only didn't seem to run his bat in either. It just appeared to be
Let's
a
have a look.
dab down.
Ooh.
Tight.
Yeah, they didn't appeal with any great conviction there. But don't want to take on Chris Dent. He's not the man to be messed with in this Gloucestershire field. Price to Rees.
I wondered if today, I mean, sometimes say in a 4-day game, like in a 4-day golf tournament, the 3rd day's moving day.
Yeah.
And I wonder whether actually today might be moving day in the game, but I don't think it's going to turn out like that.
Rees just plays that out to extra cover. You're listening to Dan Whiting and Ian Randall. Not sure if they'll make the cut at the end of day 2. Price gets that Rees, gets that one square of Miles Hammond. That completes the over. So just over 10 minutes to tee. 119 without loss for Derbyshire, who are cruising, aren't they?
Yeah, so they've scored 99 in this session at the moment.
Ian, were you a big fan of the Derby County side of the 1970s?
I am vaguely familiar with that team, yes.
They had some good players, didn't they? Charlie George, I was always a big fan of Charlie George.
Yeah.
Kevin Hector, good player.
David Nish.
David Nish. Roy McFarland.
Yeah. Roger Davis.
Yeah.
Alan Hinton.
Ooh.
Kevin Hector, sorry.
Archie Gemmell.
Was Gemmell in that team?
Franny Lee.
Sure. Was that quite wide
Franny
outside
Lee
the and it's a no ball.
Franny Lee was, because he had that big punch up with Norman Hunter, didn't he?
Yes. Yes, he did. Yeah. Who else am I trying to think? John O'Hare?
Yeah.
Colin
John
Bolton.
McGovern.
See the
Colin Bolton.
Born in Cheltenham, if you will.
Was he?
Yeah.
Yeah, the goalkeeper.
Yep.
Yeah.
Why did you mention that? Just on the basis that there will be people listening who would be
Yeah,
very au fait with it.
just suddenly, came to mind, really.
Baseball ground pitch.
Yeah.
Legendarily muddy.
Yes, and didn't have a blade of grass on it. Had a great sort of triple-decker stand there, didn't it? Had like another stand with standing underneath called the pop side. I think the triple-decker was the Aussie, as it was known, the Osmaston end.
Shaw around the wicket and steered down to the 3rd man boundary for 4 by Rees. Not quite a cut, more just a almost a careful dab in a way. How wide is this? Not very. Yeah, he's played it with enough force to get it well wide of the one remaining slip. I think Ollie Price could do about that.
Yeah, they won the Division 1 title in 72 and 75, I believe, didn't they?
Yes, they were obviously.
Colin Todd, he was.
Yeah, they were obviously, very much favourites of the TV companies at the time. Shaw in, and defended by Rees. In the days when you didn't see every game, so TV companies had to select which games were televised, and obviously regional independent television were regular visitors to Derby for understandable reasons.
Bruce Rioch, managed by Dave Mackay. Graham Mosley was the other goalkeeper. Peter Daniel, he went to Wolves, I think, didn't he, Peter Daniel?
A bit beyond my knowledge, that. Almost let go by Rees outside the off stump.
Henry Newton, Steve Powell. I don't remember Eric Carruthers. Or John Sims. They didn't make an appearance for Derby in their 75 cup winning side. Can you tell me which sides got relegated that year, Ian? 1975?
I'd be struggling.
One only spent 1 year up in the division.
Carlisle?
Yep.
Shaw in, pitched up, but driven straight to mid-off by Rees.
One had just built a new triple-decker stand, which got them into financial trouble.
Chelsea?
Correct. And one are currently in the Premier League.
That doesn't narrow it down much. Any other clue?
They've just gone up to the Premier League.
Just gone up to the Premier League. Nottingham Forest? No.
No.
Sure, again, that's well pitched up, but it's outside the off stump. And Rees can't find the gap. Sheffield United?
No.
Burnley?
No.
Who else went up last year?
Have a look.
Luton.
Yay!
Thank you.
Just escaping relegation was Matt Taylor's Tottenham Hotspur that year. Derby pipped Liverpool to the title, Ipswich were third, Everton fourth, Stoke City fifth, Sheffield United sixth, and Middlesbrough seventh. Wowzers. Arsenal just above Spurs. I think Spurs went down the following year, actually, didn't they?
Derbyshire cricket fans still had to wait a while for some success at that stage.
Who did?
Derbyshire cricket fans.
Was 81 their first trophy, was it? Yeah. That's played out to cover.
Well,
it's amazing to
first trophy within living memory. I mean, they won the title in 1932, but
yeah.
Most people wouldn't arrive alive now.
No.
Probably wouldn't remember that.
No. But it's amazing to think in the sort of 70s that Somerset had never won any silverware until 79. Gloucestershire hadn't won any silverware until 73, although they were the champion county before the county championship became an official competition in 1890. In the days of W.G. Grace, I think they were champion county 4 or 5 times, weren't they, before the county championship was an official thing. That's just played there. Essex hadn't won any sort of silverware until Graham Gooch's 120 in the 79 B&H saw them lift that trophy. Price up to Came, played out to mid-on, no run. Are there any counties who've not won anything at all? over the years. Played into the onside. Is there any county?
Is there anybody who hasn't won anything at all?
Yeah.
Dave Fletcher did say the other day that Derbyshire have lost 12 successive matches to Notts in T20 cricket. I think he's commentated on all of them.
Played into the offside.
He said that hasn't been much fun, he said.
No, I can imagine. I can imagine. You have to feel for Derby with, you know, Derbyshire and Leicestershire have got some good supporters there, and they've regularly had their players taken by a test playing county in Nottinghamshire.
Graham van Buren's, you can't say he's sitting on his hands with his bowlers here. Another change, and now Zafar at the pavilion end. This is probably to get 2 overs in before tea, I would think. That's probably the reason he's doing it. Just to make sure they can get another one of Ollie Price, who's bowled 4 probably of the more dangerous overs, actually, from the far end of the ground.
First bit of spin from the pavilion end.
Yep, 4 overs for 12, Ollie Price. Here's Zafar, 6 overs for 27, trying his luck from our end of the ground, pavilion end. Slip and a short leg, 4 saving 1 on the offside, 3 on the leg. Hammond again at mid-off for Kame if he wants to go down that route. Oh, and Ollie Price has now...
a tough one.
Has dropped a sharp one. But chances being spilled by Gloucestershire here. Actually, it's almost too close to him, that, in a way. It's further wide from him. He's probably got more chance of taking it. And
that flew, though. That really flew.
For once, the pigeon catcher that is Ollie Price, to quote Dan Whiting, can't cling on. So Kame dropped on 64. Second chance he's had. And he defends. See James Bracey applauding the delivery. Zafar wheeling in. We did make the point at the start of this match that, you know, he's got something like half the number of championship wickets that he had last year. So last year he took 47. This year he's taken 23. But in some instances you've got to get a little bit of help from your colleagues with the close catching. I'm not saying that everything has gone down for him. It hasn't, but there's one today which Ollie Price would be hopeful of taking, but given his record this season. And also something that the match referee Mike Smith said to me before play today was that apparently if you compare catches taken to matches played, Ollie Price is up above Martin Ball on the Gloucestershire roster, and Martin Ball, according to Mike, was the best slip catcher he ever played with. So it says that Ollie is of good ability, but that one didn't stick.
Here he is, around the wicket. Rees in the last over before tea here. Just plays out into the covers.
So they've scored 108 in the session, Derbyshire.
Oh, big appeal for LBW. Chantry does this. When he turns one down, his head goes down.
Yep.
It's, you know when he's going to give one and when he's not. Chantry, he's a supporter of Bristol City, I believe, Jack Chantry. Father Brian played for Gloucestershire. So Rees defends that. Might even, if they're really sharp here.
Well, my watch says 15:30. What does your
Yeah,
watch say?
30 now. Just gone through to 30. Just follows Reese a little bit, that one.
Still one ball to go in the over. In fact, Gloucestershire have done pretty well on the over 8.
They've done very well on the over 8, yeah. Yeah, they've... Oh, it's well bowled.
They'll be just the right side as the players go off.
That will be tea. 128 for none for the visitors on an excellent session. They started it on 20 for none and they finished it on 128 for none. They, not without its dramas. Both opening batters have been dropped. Lewis Reese has been dropped once by Miles Hammond, and Harry Kane has been dropped by James Bracey and Ollie Price. Probably the 3 safest pairs of hands in the Gloucestershire side. But we'll be back here in about 15 minutes. Ian Randall and I will be back to talk you through the evening session and hopefully some Gloucestershire wickets. See you soon.
Back the umpires, Tom Langley and Jack Shantry.
Voice of Terry Blake on the PA, and making you aware that the umpires are about to walk back out to the middle here at the Seat Unique Stadium. We have 37 overs to go. We have the same problem as yesterday with that potential reflection off the window at the apartments end of the ground, but that didn't cause too much of an issue yesterday, so hopefully it will be the same.
I think it's just the angle we're at, Ian, because if you look on your screen there, it's not coming into play at all, is it?
No.
It's the window directly above the side screen on the floor just below the top floor there. So you've got two windows there that are actually coming out, and we are directly opposite them from our elevated position. And I feel a little bit like St Paul on the road to Damascus here, and I'm getting blinded by the
light.
The light,
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah. Manfred Mann sang about it as well.
Yeah.
You know their lead singer was?
Without batsman Harry Kane.
Paul Jones.
Ruby Rees.
Yes.
Yeah.
And Mike Darbo before him, I think. Elsewhere in Division 2, Yorkshire 500 all out, Glamorgan 39 for 2. Sussex 123 for 2 at tea against Leicestershire, a lead of 277. Leicestershire all out in the first innings for 108. Division 1, Kent 446, Notts 160 for 3 in reply. They're at tea at Canterbury. Lancashire 114 for 3 are 80 behind Middlesex, we're all out for 194. And Warwickshire 63 for 2 in reply to Northamptonshire's 250 all out. So Luke Charlesworth, arguably the most unlucky of the Gloucestershire bowlers this afternoon. 4 overs for 8 runs, but 2 drop catches in that. Is going to open up after tea. And so I've got a question for one of the scorers, which I ought to have done at tea, but I'll do it after this over, and I'll come back while you're taking the over from the far end. So here is Luke Charlesworth to start his second spell. Starts with a full toss. It's down the leg side, and Kame can't profit from it. Taken by James Bracey.
Just found out that Harry Kame's parents own a winery down in Hampshire. So if you're listening to this, Mr. and Mrs. Kame, your son is an absolutely wonderful player, and if you'd like to drop us a bottle of Sauvignon Blanc, then please feel free. Or even a caseload.
Yeah, no,
and we'll say really nice things about him for the next 2 or 3 days.
Came on 64. Again, that's full from Luke Charlesworth, and it's clipped away, and it'll go for 4. He could have picked the first one up like that, but in the end, he's got the second one away. Had a sighter, and then didn't miss out second time.
We've said about an hour and a half ago, right? A, Harry Kame is much happier against pace than he is against spin. And B, you don't bowl to him around the leg stump, because he'll just work you all day long. He doesn't miss a thing round there, does he? And Gloucestershire are continuing with pace to him and bowling around his leg stump, and he's just putting them away.
Charlesworth. That's gun barrel straight. A big appeal and the given. Success at last for Gloucestershire. It's taken into the 39th over, but Kame this time is fired by Tom Langley, and he has to go for 68.
See, I said that the medium pacers would do the trick. 132 for the opening stand there.
But actually, Charlesworth has deserved that. He's had two bits of misfortune in his earlier spell, and he's kept persevering. And finally,
was that slightly high, perhaps? I mean, I don't think Kame really went anywhere on the crease, did it? But he's hit him, I think, way above the knee roll. If we can have another look, slow down at that.
it is Brooke Guest coming in, by the way, at number 3.
Let's see if we can see this again. I think he might be... No, it's out. That's out. It has hit him above, but he's got a knee bent.
See the celebration from
Look
James.
at Bryce and
It's
Bracey.
Bracey's celebration, I think, more than anything else. Almost an at last kind of exclamation. So now
Here we go. Let's have a look at this. No, it's out. That is out. It's back leg. It has hit him above because his cane was limping. Look at the celebrations behind the stumps there.
came that way in the first over after tea. 68 from 118 balls with 10 fours. Charlesworth into Brooke Guest. Pleasant looking shot. Out on the offside, taken by Van Buren on the tumble at mid-off. Guest, say this season he's played in all 11 championship games. He's got just over 600 runs at 35. A couple of hundreds in there too, so as we've said, one against Sussex at home and one at home against Durham at Derby. Charles has the ball to him again. That's down the leg side. Ooh, and 4 off the bat. Fine little fly tickle from Brooke Guest. That was quite a long way down the leg side, to be fair.
Yeah, Bracey had no chance of that.
Consensus, I just dropped down to see Dave Fletcher of BBC Radio Derby at the tea interval. Here's Charlesworth. That's defended out by Guest on the far side. End of the over. Successful one for Luke Charlesworth. First class wicket here in Bristol. First over of a new spell. And he's taken in all 1 for 16 in his 5 overs. Dave said Zafar Kahar's going to change ends. Not impossible that Derbyshire might look to bat once here, but they would want to be bowling, he said, by late tomorrow, if that was the case. Now the debate would be, of course, if they do bat through to that time, how many might they get? How quickly might they get them? They probably want a lead of 200, wouldn't they, or very close to it.
Yeah, you think in that region?
If they want to get down that route. First of all, though, they've got to get up to parity.
Zafar bowls to Reese, who just defends. Yeah, parity would be 377. A lead of 200 would be pushing 600, which I think is a big ask. And it's quite easy in cricket to get ahead of yourself. I think, if Gloucestershire keep it nice and tidy, then they should be able to chip away at the Derbyshire order. That's a pleasant shot by Reese, who just pushes that into the vacant extra cover area for a couple of runs. Reese now moves into the 60s. Zafar's going to go over the wicket, try and shove it into those footmarks. Oh, swept. Charlesworth taking evasive action. Didn't know where the ball was there. I think Reese has swept this onto his toe. Yes, he has. Can't blame Charlesworth for taking evasive action. Someone like Brian Close would have probably caught that without a helmet on. Wouldn't have blinked, let alone ducked. Ian Randall used to field at short leg like Brian Close. Oh, that's hit Charlesworth. That completes the over. So 138 for 1 at the end of the 40th over.
I should have asked this question of the scorers at tea, but I forgot. We were too busy consuming cake.
Yeah.
There now have been 9 bowling changes in the 40 overs that Gloucestershire have bowled. So Graham van Buren has not exactly been letting things drift. He's been trying to mix things up. And there were 7 in the afternoon session, and obviously 2 new bowlers at their respective ends after tea, so that makes it 9 in all. And those 9 changes have now at last produced 1 wicket. Charlesworth into guest. Cry of no immediately. Steered out to Goodman. He's gone back to 2 slips, Graham van Buren, for the new batter. Derbyshire's deficit at this stage 239. Gloucestershire just about level on over rate as well, so with the spinners that certainly should help. Again, straight from Charlesworth. If he learnt anything from watching Anuj Dal, and I'm not saying that Luke is the same pace as Dal, he's probably would like to think he's a bit sharper. It's just, you know, top of off, isn't it?
Yeah.
I know it's a simple
It's
rule.
disciplines, it's lines and lengths, and whatever type of wicket you're playing it on, you know, the
That's
same
what Dahl
disciplines
did.
still apply.
It's very little loose.
Tom Price, I think he'd have been ideal on this wicket. I think he'd have just nibbled it around enough. Price's biggest weapon, I think, is his ability to be able to move the ball both ways with no proper sort of real discernible change of wrist movement. So your batters don't know if it's going in or out.
Charlesworth gets quite close to the stumps.
Well bowled.
And that's steered away down through third man. Goodman's on the chase. Will he be able to haul it in? No. We'll go all the way for 4. Guest is away. And he and Rees, as they have, has made the point, Madsen, deploy, Lamb, Dahl. It's a top 7 that might explain why Derbyshire have drawn a lot this year. Dropping a man now down to third man.
Dominic Goodman there, known as Lenny, after the Strictly Come Dancing judge. Not sure how Dominic would be doing the foxtrot. Or the salsa.
Charles has got a short straight mid-wicket now for Brooke Guest, but Hammond is in there. He's on the catch, but it's played. Last ball played out on the offside by Brooke Guest. There's Louis Rees' 60 there, as you can see. He opened up with Harry Kame. They made 20 before lunch. They had another 108 in the afternoon session, then came out almost straight after tea. LBW to Luke Charlesworth, and Zafar, having just had 1 over from the pavilion end, really just in essence to make sure they got 2 overs in before tea, is now back for a second proper stint at the Ashley Down Road end.
That's turned quite a bit there. Goes through for a bye. That's turned, pitched outside off stump and turned past leg. Oh, that's turned a hell of a lot. That'll please Zafar.
Out of a foot mark, do you think?
Maybe.
Slip on a short leg for the new man.
Cut away by Guest.
He's been invited to the party. How long will he stay?
Be my guest. Again, cut away.
Middleton, Shaw and Dent at the cover for Zafar on the offside. Hammond's at mid-off.
Played into the onside this time.
Average is 32 in first-class cricket, Brooke Guest.
It's defended back to Zafar.
26, so he's the same age as James Bracey? Yes.
And again, defended. 143 for 1.
Interesting that, you know, here they are, 26 years old, both of them, you know, keepers who bat quite high up the order.
Yeah.
Come back to your Bob Taylor point from earlier on. I'll go even further than that. You probably wouldn't remember. You might remember actually. Warwickshire had a guy called Barry Flick who used to bat at number 11 back in the day.
Trevor
and keep wicket.
Trevor Gard used to. I mean, he was a wonderful wicket keeper at Somerset, but he couldn't bat, could he? But what a pair of hands he had.
Let's look up Trevor Gard's first-class average, just for a bit of fun. Charlesworth in, all pleasantly played by Lewis Rees. That's a long chase for Dent. He's probably the man you want on the chase, though, from a Gloucestershire point of view. And they'll come back for 2. Trevor Gard, 112 matches, 1,389 runs at an average of 13.75. So actually, not quite as bad as Dan might have inferred.
What was Trevor Gard's average?
13.75. Racing and defending. He looks somebody who literally bats a ball at a time, doesn't he here, Lewis Rees?
He's a good player. He's a good player.
Does Van Buren want to do here? They're going to go back into the short, straight mid-on again, I think. Dom Goodman. Is he coming into that? Which side? See, Goodman says which side? Short, straight mid-off, in fact. So we've tried to force Rees to play into the gap. And maybe go across the line here. Oh no, he's creamed that through the cover. That's a lovely shot.
That's a gorgeous shot.
That's probably one of the best shots we've seen today, actually. It was enough width.
It wasn't even a half volley. He's just lent on that.
But they say there was enough width there. A full swing of the arms. To be fair, Josh Shaw played one of those in his brief cameo earlier on today. That raced away. In fact, raced away so quickly that Pat Brown didn't pick it up, the Derbyshire fielder. But that was powered away through extra cover. Nothing that Ed Middleton could do about that. Goodman stays where he was. And Rees, having Played a spanking drive off the previous ball, just defends, and that comes back to the compartmentalisation of
Ball by
ball by ball.
play it on its merits.
Every single time.
Yeah.
Charlesworth runs a very bustling affair, and this time Rees does turn that into the leg side. It'll bring up Derbyshire's 150. They'll take one, they won't get more than that. Swift bit of work in the outfield, and Derbyshire's 150 is up. 150 for 1. Scorecard not quite ticking round just yet. 67 to Rees and 8 to Brooke Guest.
Who's that down at third without a number on their back? Is there a sub-fielder on?
Charlesworth in. That's cracked away past. So he passed Goodman, but he didn't. That's Ben Charlesworth, I think. Dan's got a plain shirt on, but he's got the lightweight pads under his trousers. And he's not in the slips to try and pouch another catch off his brother. Charlesworth just takes his sleeveless sweater. And he will go down to short fine leg for the left-hander. Zaffa to continue from the far end. It's a long grind to take these wickets for Gloucestershire at the moment. 43 overs, that's just the one success.
Zafar to Rees, who dances down the pitch, defends it back, just adjusts. Swept. Evades Goodman square. Picked up by Ed Middleton out at deep square.
He's not as clean a sweeper as we saw Ollie Price yesterday, Lewis Rees. He's got...
Yeah.
Yes, he can play that shot, but it doesn't look as absolutely clean as some of the Price shots yesterday, particularly some of the reverse sweeps that we saw.
Just goes through to Bracey.
Just to remind you, if you joined us a little late, or later on in the day, Durham have been promoted from the second division today after Leicestershire's first innings was a very cheap 108 at Hove. Means they can't catch both Durham and Worcestershire from their position.
That's played out to cover. The only wicket to fall, Harry Kane, great grandson of Walter Robbins. Playing selector. So that is left alone there.
Is he any relation to Derek Robbins?
The tour company.
No, there used to be a Derek Robbins 11.
Yes.
They used to play in almost like an invitational side back in the day.
Defended there?
Robbins.
Yeah. Brooke Guest had a wonderful year in 2022, 400s. Born in the UK, Manchester lad, but featured for Australia under-19s in the 2016 under-19 World Cup in Bangladesh, and then Australia withdrew from that due to security reasons. And then Guest, rightly and sensibly, committed his future to England.
The non-strikers then as Charlesworth starts a new over to Lewis Rees. Pushes out on the offside. Lovely sky over the ground now.
Yeah.
There is some cloud about, but the vast majority of it is
Harvey Hussain was
azuri blue.
Harvey Hussain was the previous keeper. who retired quite early. And who's the lad they had who was in the car accident at Derby? Tom.
Did he go to Durham? Luke Charlesworth in. Cracked off the back foot by Reese. That's a nice shot, but there is cover out on the point boundary now. And a very, very good throw from Ed Middleton. Right. On the full to James Bracey. Let's see. Is it Porteous?
No.
No.
Well, been a lot of talk about Andrew Flintoff, isn't there?
Mm.
He looks like he's had a he had a bad one, didn't he? 130 miles an hour.
Luke Charlesworth in. No from Brooke Guest, didn't time it. Up to Chris Dent at mid-on. Ollie Price the solitary slip now. Van Buren has got, say, Charlesworth elder brother.
Tom Poynton it was.
Poynton.
Yeah, 2015. Sadly his father died in the accident.
Charlesworth just running his fingers over the seam there, trying to get that into a leg cutter, but it wasn't really the right length for that. So Zaffa at backward point, Goodman at cover, Van Buren at mid-off, Dent at mid-on, Hammond in at short mid-wicket. Again, pleasant shot through extra cover by Guest. He'll get one, he might get two, they won't risk it, I suspect. Van Buren getting there pretty quickly and getting his throw away. Charlesworth with the one success for Gloucestershire in the wickets column. In reply to Gloucestershire's 377. They started the day 333 for 6. So the last 4 wickets added 44. Anuraj Dal took 3 of those. He finished with 6 for 69, which is a career best. Charlesworth in. Again to Reese. They want 1 to Goodman. That's a sharp single. But Dom's got a long way to bend down to the ball there. And he had ground to make up as well, so they kind of picked the fielder. End of Luke Charlesworth's over. Say Dahl finished with 6 for 69, Reese 2 for 31, a wicket each to Brown and Connors, neither of whom bowled today. And then in the Derbyshire reply, at first wicket stand of 132 into the 39th over before came was LBW to Luke Charlesworth for 68. 10 fours, 2.5 hours at the crease.
Zaffa over the wicket to Lewis Reese. Lewis Reese, 33 years old now. Played for Chittagong Vikings. Reverse, and he's got that through. That's going to be 4 runs. That's a good shot, and he moves into the 70s there with that. Reese has played for Chittagong Vikings, Dhaka Platoon. Ian Randall's always been a fan of the Dhaka Platoon. Lancashire, Derbyshire, Leeds Bradford MCCU, London Spirit. He's played for the MCC. He's played for the Unicorns as well. Remember the Unicorns?
Yes, they were effectively...
like people had been released out of the game.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. John Simpson told me he played out in Bangladesh. And, ooh, that's well bowled by Zafar. Played out in Bangladesh for a side in the Bangladesh Premier League called Brothers Union, who were based out in Dhaka, and had Delhi Belly on a coach that didn't have any toilet on it.
Oh, dear.
Good, but it's Lewis Rees. He's had his moments in the game. He had a heart scare actually. Pulled up. That's just defended out there. Pulled up against Northampton, and actually sort of went to hospital. It was just a virus, but it was a bit of a worrying moment for him, And he also ended up. Oh, that's well bowled by Zafar to Brooke Guest. He also ended up in the X-ray department of a hospital, breaking a hand, thumping the dressing room wall. Driven out to extra cover. He also took 7 for 20 against Gloucestershire at Derby back in 2018, of which ESPN Cricinfo describes it as undistinguished Gloucestershire batting.
Yes, I suspect that pitch would have been doing a bit, because Rees would not be express pace in any way, shape or form. He's very much a medium pacer, but even bowlers of that pace can have their day. On helpful pitches, and as Anders Dahl saw, even on ones that don't give you a lot of help, you just use the new ball well, you can get rewards for it. So Goodman coming back. So this is the 10th bowling change of the innings, and Charlesworth has had two spells now, both of 4 overs. To be fair, the first one only cost 8 runs, the last one has cost 22, but he has got a wicket in it. But it might be felt that 4 overs is about the limit for him at the moment at this level. Well, they use them in short bursts. And here is the tall figure of Goodman, just replacing his bowling marker. He's got 2 men out on the leg side, so is there going to be some back of a length stuff here? See if he can tempt Lewis Rees. First one, so it was short enough. Rees wasn't having anything to do with it. Do you think Rees has got the patience to just
I do.
see off anything short that Goodman might
I do. I think it's
send his way?
I think he has.
He's got to 75. He wouldn't think he wanted to give it away from here. In fact, he's got 3 men out on the leg side, 2 of them behind square. He can't have any more than that, obviously. He's got an orthodox fine leg. That was a no ball, by the way, that last one. And he's got effectively a deep backward square and then an orthodox deep square just in front, as well as a square leg on the single and a wide long on. Not much being pitched up here, you suggest. And as a result of that, it's so docile, this pitch, that Rees can wait for that and just literally help it with almost a little scoop shot on its way down towards fine leg for a single.
Oh, Ian, if you had Mahatma Gandhi, Mother Teresa and Monsignor Bruce Kent all rolled up into one, it couldn't be more placid and docile than this pitch.
Goodman trying to get some life out of it. Bowling to Guest, who defends. I go back to that, we mentioned it earlier, the Glamorgan match in 2016, when it was, when one side got a big score. You thought, well, yeah, that's all very well, but it doesn't look like the pitch is going to deteriorate, and this one certainly doesn't look like it's going to deteriorate either.
It's got a touch of Surrey about this, hasn't it, last season? Where Surrey got 603. Gloucestershire responded with 477 for 2 at the end of day 3. And luckily on the Sunday it threw it down with rain and we all went home.
Yes, I don't think Derbyshire, they don't need to play ball to set a game up. They might try and win it by batting once. Pulled by Guest down towards Josh Shaw at fine leg. They'll just get a single. Most of the spectators staying into this evening session, conscious that there's still probably a good bit of 2 hours cricket here. Probably won't be done until around about 6:15. So quite a lot could happen yet, but it feels as if Derbyshire, actually you jokingly said Derbyshire 250 for 1 at the close. That's not an impossible situation, is it?
No, definitely not. 87 off 28 overs. I think it's about right.
Goodman in again, that is short, and Reece ducks out of the way. So where would that leave them tomorrow? That would mean that they'd have to be batting to about an hour from stumps tomorrow.
Yeah, or maybe even to close tomorrow.
Would they think that was? Would they think that was long enough? And I know that just in terms of declarations, there was a lot of chat at Cheltenham, and I guess it's Cheltenham and not Bristol, about the Worcestershire side getting to the end of the 3rd day and not putting Gloucestershire in. And ultimately they declared overnight and took the 10 wickets on the final day. And we had to accept that, okay, we got that wrong and you were right, you could have kept going. But I think Derbyshire will need as many overs as they can get if that's the way they want to take it.
Zafar around the wicket. A couple of emails come in. Chris James, good afternoon, gentlemen. Thank you for the excellent coverage this season. The commentary is both informative and witty, and I feel should be award-winning. Oh, Chris, we love you, mate. We love you. Question for two of you, or two for you, sorry. Question or two for you. Sometimes we can read as well, Chris. That's 4 runs cut away there by Brooke Guest. He moves on to 14. Where do you see the schedule for county cricket in 5 years' time? And would you ever envisage a return to the single division of the county championship with a Sunday league similar to the John Player League of the past, with the other white ball competitions taking place during school summer holidays? Keep up the good work. Go Gloss. Chris James of Hereford. Well, Chris, great email. Thank you very much. And thank you for the kind words as well. As Guest plays anti onside. I think until the 100 whilst the 100 is with us, and I think it probably will be with us whilst there's a TV deal in place.
So Chris's 5-year deadline will be 2028. That's when the 100 deal runs out.
Yeah. Time will tell, but Guest there just defends that. The 100 is losing money. And it is not a bottomless pit. I believe there was an increase in crowds this year, but it's still a loss leader. So that's played out to mid-off for a single. 169 for 1. So where do I see it going? Well, the county championship has to stay. I'd like to see the county championship actually with 16 games, if I'm honest with you. I think every side, there should be 2 divisions of 9. I don't see it going back to 1 division, because I think it was deliberately brought into place back in 1999 to increase the standards. That's just defended. There's a mix-up here. Oh, Goodman can't pick it up. Oh, there was a huge mix-up. Guest came and went. Reece wasn't sure. It was a staccato run, wasn't it?
Through to the wrong end, I think.
Yeah. And Derbyshire fight again. Where do you see it in? I mean, I can't see it going back to one division, can you? I think it's going to be two divisions.
I also would like to see 2 9s and 16 games. I think my hope would be that it doesn't go below 14. The debate is how you keep 14 and don't end up it being trimmed even further.
Well,
that's what I wouldn't want to see.
Even if the 100's here, I think that you play 2 of your county championship games during the 100, because the Metro Bank One Day Cup campaign takes place there, so why not the county championship? And I think you play your 16 games.
Here is Goodman. Pulled into midair and out. Rees goes, caught at deep square by Zaffer, and a wicket for Goodman. And Gloucestershire, with the short pitch theory, do get their man.
Yeah, you said to me about 10 minutes ago, do you think Rees will be patient enough? And I said yes. And he's just lost patience there. Goodman has bounced him. I think he got 3 or 4 in the last over, and Rees loses patience and holes out deep backward square.
If Graham Van Buren had that as a discussed plan, perhaps during the tea interval, then it's paid off, and Zaffer safely patching the catch. Rees makes his way off, having made 77 with 6 4s and 2 6s, just over 3 hours. And now the man that Derbyshire will hope will glue this innings together, as he has so often before in his career. They've got a good start. Now can Wayne Madsen go on from here?
John Cater, he's a Derbyshire member. He has said he's currently listening, watching and streaming at a second day Gloucestershire Derbyshire game at Bristol. He was interested to hear us talking about the Sabutio table game, involving the flicking of individual players along a green base cloth. We did. We spoke about that at length. You may be interested in the recent special exhibition in Manchester of the history and development of the Sabutio game. It's on the top floor of the National Football Museum, and John visited there in August of this year, and he assumes that this special exhibition is still going. John, I've got to agree with you. You say the National Museum is well worth a visit any time. Incidentally, Derbyshire won the county championship in 1936. What did we say? Was it 32 we said, or 34?
I think we may have said 32. Our error if that's the case.
We do apologise, John. But many thanks, and thank you for your email, and hope you're well up there in sunny Derbyshire.
And then here's Goodman to Wayne Madsen, who lets that go outside the off stump.
Hope you're having a fidgety pie for your dinner, and nice part of the world up there as well.
But Goodman was very clear there. He was not going to pitch anything that was drivable at all to Rees.
No.
Madsen also batting a long way across onto off stump.
Now, who's come up with that plan? Who said to Goodman, right, I want you to bounce Rees. I want you to give him some chin music here. Would that have come from Dale Benkinston? Will it have come from Graham Van Buren, the skipper? Would it have been Goodman himself who'd have said, right, I'm gonna bounce him? Because whoever it is,
because they haven't.
It's worked.
There has been so little life in this pitch. They haven't really tried that theory at all. Oh, Madsen, just gets that off the outside half of the bat.
Goodman's making things happen here.
On 69 for 2. It's the old thing, isn't it? Add 2 wickets to that score, and suddenly the board looks a lot more even. Gloucestershire could do with getting rid of one of these 2 fairly quickly. And then that 377 may be worth a bit more. I think the closer the two first innings scores are together, the more creative the captaincy from the two teams will need to be to try and set something up.
Yeah, I agree.
At the moment, though, both will still have their own plans for how they might be able to win the game. But Goodman has a breakthrough. And bear in mind that wicket-wise in the Championship, Dom is very much still in his infancy. Only 7 Championship wickets this season, including the one he's got today.
Yeah, Madsen. What a player, what a servant of Derbyshire cricket. And he has stayed loyal as well. He's had some offers to go to numerous counties over the years. Stayed there. Guest defends. From Durban originally, he's nearly 40, Wayne Madsen. He's going to be 40 just in New Year. Nephew of Henry Fotheringham, the South African. He was a wicket keeper, wasn't he, Henry Fotheringham? No, he's an off-break bowler, right-hand bat, 70 years old, from Natal. Average 40. Driven nicely there by Guest. Zafar around the wicket. Guest defends. In fact, Henry Fotheringham, I'm just looking here. Zafar trying to sneak one through, Guest. He'd have played in the same Natal side as Mike Proctor. Once of this parish. Do you know that... let's just hit back there to Zafar. Do you know that Barry Richards played for Gloucestershire?
Yes.
And Derby and the county actually had a choice of Proctor or Richards. They went Procky.
Barry,
which is a big call.
Barry, I think, tells the story of their trial.
It's defended. No run. That completes the over. So...
Hampshire did all right out of that, didn't they?
They did do all right out of that. I mean, what a partnership that was. Gordon Greenwich and Barry Richards. I mean, they could quite easily be 200 for none at lunch, or they could be 0 for 2. They weren't often 0 for 2.
No, flamboyant, both of them.
Yeah. But going back to Madsen, he has been an amazing servant. Been captain at Derbyshire. He's scored runs. Born in Durban, but he can represent England, can't he? Represented South Africa as a hockey player.
Madsen defends. First ball of a new over from Goodman.
He started his career at KwaZulu-Natal and then played in the Lancashire Leagues. In fact, he still does a little bit of coaching. Wayne Madsen, he spends his off seasons coaching Belper Ladies Hockey Club. Ian, hark at that. And he's got 500s against Gloucestershire, including a double here in Bristol back in 2019.
That was in a Derbyshire win as well.
Yeah, what a player he is. Derbyshire haven't lost in Bristol, I think, for 11 years or something like that, have they?
Let go by Madsen. That's the off
Is
step.
that
Yeah,
right? 2012?
I think that's right. Yeah, the game, the 2019 game, I think they were left to get about 80 to win. It wasn't very many.
Was that the 2-day game?
No. No, the two. The
No, I was going to say.
The 2-day game was in 2010.
You don't get 204 in 2-day games.
No, by and large, no. Not one batsman, anyway. Goodman past umpire Lumley. Hudson punches that to point, but he won't pierce the field. Zafra again does the work. Charlesworth almost at what you might call a third or fourth slip, probably the third slip there, with the lightweight pads on. Not quite in your shot. Ollie Price is at first slip. Goodman again to Madsen, lets that go. Another no ball.
It's contagious.
Derbyshire didn't give away all that many extras. 19 extras, didn't in those 97 overs. Middleton having a bit of a limber up. He might be in for a spell shortly. Madsen.
Oh, I thought he'd nicked that.
Doesn't move his feet much to that, which is a rarity, but he is early in his innings, hasn't scored yet. A little bit irritated perhaps about not getting off the mark, or not being able to get off the mark. His and Deploy are the two big wickets in this Derbyshire batting order, and they're going to send Middleton out to deep mid-wicket. Still Goodman bowling with a packed offside field here. So from a very specific plan to Rees, where he was going to definitely bowl it short, to Madsen, he is trying just to keep it one side of the wicket. It's not, in a sense, it's a simple request. For the young bowlers, you don't always get the right outcome. Madsen is away.
Oh, that's sheer timing.
Into the gap. There was a gap on the leg side, and it will go 4-4. It will beat Dent's chase.
Dent signalled a 4 there. Good sportsmanship from Chris Dent.
Chase of both him and Middleton. Couldn't prevent Madsen getting off the mark. 175 for 25 overs. It might be 20. Yes, 25 overs left in the day. 24 overs left in the day.
That was a lovely
tick round.
That was a lovely shot from Madsen. Just
Yeah.
sheer timing, wasn't it?
So, how far can Gloucestershire advance that wickets column? That probably is going to be the key in a way to how the tactics go tomorrow. The tactics of the game are driven tomorrow.
Yep, certainly will. And also, if Gloucestershire do bowl Derbyshire out, how well they bat. Here's Zafar Gohar. Short, wide, crunched, but only can find Josh Shaw in the covers. Covers just a little staggered. Dent is quite close in at extra, and he's in a parallel line with Luke Charlesworth at backward point. Ooh, Zafar nearly sneaks one through.
You see,
then a little deeper is Josh Shaw at sort of cover, and
are we saying that that's Kristen in a parallel line with the blondie that is Luke Charlesworth?
Ah, very good. Very good. Ian Randall. He's on fire.
Steady.
Oh. Just defended there by Guest.
15 off 43. He's not hurrying.
No, he's not hurrying.
He can see the situation of the game. He's not, I say he's not. He so far has not been tempted to play across the line to Zaffa at all.
No, he certainly hasn't. Zaffa's probing away. I'm still getting over your parallel line. Blondie, there's that. Let go. It's very good, Ian. It's very good. I thought, you're a man that's more Denis Breakwell, perhaps.
Yeah, but Dennis had 2 N's, didn't he?
Well,
in his name.
Unlike Dennis Law, he only had 1, didn't he?
Yeah. We should say too, obviously the club during this match are running a food bank donation station. They're found in the Thatcher's Bar kitchen. If you are coming to the game, obviously non-perishables, non-alcoholic drinks, toiletries, that sort of thing, always the best donations in that sort of situation, and they will be taken throughout this match. Pleasant shot from Madsen. First ball of a new over from Goodman goes up to Chris Dent.
Yeah, Gloucestershire do some very good initiatives, don't they? Things like that. Things like putting sun cream stations around the ground, free sun cream around the ground are really good as well. So Gloucestershire do some really good stuff in with the community, and credit to the club.
Sun's just gone behind the clouds. Oh, and Madsen, he didn't want to play it out onto the offside as it turned out there. He wanted to play this, as you can, well, he wanted to play it into the leg side, I think. It just spat a little bit. Some of the Derbyshire boys going for a lap of the ground. Pat Brown amongst them. Goodman in again, and that's in the air from Madsen over the head of Van Buren. They're going to get 2. But Goodman just at the moment is probably causing as many problems as anyone.
It's a curious
in this
innings, isn't it?
Gloucestershire attack.
It's been, it had that gorgeous whip through the onside, which was just pure timing. But he's flashed at a couple and missed.
It's a more orthodox shot out to Zaffa. It's not quite settled yet. Wayne Madsen. He's probably one of those people, and I think I was here for that double 100 he got, though I can't remember a huge amount about it. If he gets to 20, you're in trouble.
Yeah.
I tell you what I do remember seeing, and that was another double 100 on this ground by a Derbyshire batsman, Martin Guptill.
Yeah.
Played a very destructive innings in here the year before, 2015. I think it was the year before.
Oh, he's in. Oh, he's gone! What a bit of fielding!
Tremendous work. That is, I think, Luke Charlesworth being congratulated. A direct hit at the striker's end, and it's Brooke Guest who's run out. He's only got 1 stump to run to hit here.
It's Hammond, I think.
And it's a tremendous piece of work. Who is in the middle of there?
It's Hammond, I think.
It is Hammond, yeah. No, it's not. Somewhere in the middle of that huddle is a fielder who has got all the congratulations. And I don't know whether James can see that from side on. My first thought was that it was Luke Charlesworth.
It's absolutely brilliant, whoever it was. Firstly, it had 4 runs written all over it. One-handed diving stop, gets up and in one movement throws the ball with 1 stump to aim out and throws down the stumps.
I think well played hammer was the cry from the Thatchers, so I think we will go with Hammond. Unfortunately, we can't show you that from side on, so now Leius Deploy comes out for Derbyshire. But if you're struggling to get wickets through the orthodox channels, then that's how you do it. Wasn't really a bad single to call.
No.
My goodness me, it was a really good throw.
I mean, yeah, I thought it was 4 runs when he hit it. I thought, wow, that's 4 runs straight away. And firstly, if it had just been the stop on its own, you'd have gone, all right, fair play. But to pick it up, stand up, and throw the stumps down is just unreal. Miles Hammond, take a bow, mate.
So yeah, Charlesworth is now at square leg for Layers deploy, and it is. We're going to see a change in the field actually, because Zafar Gahar is going to come across and go to
He's
point.
left-hander. Jacobus, Layers deploy.
Goodman around the wicket. Deploy just pushes that out into the offside. So
100th first-class game, this, I believe.
yes, yes, it is. Averages 46 with the bat,
Yeah, he's a good player.
and obviously called incorrectly at the toss yesterday.
Yeah.
Whatever he was invited to call, he called it wrong.
Yep, South African. He's possesses a Hungarian passport.
Now this will be an interesting little test, because Madsen, as we know, generally is a good player of spin. So Madsen against Zafar will be an interesting little duel. We said about adding 2 wickets. Gloucestershire have got 1 through the run out, and now can they get one of these 2? Derbyshire still 200 in arrears.
Played out into the covers there. Josh Shaw doing the fielding. Took over the captaincy. Oh, that's got to be close. Not out. You know when Chantry bows his head, it's not happening. Oh, that's got to be close.
Umpire not convinced.
Yeah, he took over from Billy Godalman. Billy's went out on loan, didn't he, to Warwickshire?
He's gone to Warwickshire on loan, yeah, that's right.
Yeah. He's a good player. He was a child prodigy back in Middlesex, Billy Godalman. He's got 100, I think, in the Middlesex County League for Brondesbury when he was about 13. Zafar, reverse! Oh, that's only just gone over the head of Luke Charlesworth there at backward point. He's got 4 runs, but a little bit risky there.
Yeah, how Madsen is a frequent sweeper.
Yeah, and reverse. He'll sweep, he'll reverse sweep, he's a very, very strong player of spin, as you said. Zafar looking to turn one past his edge. Ooh, it's probably a single there, perhaps. Mid-off, quite deep. That completes the 54th over. 21 remaining in the day. 181 for 3. Madsen's on 10. Liz Deploy yet to score.
We've seen 9 wickets today. Doesn't feel like we've seen 9. No, we've seen 7 wickets today.
7 wickets today?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I was going to say it was 9, felt a bit too much. So 4, the last 4 for Gloucestershire, and the first 3.
Yeah, we've seen 230 odd for 7 today.
Which suggests it's a fairly evenly balanced game. There's not
Even Stevens.
a lot of supremacy in it.
Yeah, yeah.
It's Goodman instructing here. Wants his mid-wicket to go back a little bit. And will he offer deploy? That's a pitched up. 2 slips in a gully for the new man. Dent. Ball polisher supreme at mid-off. Deploy waits. Goodman bowls to Crive catch it. It went past the outstretched hand of Hammond. It's a chase down towards the rope, and it's taken over the rope by the sliding Zaffer, and deploy picks up a boundary. Got an animated chat between the 2 men in the middle, and they'll know that whatever Derbyshire are going to get will hinge a great deal on what they can add together. So Goodman has taken a wicket himself and induced the error that brought the run out in this spell. This is his 5th over in the row. And deploy lets that go outside the off stump. He's taken 1 for 16 in this spell. Luke Charlesworth, the other wicket taker, 1 for 30 from his 8. Goodman staying around the wicket, will deploy. Tries to pull that towards the man. He's projecting a big area out on the deep square leg boundary. Ed Middleton gets it off the cue end of the bat, and it bounces out onto the offside. Goodman's bounce is a point of difference. He's just at the moment offering Gloucestershire a bit of a hope of maybe just chipping out one more. There's another no ball from Goodman. The one bit of indiscipline in this spell is his overstepping. Doesn't have a very long run, and it's quite a high stepping approach to the crease. This is again short, but worked out to Luke Charlesworth. They'll just get one, and deploy will retain the strike. Derbyshire started this innings obviously with 377 to match or overtake. They were 20 without loss at lunch. They were 128 without loss at tea, and they've added 60 since tea for the loss of both openers. Kane for 68 and Rees for 77, and then Brooke Guest run out by a direct hit from Miles Hammond for 15.
This is what I think Zafar Gahar wants. I think he wants to bowl at the left-hander. I think he wants to get it into the dirt outside his off stump, into those footholes. He's attacking both sides of the bat. He's attacking the inside edge there with the short leg of Charlesworth, and the outside edge with Ollie Price at first slip. Oh, deploy gets outside the line there. Again, he's batting on off stump. If you have a look at him here, he's batting actually outside
off stump almost.
So he uses his feet and gets that into the onside.
Zaffa's got a 7-2, well, he's got a 6-3 field, but he's got, if you exclude the slip, he's only got one man in front of square on the offside.
Yeah, he's saying to deploy. Right, you drive me through there, as that's just played to Charlesworth. You drive me through that gap there, that extra cover. He's trying to turn one back through his gate. Deploy plays that out to Chris Dent at mid-wicket.
So it's almost, it is a drawing up the runs kind of situation, isn't it?
He's going to go around the wicket now. He's going to go around the wicket. Deploy still batting on off stump. Again finds Dent at mid-wicket.
Zaffa's economy rate has dropped quite a lot since tea.
Deploy's had a... That's gone backwards, and that is Dominic Goodman, who can't quite get that. The ball's not quite going to go away to the boundary though, but they're going to get 3 after the diving stop. Or no, it's Ed Middleton actually, not Goodman. Doing Goodman a disservice.
Took the pace off it, such that it, when it rolled past him, it didn't go all the way to the rope.
Well, I did call Ed Middleton Ed Goodman earlier, so maybe it's a hybrid. Joe Phillips is coming on, and that is Dominic Goodman.
It's Goodman going off, so that's the end of his spell. And we're going to see Josh Shaw. So Goodman in that spell, 6 overs for 19 and a wicket. So good effort from him. And if we'll see Middleton again this evening. I say this evening, we're now at just about 5 o'clock. We've got about an hour and a quarter's cricket left, light permitting.
Floodlights can be used. They were on yesterday.
Yeah, natural light at the moment is fine.
If Ian Randall puts 50p in the meter.
Shaw then with a new spell, staying around the wicket to deploy. LBW appeal. Shaw. Big call. And it's gone for 4
Shaw
off the
fancied
bat.
that.
So must have been an inside edge or a nick somewhere.
He's gated left byes.
I thought he signalled 4 runs there. I didn't see the leg by signal. It's on the scorecard apparently as leg by. So there must have been 2 signals from the umpire. First the leg by and then the boundary. Deploy stays on 8. And Shaw persists.
It's quite a hard signal to do all in one movement, you know. Leg by, tapping your leg and on one leg like a flamingo and giving 4 runs. It's like patting your head and rubbing your stomach, Ian.
Interesting that Gloucestershire have bowled a lot around the wicket to the left-handers. Almost all the bowlers have adopted that stance. Shaw staying with this. Deploy steers that past Zaffa. It'll go down to Ben Charlesworth at third man. They'll only get 1. Shaw shared the new ball with Goodman. This is his 11th over. So third spell. It's a bit of a change the field for Madsen. We're going to put Zaffa back at deep square. Bring Ed Middleton across to mid-wicket. And effectively it's a fairly orthodox split field. 3 saving 1 on the offside. Shaw going back over the wicket and cut away by Madsen down to third man, where there's a comfortable single for him. Most of the crowd have stayed. So there's still I say, quite a bit of cricket left today. And if Derbyshire do end up around about 120 runs behind, then it's going to take them probably until after lunch tomorrow to get in front, if they're still batting at that stage. Shaw in, punched away. That's a nice shot for deploy.
That's beautiful.
There wasn't much effort in that, and that proves how well he timed it. Here's a second look at this. It was a bit short, but he knew exactly where he wanted to put it, and ball raced away towards the man stand for 4. Nothing Ed Middleton could do about that. Again, and deploy works that away on the left off of his pads. Chase round, and he'd be 1 this time. Charles was throws in quickly. So Derbyshire having got to 169 for 1, 200 up with that boundary away off Josh Shaw. 169 for 1, then lost 2 wickets quite quickly with Rees and Guest. And now just a little bit of rebalancing to do with, arguably, if I put it this way, they're 2 star players. I don't wish to be unkind to the rest, but Deploy, bearing in mind his form this season, and Madsen, bearing in mind his experience and contribution to Derbyshire over his career.
What can Zafar do about it? Here he comes over the wicket. Oh, that snake's a little bit low and almost foxes. Middleton there with the spin.
Should just say, Gloucestershire will not get a second new ball tonight. They'll only have bowled 75 overs by the close, but they will have a new ball early tomorrow.
Let's tickle round the corner, and they get 1 for it. Madsen calls Deploy through. This Deploy had a very good season in T20 for the Joburg Super Kings in South Africa, and then subsequently won a £125,000 contract with the Southern Brave in the 100 draft. He spent some time at the Welsh Fire.
Zafar wants to field a field change here, so they're going to move Shaw down to Shaw. Is that Joe Phillips? Joe Phillips is on the field for Goodman, isn't he? So yeah, Phillips has come to short fine leg, and they've put Charlesworth back under the lid at short leg.
Reverse, it's got to be close, yes. Has to be. Zafar bowling wicket to wicket. Let's have another look at this. Madsen goes reverse sweeping. Sorry, Deploy goes. No, it's Madsen goes reverse sweeping and misses it. And he's bang in front. And that is a big wicket for Gloucestershire, as Wayne Madsen departs for 11. And Derbyshire having, again, we've seen clusters of wickets in this game. They were 169 for 1, going along smoothly. And 30 odd runs later, they're 203 for 4.
One of their big players who can bat a long time gone.
Matthew Lamb comes to the wicket.
So now you're into the...
And then Anuj Dal.
Yeah.
And then you're into the tail a little bit with Derbyshire. I mean, what?
Very much so.
Thompson, Brown and Connors.
Yes, I'd say you're kind of into the... Once you get to Lamb...
I mean, Watt's probably a 9 or a
doesn't
10.
really bowl. Bowls a little bit, but he is a batter, yes. But he and Dahl's first-class record would suggest, they're useful bats, but they're not in any way in Madson's class.
No.
So now, Gloucestershire might even have hopes of getting a first innings lead out of this.
Time will tell, Ian. Time will tell. It's not like us to get ahead of a game.
No. But
I'm just as guilty as you are.
yeah, but it is that thing, add 2 wickets to the score, and they've got a run out and a poor shot from Madsen, who knew he played a poor shot, and there are the 2.
That's cut away nicely by Lamb. First ball. No need to have a look there. Just bang, short, wide. And let talent do the rest.
Yes, I say he's a kind of a stand breaker bowler, Matty Lamb, really, but I wonder if he might bat higher than this. He was down at 3 on the team sheet I saw, but he's batting at 6.
That's defended. 27-year-old.
Brother,
27.
brother of Emma, the...
That's Danny. That's Danny Lamb.
Sorry, I'm getting confused with the Lambs. People will be saying you should be silent off before very long.
Very good. This Matt Lamb is a Wolverhampton-born all-rounder. And he was from Barnt Green Cricket Club, where I think Tom Banton plays his club cricket. Barnt Green. He was in the Bears system. He was a Warwickshire lad. And he was like a sort of childhood, sort of on their pathway from the age of 9.
Interesting how
Barnt Green, just outside
coaches
Birmingham.
spot players at that age, isn't it?
Yep, Tom Banton, Barnt Green. It's the posh bit of Birmingham, isn't it? It's where all the footballers used to live. Ron Atkinson used to live in Barnt Green. And yeah, it's like the nice bit. There's not many nice bits, granted, but it's the nice bit.
Derbyshire 2 at 7 for 4. Can Gloucestershire wheedle out at least one more tonight? That really would.
Yeah, if they can winkle 1 or 2 more, they'll fancy it.
I mean, the game is right back on an even keel again, I think, now. Deploy, waits for short and defends to Middleton and mid-off. Saffron Shaw could bowl right through to the close from the Ashley Down Road end if Graham van Buren asked him to, especially having got his first wicket of the innings and the big one at that. 1 for 53 from his 17 overs. Leg stump, but turned straight to mid-wicket. In fact, since tea, Zafar 10 overs, 1 for 26. 10 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 26. So he has dried things up a bit in terms of the run rate. And he's got his wicket as well.
And what he allows by doing that as well, he allows the seamers to rotate from the other end. So they're not going to get flogged into the ground.
Hence maybe 4 overs, maybe 5 at most. Sure, that is down the leg side. Should be a boundary, an easy one in the end for deploy. Just waited for the one that was offline and picked it off with the minimum of fuss.
I think that's the Charvilles down there in that front row. Almost taken out there. As it flipped up off the boundary board into the Jack Russell stand.
As long as it's not into the lens of Ruth's camera, that'll be all right.
She's a good photographer, isn't she, Ruth Charville?
Ruth will be very pleased if she got the direct hit from Miles Hammond. That will be a good shot. But I suspect more likely to be one of the other wickets. Again, deploy forward. From a Derbyshire point of view,
Look at that, there we go.
it's got to be the glue.
Look at that, look at the look on James Bracy's face. And there in the background.
Is that Middleton in the glasses?
Charlesworth there with the pads on. And behind him it's...
Let's see, sure. And that's
landed just short of Ollie Price.
gone for 4, that.
Let's have a look here.
Low to his right. Ooh, for once, Ollie a little bit slow to react to that. I think he didn't see
short.
that going as fine as it did.
It was short of him. It wasn't a catch.
No, but he still might have thought, what might have been.
There's Zafar. Happy man.
Was that after the Madsen wicket?
Yeah.
Yes, it was.
Got a nice watch on there, Zafar.
James just nodding. And now, it's having been cut away for 4 by Matt Lamb in his first over, Zafar's got a chance to have a bowl to him again. 2 slips and a short leg.
Zafar comes in past Chantry. Lamb gets on the front foot, plays it out into the covers.
So Hammond in its second slip, and Ben Charlesworth under the lid.
Just defended.
So 4 wickets after tea here for Gloucestershire at the moment. Having gone right through since before lunch without a success.
Oh, that's well bowled by Zafar. Fox Lamb a little. Just held that one back a little, I think, Zaf. Pushed out into the onside. Lamb will pick up one. Zafar's going to go over the wicket to the left-handed Leos Deploy.
Say Glamorgan in a spotter bother against Yorkshire, 89 for 4 in reply to 500 all out.
That's a spotter bother. That is a spotter bother. It's not, you know, it's not sort of...
Top 4 all out, including Eddie Byram for 40. So Carlson and Billy Root are together at the moment.
They're decent players.
Still Cook and Kellaway to come, to be fair.
I mean, it's a spotter bother, isn't it? It's not, you know, it's not Mark Knopfler. They're not in dire straits yet, but they're in a spotter bother. It's played into the onside there by Leos Deploy. Oh, that one kept a little low. That completes the over. So 15 remaining in the day. 60 have been bowled in this Derbyshire innings. They're 216 for 4. Lewis Deploy is there on 23. Matthew Lamb is on 5. Harry Kame, he made a bright and breezy 68 before he was trapped LBW by Luke Charlesworth. Lewis Rees, he holed out to deep backward square leg. Dominic Goodman bounced him and he lost patience and smashed one down. Zafar Gahar's throat out in the deep. Brooke Guest was then run out by a bit of sheer brilliance from Miles Hammond, who not only saved a boundary with a diving stop, but all in one motion got up and threw down the stumps with just one to aim at. And Guest had to depart for 15, and Wayne Madsen was out trying to reverse sweep. Zafar Gahar for 11 with the score on 203. These two are looking to rebuild the Derbyshire innings. Ian Randall and I, Dan Whiting, are taking you through to the close of play, where we've got probably just about an hour's left.
Shaw into Lamb for the first time, and he just bunts it back down the wicket. So 169 for 1 became 203 for 4, so 3 wickets for 34. Gloucestershire took in that little mini spell. And Josh Shaw was going to say, I'm going to compromise on a slip here. And he wants the short, straightish mid-wicket again. Ben Charlesworth is in there. So Lamb tries to cut. The ball's not quite there to do that with, and it's chopped into the offside, fielded by Hammond. I'm not sure we're going to see Ed Middleton again tonight. Zafar's bowling well enough at one end that I think, unless...
Yeah, Zafar will probably just twirl away until the close now, I think.
That'll be my hunch.
He's the premier spinner, isn't he?
Matt Lamb waits for Shaw. And again, he tries to cut. And that's gone past Hammond, but he's got a hand on it. He can't at this stage, though, do what he did earlier in the afternoon. Partially stop it, then pick it up and throw the stumps down. Just feel on occasions that we've seen a lot of throws this summer, not many of which have been in that sort of category where they've pulled a wicket out of nowhere, almost.
No. And on such brilliance, games can turn.
So, with the left-handed deploy back on strike, Shaw comes around the wicket to him. Dabbed out of the offside defensive mode from Deploy. The sun's just gone in. Shaw again to Deploy down the leg side, but there is a man at fine leg. Zafar's there protecting that potential drag down by the bowler. They'll pick up one, and that's all. But Derbyshire's first wicket stand is 132. I really wondered if it would take either something brilliant or a bad error to get a wicket. In the end, came just after T got one that was too straight from Charlesworth. And Lamb here,
he's hit it, hasn't he?
He has hit that.
Yeah.
And it's gone very, very fine for 4.
Wow.
Chinese cut time here from Matt Lamb.
Oh,
He's played that in between his body and leg stump.
How's
How's he done that?
so that flicked his pad on the way through, so it must be perilously close to the LBW that James Bracey appealed for.
But there was bat involved, so Lamb's played one really nice shot and one rather streaky one. He's got a boundary for both in his 10, and it's Richie Benno for 4. And back to the duel between Deploy and Zafar. Feels a key little head-to-head in the evening's play here.
Oh, that's around the corner. That's turn there from Zafar. The turn is getting more and more prodigious.
Pronounced.
Yes.
Pronounced. There was quite a few footmarks there, to be fair.
One to the Derbyshire total, 223.
Deploy working that past Ben Charlesworth. He will now walk through the crease to the other side, and he'll go at short leg for Lamb as well. Hammond's very close there at second slip.
Yeah,
isn't
he is. Driven into the covers.
Just indicates that if there is turn, it's quite slow.
Yeah. Played out to mid-off. Lamb just plays that one out to mid-on. Another one, I think Derbyshire. I mean, they're not quite playing for stumps yet, but they're trying to play low-risk cricket. All they don't want is a clatter of wickets and expose the tail.
No, I would say
New ball tomorrow in the morning could well be crucial to how this game goes. Oh, that's squeezed out by Deploy.
I would go as far as to say Derbyshire do not want to lose another wicket tonight.
No, they don't.
They would, 250 for 4. Game's still pretty even.
Yeah. 225 for 4 at the moment. Deploy 26, Lamb 11. Yeah, I'd suggest that, Ian, and I would suggest that 300 for 4. I think Derbyshire have got the edge. And I'd say that 250 for 5, Gloucestershire have got the edge. This game is balanced beautifully.
Yeah, I mean, at the close, if you go back to 10 minutes from the close last night, Gloucestershire were 320 for 4, and you would have said, right, they were on top. 2 late wickets gave Derbyshire a little bit of something in the game. This morning, Gloucestershire would have wanted 450 or even 400. They got neither. By tea, you just said that Derbyshire had Gloucestershire on the back foot. Now they've taken 4 wickets. Again, it's a bit as if the one side has got the initiative back again, but Deploy can still pick off a bad ball when he sees it. And Luke Charlesworth into the attack greets him with one that he puts away with aplomb.
Certainly does. Certainly does.
Played some nice shots in getting to 30. Leos Deploy. Somebody has to play the Ollie Price role for Derbyshire here if they are to get up to and past the Gloucestershire first innings score. Deploy is probably the man to do it. Extra man on the offside for Luke Charlesworth.
You could argue, though, that Derbyshire, both openers with 68 and 77, have played the Ollie Price role. It's taken 2 of them to do it, but they've contributed more runs than Ollie Price scored.
Yes, okay. But, you know, if you look at the Gloucestershire, you know, Van Buren got 78 down the order. There were other useful contributions at the top. So, you know, two of the big hitters, Guest and bigger hitters, Guest and Madsen, have only scored 26 between them. So that's why I think someone else has got to go big. It's worked away by Lamb into the leg side. There'll be a chase for Ed Middleton. He won't call it in. That's 2 boundaries in this over. Charlesworth back into the attack, and he's perhaps,
I think it's time to get your slow bowlers on.
Yeah, maybe a third spell is proving a challenge for the young man. I've still got a year to do of his degree course at Exeter Uni. You know, it doesn't graduate till next year. Balls to Lamb, who this time defends that on the offside. I mean, it does say something. Obviously, the injury list we've spoken a lot about, but it says something about his progression through the pathway, a bit like the Price brothers, in that they've got to the first team before they finish their degree.
Yeah.
Luke Charlesworth bustles in, down the leg side this time, bit of overcompensation, and taken down the leg side by James Bracey. So Anuj Dahl due in next for Derbyshire, then Alex Thompson, Mark Watt, Pat Brown and Sam Connors. Not a huge sample size for their first class batting, any of those 4. Yeah, Watt's just gone a little across the ball there. It's skewed out to the offside. He wasn't playing it there. Fielded by Josh Shaw. Charlesworth says he will take his cap and sweater from umpire Lungley. Just having a look at the follow through there. Charlesworth does get very close to the stumps, so at the moment he's just checking more than anything else. And if he wants to have a word with Graham Van Buren, it will wait for the moment. Van Buren obviously back in the team and back captaining the side. James Bracey just back to doing 2 jobs, which is enough, keeping wicket and batting. That's enough for most people.
Just turn around the corner there from Leas Deploy. Last call for emails. If you want to discuss anything, we will try and answer them. Ooh, let's just play to short leg. We'll try and answer them with love, affection and kindness. There we go. Commentators at Gloucestershire.
And maybe a bit of brain power as well, if we can summon it up.
The former. It's just defended. Yeah. Ian might give you some brain power. Me, I'm a lover, not a fighter. But no, drop us your emails. We'd love to hear from you. Ooh, Deploy takes a single up to Dominic Goodman at mid-on.
I'm just checking one particular website in terms of the weather for tomorrow. Looks like we might have some rain at breakfast time, but then hopefully nothing else for the rest of the day. That's what they're saying at the moment.
It's going to be a little bit murky though, isn't it? and about 18, 19 degrees. So there, that's driven out.
Not much sun tomorrow.
Covers. Chris Dent. I wonder if it could be a day for seamers.
So, don't know how heavy that rain is early on and whether we get as much as predicted.
It might be interesting with the new ball tomorrow morning.
Yeah. But the bulk of the day dry.
Matthew Lamb just defending that.
And then Wednesday, again, dry. So the only possible interruption, if that's the way to put it, would be from whatever happens at breakfast time tomorrow and the aftermath of it.
Yeah, well, this game's poised here. Derbyshire, just shy of 150 behind. They trail by 142. And Lewis Deploy is trying to reduce that deficit. Gloucestershire would love 1 or 2 more wickets in the remaining 11 overs before the close of play.
Right, Gloucestershire just asking about the ball, I think, again. Is it going through Jack Sentry's little measuring hoop? Yes, it is. So Graham Van Buren gets it back from Tom Longley. You can't say the captain's kind of try it on a bit if there's nothing much happening.
Yeah.
But as long as you ask politely, you can keep asking. Luke Charlesworth around the wicket. And Deploy picks up a single into the onside. Hard to know where this game is heading in terms of dominance at the moment.
Yeah, I don't know if it's heading anywhere or if it's heading for a magnificent crescendo to close the season here in Bristol.
Well, like I said, the closer it gets to kind of a parity situation on first innings, the more, if Gloucestershire want to win, they're going to have to force the game. Charlesworth to Lamb, who defends up to mid-on. So if Derbyshire were to get to 377, they'd be probably, first hour after lunch tomorrow. So you'd be talking about 4.5 sessions. Maybe.
Yeah.
And how do Gloucestershire go about? Probably got themselves 60 overs to bowl Derbyshire out in that situation. It's whipped away by Lamb straight to mid wicket.
Taking that straight off middle stump there, Lamb.
Generally, you feel the shorter the chase, the more you favour the batting side. A Derbyshire lead of 50 would be handy, but it probably wouldn't be match defining. Gloucestershire lead of 50 would be useful in helping to set a game up. Lamb again defends. But there doesn't look much between the strength of these two sides. Chiefly it's batting over bowling in both cases.
Yeah. My money's on the draw here.
Glamorgan 108 for 6, by the way. They've lost 2 more wickets. So they almost look certain to be following on against Yorkshire. Charlesworth into Lamb. That is short. It's cut away for 4. He's gone to the right place to fire that past Hammond. And away to the Kennington Avenue boundary. One gentleman, I assume gentleman, could be lady of course, driving out from the car park. There's still some spectators who park their car facing the play. Quite close to the boundary too. It's not as if it's...
Yeah.
There's probably a,
I mean, given the choice, you'd rather you lose your back windscreen than your front, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
It's sort of experienced cricket people here.
Yeah. My car is behind the flats. 240 for 4. Lamb's on 19, and that's a good stop. Tumbling stop.
Are you behind the flats? I'm in the car park.
Are you?
Yeah.
Oh, can I see your
In
car?
fact, I am facing...
Facing the play.
No, I'm not. I'm just to the left there. I'm to the left of the one facing the play. See where the Gloucestershire car is? Sort of behind that and to the right a couple.
It's
Preferably James Healy's not about to show my number plate so my car gets cloned.
no, yes. Just to say,
Yeah,
so
it's in there somewhere.
Glamorgan 6 down, and 3 wickets there for Matthew Revis. And Glamorgan 6 down in reply to 500 all out, so they've got a lot to do.
Zafar Gohar. Ooh, Charlesworth there, sharp bit of work at short leg. Where's that one gone? Is that a drop catch? No. It's a good bit of work actually by Charlesworth.
First time we've seen Deploy use his feet,
Yeah.
really extensively anyway.
Zafar, 1 for 58 in his 21st over here. Deploy whips that one into the onside where Ed Middleton does the fielding.
It could be a day in June, this, couldn't it? Because the light is really nice at the moment.
Yeah, gorgeous. Yeah. It's played into the onside. Just as Zafar was about to deliver, that huge seagull just flew across our view.
Obviously, it's great while the sun is out, but if the sun goes in, that will change things a bit.
A little bit nippy at night, isn't it?
Not for about the last 10.
Not?
Not for about the last 10.
No, it's not, but
Very warm.
I think what we'll start to see now, we'll start to see the colder nights. Always good for a daddy long legs this time of year, isn't it? I often wonder, what do they do for the rest of the year? Because you only see them like flying ants, don't you? You only see them at a very certain time of year. It's always good for a few spiders coming into the house that have lived outside in the garden all summer. My daughters are absolutely rubbish with spiders, and even the smallest spider is absolutely massive. Dad, can you remove it? Ed Middleton.
Yeah, we're going to see a change. So, Luke Charlesworth, third spell, just a couple of overs. So 10 overs, 1 for 44 he's taken today. And Middleton potentially at a point where Derbyshire might be thinking about starting to get their brains in gear for tomorrow. It's going to have a late bowl. In theory, there are 5 overs left at this pavilion end, and perhaps without much fear of being attacked a great deal at this stage.
Yeah, I think it's a good move by Graham Van Buren.
And with a leg spinner who neither of these two would have seen a great deal of. Chance to bowl with 2 men out on the leg side. Deep square and a deep mid wicket for the left-handed Deploy. Of course, he's be playing that way with the spin, in theory. 3 saving 1. Oh, that's short and outside the off stump. Might be cracked away for 4. Deploy's not going to miss out on those. That was a loosener. Pushed a bit wide, and Deploy said thanks very much. It was a drag down from Middleton. Deploy to 38. These two have added 42 so far. So a bit like at the top of the Gloucestershire innings, there were some steady stands without a really big one. Derbyshire started with a big one, but have been chipped away ever since. It's a better ball.
Yeah, a little bit further up there from the Devon lad.
You know, completely understandable in his first class game if there are a few nerves for Ed Middleton. Trots in again, that's short and pulled safely by deploy out to deep square. Only be one to Zaffa. It would be no different, you know, to any club player starting in the seconds and then seeing a team picked for a Saturday or a Sunday and his name's in the firsts.
Yeah.
It's no different, is it?
No, absolutely not.
You know, batter or bowler, particularly bowler, I think. A batter might get one ball. The bowler knows he's going to get one over, one would hope. Worst case scenario is you get picked in the first and don't bowl at all. You don't learn anything if you do that.
And do fine leg to fine leg.
That's again on the leg stump, a bit short, and Lamb works it around the corner. Yes, I think I remember one game I was usually a second 11 player, I should say. Picked to play in the first. I got the last over before tea. Bat number 11. Right, okay.
And that was it. You didn't bowl.
Last over before tea I got.
Oh. So it's
It almost felt like
well, it's a fresh air game,
yeah.
more or less. How much were you subs in?
Sorry?
How much were you subs?
Oh, I can't remember.
How long ago was this?
Oh, a while. Middleton just let go by deploy outside the off stump, and you know they're
Your
all
subs were probably like £3 back then or something.
all sorts of tales. You know, if you bat 7, the top 6 get runs, and you don't get a bat. Kind of fair enough.
Yeah.
I think if your bowlers don't get wickets and you don't get a bowl, then you feel what?
Yeah.
Why?
Yeah, I mean...
If somebody skittles the opposition, absolutely no issue.
Yeah, no, exactly. And I think there's a big difference as well between league and friendly cricket as well. I think league cricket, you're there to do a job, to win the game, and if people don't get a game, then, you know, that's life. There are 4 seagulls down there who are showing a interest in the helmet and the gloves of the Derbyshire players. Here's Zafar. One of them has now flown away, but they are quite close to the gloves and the helmet over there. Zafar wheeling away. Ooh, that's pushed firm hands there by Lamb. I'd like to see a silly pointing. I just think that it just, you know, 7 and a bit overs left in the day. All right, Hammond's now going into a short extra. I'd like to see him come even closer. So he plays that. He's going to get 4 runs there. That's a nice shot on drive. Against the spin. Good shot.
250 up.
Yeah.
So first batting point for Derbyshire.
Both sides on 4 points.
I remember they started the match 1 point, 1 point splitting them in the table.
Ahead. Derbyshire ahead.
1 point ahead.
Yeah. Yorkshire could well get maximum points though, couldn't they? Zaffa nearly sneaks one through Lamb's defences.
It's the risk going back is that we haven't really seen one shoot very low here. that. Yeah, that was probably still hitting. Good way up middle stump, that. And more changes in the field. Zafra is going to come back over the wicket. Thanks for your company on the emails today.
Yeah.
As
You've
we
been
always
wonderful.
say, thoughtful ones are exactly what they say they are. They're provoking for both for us and for other people on the stream. The funny ones, yeah, we like those too.
And Ian always appreciates the downright abuse as well. Oh, that's a leading edge. Zafar going over the wicket, throwing it into the footholes. You always appreciate the downright abuse, don't you? You always like those ones. Ian Randall.
Wouldn't be the first time.
Oh, that's well bowled. Here we go. Zafar might have found something by going over the wicket here. Getting some purchase out of those footholes.
Oof, that spun a long way.
Yeah.
Briefest of drinks for the two batters, brought out by George Scrimshaw. Obviously we are well beyond the 5:30 here, but we're making up overs from yesterday. And also, this also might be a thought from Graham Van Buren here about bowling the two spinners, in the sense that the umpires are unlikely to take them off for bad light with the spinners at both ends. I mean, the floodlights aren't on and it's far from dark, but if the sun was in, as it is at the moment, at least there might be felt that, well, we're going to finish the day with the spinners bowling. There's no reason why we can't complete the 7 overs that are left, and it's Gloucestershire's interest to stay out there with the hope of getting one more wicket. There may not be a lot of damage to the board, but one more wicket in the wickets column would be a big bonus for them. Middleton to the left-handed deploy around the wicket, and deploy works it into the onset up to mid-on. Van Buren, Gloucestershire captain, does the fielding. Two spectators just reaching for perhaps a jacket or a jumper. Middleton. Oh, that's short and it's beaten. Deploy, that might have been the wrong one. In fact, it was the leg break, and it's beaten him on the inside edge. Because Deploy is batting outside off stump, it's forcing Middleton to bowl that little bit wider. So Deploy changes his mind and uses his feet this time. There's a traffic jam between Matt Lamb and Ed Middleton. Tom Goodman back with a word. Going to bring the short leg back into play. For Laius Deploy. So Luke Charlesworth now at orthodox point. Zafar has come into short fine leg. Middleton staying around the wicket. Deploy uses his feet once again. Straight back to the bowler. Guarantee the sun would stay out. They might just think about a late burst from one of the seamers, but I think there is the thought that at least they will stay out there with the two spinners. Missed time by Deploy.
Q ended that, hasn't he?
Yeah, no chalk on the bottom of the bat there.
Yeah, the shadows of the pavilion is sort of coming out quite pronounced, isn't it, here now? Longer shadows this time of year.
So we're just saying, drop me a little bit wider. Just moved about 10 yards. And outside the off stump. Too wide from Middleton. So, interesting over. There are still 6 to go. I just said, just while you were off mic there a minute, Dan, that Graham van Buren may say the spinners to bowl the day out, because if the sun does go in and it's both gone in and come out again in that over, I don't think the umpire's going to take the players off with the two spinners on.
No, they wouldn't do. No. Where's this game going now? It's going to be a close one, wherever it goes.
Yeah, it's been... You think that a team is on top, as Gloucestershire were late yesterday, and then Derbyshire wrestled the initiative back and have had it for most of today, but not since tea, I don't think. To be fair, they've still added 123, but they've lost 4 wickets in that time.
Yeah, here's Zafar again. He's going to go over the wicket. He found some joy there last over. Is Lamb going to try and kick him away? Oh, that's a wide down the leg side. Now, this is something I am not a fan of, because you see much more sort of further wide balls from seamers, etc. But as soon as the slow left armour does it over the wicket, this directive of wides... Oh, and that's a pretty poor shot there from Matthew Lamb, who just pulls it straight into the hands of Chris Dent at short mid-wicket with 5 and a bit overs left in the game in the day, and he's going to be really disappointed with himself.
Oh.
Zafar strikes again.
That's a really poor shot at this stage, and Lamb knows it. He's got 24. He wants to see his skipper through to the close, and he's clothed that straight to Dent at mid-wicket.
Yeah.
And that's a bonus wicket for Gloucestershire at this point.
It is a bonus wicket. It really is a bonus wicket. It also exposes Anuj Dal now for an awkward few overs.
Yeah, it is Dal coming out at number 7. And
But
Gloucestershire have, remember, a new ball to come tomorrow.
Yeah. And the Derbyshire tail is...
There's not much beyond Dahl, I would say.
Yeah.
Dahl is a handy bat, and Deploy has got to find someone to stick around with him.
Yeah, I mean, it's not quite longer than a Diplodocus, is it? But it's a long tail. Here we go again. Here's the wicket. I wonder if this just pops out the rough a little bit.
But he knows as soon as he's hit it. Look at the reaction to...
Yeah, he's disappointed.
He knows. He's absolutely given that away.
Yeah, certainly has.
And the concept, I would say that the concept of a 50-run Gloucestershire lead is now...
It's Connors who's come to the wicket, actually.
Very much in the equation.
Sam Connors has come to the wicket, actually, and not Anuj Dal.
Oh, they're protecting Dahl for tomorrow.
Yeah. I wonder if they're just trying to split this order up.
So the night watcher.
Here we go. Oh, peel there, but the ball's pitched outside leg stump. It's a funny phrase, of what night watchman, isn't it? It's a funny job, actually, being a night watchman as well, isn't it? It must be like... Just slowing this down. Connors will be ticking here. Zafar. Connors defends.
Yeah, the little bit of a late twist, a bit like yesterday.
Yeah, they're calling for a helmet. I think they want a man in on the offside as well. Miles Hammond with his dyed do, I think will go in there. He's had a dyed hairdo since.
It's not very dyed now, is it?
No, it's still a bit of a dyed do, isn't it? What do you know about hair anyway?
Oh, yeah. Wrong person to ask.
Yep, so Hammond is going to go in at silly point. Dominic Goodman goes in to where Hammond was at second slip. And Gloucestershire fielders crowding around the bat like vultures surrounding an ailing wildebeest here. Oh, Connors. Sort of getting everything behind that, getting his pad, knowing he can't be LBW with the ball pitching outside leg stump. We do apologise if seagulls are flying across your camera view here. Not a lot we can do about that, is there, Ian?
Something's done, we just can't control.
Ian Randall might get the hawk out if you're lucky. Get rid of them, but...
Suffer in his 23rd over.
Oh, that one spat out of the rough. This could be an awkward few overs. 5 remaining in the day. And I wonder if Zaffa might go back around the wicket to Connors and bring that LBW into play.
Deploy would like to take as much of the strike as he can, I would think.
Yeah, I bet he will. Yeah.
252 for 5, having been 169 for 1. And 203 for 4. So
Gloucestershire's day. Even Stevens.
It's about even, I think, because Gloucestershire would have hoped to get more than 44 for the last 4 wickets this morning. Derbyshire would have hoped from 169 for 1 to have had more than 252 for 5. I think there's still very little in it overall. Middleton into deploy. Ooh, down the leg side. But I say, if we do end up with a kind of a 5 sessions and a small 5 sessions to play and a small lead for maybe for Gloucestershire in that situation, then there's got to be some positive cricket played if we're going to get a positive outcome out of the game, a real set of a chase. I mean, it could be that the pitch will start to misbehave tomorrow.
Interesting there. Deploy took a single off the second ball. I wonder if he wants to stay down that end so he can negotiate Zafar Gahar, or so he's exposed Connors here for 4 balls.
Yeah. Does he think, I suppose, that there's more likelihood of Middleton not bowling the absolute Jaffa to get Connors out? The ball spinning away from the bat.
Yeah. Connors averaging 10. First class cricket. High score of 39.
2 slips and a silly point. Connors solidly forward. So deploy to Connors. Look, it's not turning off the straight. If he bowls it straight, just come forward and defend it. That's probably something like the instruction. Middleton from the pavilion end. Again, Connors forward.
I can't remember who I spoke to. Said it wasn't really turning off the straight, was it? It was turning off from wide.
Tom Lungley.
That was Tom Lungley this morning, yeah.
That was how it was yesterday. Middleton, multiple spins of the ball as he comes in, and that's pitched up a bit further and just defended by Connors. He's looking to do nothing more than survive here, stay with his skipper, so that they can come back again tomorrow. 4 overs after this. Gloucestershire will then have 5 overs in the morning with the old ball before the new one becomes available. Derbyshire at the moment 124 in arrears. Connors defence.
He's negotiated that.
Yeah, I think Dan was joking about the old 8p bet earlier on.
Something like me.
Yeah.
I don't normally bet 8p.
No. My money would be on a small Gloucestershire lead, I think, at this point.
Yeah. I'd like to...
Which would be handy.
I'd like to sit on the fence until I've seen what happens with a new ball tomorrow morning. But at the present, my money's probably just about on the draw here in this game.
It would depend. Say if you end up with like a 5-session situation, Gloucestershire have probably got to try and bat for 3 and then give themselves two to bowl Derbyshire out. That's the sort of equation they're probably going to set themselves up with.
Zaffer. In, deploy. Gets himself into a tangle.
That doesn't happen very often.
No.
By and large.
Gloucestershire can winkle one more out now. They'll be really pleased. They're not playing for the close though. Deploy, even though there's a night watchman in there, Deploy's happy to expose him. Zaffer going over the wicket still to Connors.
We should say, obviously, they've tried to protect Dahl until tomorrow. Dahl does have a first-class 100 this season, so you can understand why they would try. He's got 5 first-class 100s in his career, so.
Zaffer over the wicket. That's a wide with the new directive. So you've got Miles Hammond there at silly point. You've got Ben Charlesworth at short leg. Ollie Price at first slip. Dominic Goodman at second slip. Sam Connors, the recipient of this close field. Oh, there we go. Great stumping, James Bracey. Well bowled, Zaffer. Drags Connors into it. Bracey, sharp as attack, whips the bails off. And Derbyshire are 255 for 6.
Interestingly, it was the... I thought the umpire at the bowler's end had given the decision. So I wondered whether he was caught behind. He did go for the stumping, I accept that.
Stumped, wasn't it? Stumped. Oh, they've given it as caught.
It was Bracey who obviously went for the... And it was what gave it to me was that the umpire, Tom Lungley, was the one who gave the signal.
They gave it from square leg. I saw them give it a square leg.
So in the end, Dahl's got to come out.
It was caught. Okay, it's caught. Okay, so it was caught by Bracey. Both umpires gave it out simultaneously. The square leg umpire, Tom Lungley, gave it out, and Jack Shantry at the non-striker's end, he gave it out as well. I just had my eye on the square leg umpire there, and I saw him raise his finger.
Now then.
Poor piece of commentary there, Whiting. Poor piece of commentary. Anish Dahl is the man at the crease. whatever it is, it's another one back in the hutch for the visitors. Oh, Dahl goes back. I think it pitched outside leg stump anyway, but that won't stop the U's and the R's from the Gloucestershire fielders. Bracey there telling him to leave. Here we go, Zafar. In, Dahl.
So Gloucestershire have taken now 6 wickets for 86.
Yeah.
In this post-tea session. That's not saying that they've only conceded 86, they've conceded more than that, but since the first wicket went down, wickets 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6
Lungley's given that,
have been taken 86.
and Jack Chantry's given that, which was, you know, got to give me a break here, guys, eh? Come on. Come on.
Well,
So look, Bracey's gone for the stumping, gone there. He's given it. Connors has walked. And then Jack Chantry's given it. Can Middleton winkle one more?
well, and if he does winkle one more, then it will be one of the remaining serious batters in the Derbyshire team. Arguably losing Connors, the least of their concerns. Deploy, plays that into the gap on the offside. He'll take a single. He's, I think, reasonably confident in Dahl. 2 overs after this one. So Middleton, in the last over of the day, one would think, as well as the penultimate one here from the pavilion end. Gloucestershire level on over 8, so that's good. They're not going to lose points for bowling their overs too slowly. Cheers of encouragement from down by the Thatchers. Middleton in and Dahl forward, big stride forward. He's had a good day already. 3 wickets taking him to a career best 6 for 69 with the ball. Can he survive with the bat? Oh, it's a great delivery. It's beaten everything. Oh, Middleton can't believe he's got through there.
This pitch is starting to rag, isn't it?
That's
Oh, it's jumped, turned, bounced a lot.
done everything.
Good bowling. Love watching leg spinners, don't you? It's a real art, isn't it? It really is.
What's the phrase, Dan? Proper filth.
It's not filth, it's just proper.
Dahl into the ground up to Van Buren at mid-off. I think Middleton loves the sight of that ball that really did a lot. Denty's in at short extra for the leading edge. But that's a bit too much on the leg stump, so Dahl can just defend that out on the leg side. Charlesworth's going back to deep square here for Anuj Dahl, last ball of the over. He will take the single. I wonder whether Deploy might have said, you know, I'll take Zafar, but Happy to turn the strike over. 258, I think that will turn round to 258 for 6. Derbyshire in reply to Gloucestershire's 377. Ollie Price in the end out this morning for a career best 132. Josh Shaw the only batter today to get into double figures. Dahl 6 for 69, including 3 wickets this morning. And then Derbyshire have lost Came for 68, Rees for 77, Guest for 15, Madsen for 11, and then late in the day, Lamb for 24 and Connors without scoring, both to Zafar.
Here is Zafar going over the wicket. This will be his last over of the day. I'd possibly like to see him bowl a couple of balls from around the wicket.
So he will have he's bowled 18 overs since tea.
Yeah, I'd like to see Zafar possibly go around the wicket, bring LBW into the equation. That is a quick run here taken. Now he'll stay over the wicket to the left-handed Guest.
In fact, he's bowled unchanged since tea at that Ashley Down Road end.
Yeah.
And he has taken 3 for 40 since tea, as we stand at the moment.
Yeah, Madsen. Oh, that's nearly sneaked through. That's kept a little bit low. This pitch now, I think, is starting to do things. We saw one jump and bounce from Middleton the last over. That is kept low. And Deploy keeps that one out. Goes on the front foot, defends that one in a more standard fashion. But 119 lead here by Gloucestershire could be crucial. Gets a single there, plays that out to
How much
mid-on.
value do you think 50 runs would be? Quite a lot.
Yeah, I do. I think it's just going to turn more and more. I think the bounce will get more erratic, and I think it's by the fourth day. I think it might be quite tricky to bat. As Anuj Dahl rocks forward, that Zafar completed his spell for the day. He's going to end up on 3 for 68 of 25 overs, and what a fine spell from the Pakistani slow left armour.
I mean, overall this season he's not been as fluent, as consistent as last year, but late on, he might have helped Gloucestershire to wrestle the initiative in this game back their way. This remains the key. This remains the key partnership for Derbyshire tomorrow. If these two can see this over through, then how close can they get them to Gloucestershire's first innings score? Both very capable as bats, as we know.
Graham Van Buren, just conferring with Josh Shaw there. Josh Shaw, I think, is taking more of a leadership role within the club. I thought in the New Zealand game he was one of the more experienced players. I thought he took a leadership role there, even though he wasn't skipper. I thought he, showed his experience, and Van Buren there just conferring with him as well.
So a slip, a leg slip, and a short leg for the last over of the day. Ed Middleton to bowl it to the left-handed Deploy, who's got 43, and uses his feet to work it into the onside. So at the moment, the Gloucestershire lead is 118. Deploy absolutely determined to see this out. Again, works that into the gap. It's a smart, sharp single, that. And is the ball beaten Shaw? No, he's backed it up.
I think he was gone there. If that had hit, I think he was gone. That's a crazy run at this stage of the day.
Interesting decision to try and pinch the single.
To Chris Dent, of all people.
He's showing confidence in Dahl. To see out the remaining 4 balls. Same field. Obviously the short leg has moved across, which is, I think, Charlesworth under the lid. Oh, it's almost a full pitch, and Van Buren doesn't let the ball go. Dahl scampers through. 261 for 6. Middleton will have bowled 11 overs by the close. That's where he is. So
He's bowled the odd.
two spells.
Bowled the odd corker in there, hasn't he?
Yeah, can he find a corker to deploy somewhere in these last 3? Well, he needs to find one. They'll be going off if he does. And deploy uses his feet.
Cry of "Come on, Middo" from the members downstairs.
Deploy's been in for about an hour and a half for his 44. Middleton. Again he defends.
Is that the googly? I think that might be his googly.
1 to go. It's teased us a bit today in terms of the cricket. Relatively quiet afternoon with the Derbyshire batters largely on top, but quite eventful morning and evening. And Deploy sees out the last delivery to leave Derbyshire on 261 for 6. They're 116 behind. They've still got 2 genuine batsmen in, but there's not much to follow, and there's a new ball due in 5 overs time.
Yeah, I think the new ball is crucial in the morning. I think there might be a little bit of cloud cover as well, and I think this wicket is starting to just wear a little bit and show signs of tiredness perhaps. So I mean, it's going to be a cracking day's cricket tomorrow. It really will be. I mean, come and join us on the stream. 10:30 this starts. We'll be on about 10:25. Do come and join us because this match is beautifully poised.
There's the overall position. Gloucestershire 333 for 6 at the start of play. Finished at 377 with Ollie Price out for 132. That was a career best. Dahl's bowling figures also a career best. And then a good opening stand between Rees and Kame, 132. But since then, Gloucestershire have just steadily worked their way down the Derbyshire order, and it'll be Deploy and Anuj Dahl who will hold their hopes tomorrow of getting close to or even past that 377. Thanks to James on the cameras today, thanks to you for your company, and on the emails, and to Dan for his. As ever, forecast tomorrow, possibly wet first thing, but once that's clear, breakfast time we think. Hopefully, if we can start promptly, there should be no further interruptions. And moving day, day 3. We'll see you tomorrow at 10:25.